Oh.
Shipped to your doorstep. You just choose a photo that you love. You can preview it in over 100 frames, and in a couple of days, you're going to receive your photo in a beautiful handmade frame. So if you've got a special photo on your phone, install the Street Keepsake app. We would love a chance to frame it for you.
Anderson Cooper is on the ground in Israel at the site where tragedy struck, meeting with survivors and family members of the missing.
Do you believe she may still be alive?
I still have hope. The whole story with Anderson Cooper.
Sorry for the morning groaning. I'm very sick right now.
Stop! I am a good zombie!
This October, spirits come home to rest all month long.
This place is really haunted. What a weird mystery.
With Hollow Stream on Disney+.
We're gonna scare you. Boom.
Home is where the hunt is.
It's time.
Have claimed their complimentary bottle and are feeling great.
It keeps my sugar levels right where I want it.
Unleash your new secret weapon for drug-free blood sugar support to make sure your next checkup is better than your last.
This is a great product for Sugar Central.
You can only get your complimentary bottle by texting PURSUE to 321-321. And if you text right now, you'll receive a bottle of vitamin D3 immune support absolutely free.
Doctors preferred. Better science. Better results.
I'm Kayla Tausche at the White House, and this is CNN.
Welcome back to State of the Union. I'm Jake Tapper. As the Israeli government warns of a new phase in its fight against Hamas, brand new polling just into CNN shows how Americans are feeling about this war. The U.S. public broadly feels Israel's military response to the Hamas terrorist attack is fully justified, but the difference by age is quite stark. 81% of Americans over the age of 65 feel the response by the Israeli government is fully justified, but just 27% of Americans 18 to 34 years old feel that way. The humanitarian crisis is also top of mind for many Americans. 71% of Americans feel a lot of sympathy for the people of Israel. 41% feel a lot of sympathy for the Palestinian people. Former UN ambassador and 2024 Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley joins us now. Ambassador Haley, thanks so much for joining us. If you were president right now, would you consider using the U.S. special operations to rescue American hostages being held in Gaza? You just heard Jake Sullivan say that one of the complications with that is we don't know exactly where the hostages are, but I'm wondering how much you would consider such a thing.
Thanks for having me, Jake. You know, I think it's important. You have to tell hard truths to Americans, and when you're talking about this, you know, when you show those percentages of what people think and what they think we should do, you have to be honest with them. This is messy, right? I mean, we desperately want to get those American hostages out, but if you saw those kids in the hands of those terrorists, like with a mom heart, it made me sick to my stomach for all those parents having to see their children in those terrorists' hands. So of course we want them out. But why is it so easy that we can do that? It's because we don't know where they are. And I have been in those tunnels that are massive, that are sophisticated, and that Hamas uses to hide equipment and ammunition and to do their dirty work and maybe to have those hostages. But where are those tunnels? They're underneath hospitals. They're underneath schools. They're in hard-to-find places. So this is incredibly tough. I feel for the Israeli families. I feel for the American families. And I feel for any other families who've lost a loved one or have someone in a hostage situation, because it's really bleak right now, and it's hard for anyone to feel good about this.
Yeah, we just showed images that your office gave us of when you visited Israel in 2017, and the IDF took you to those tunnels near the kibbutz in Shloshah. You said that because those tunnels in Gaza are near civilian sites, it's going to get bad. It's already pretty bad, obviously. There are more than 2.3 million Palestinians in Gaza. More than half of them are children. Do you think the U.S., Israel, Egypt needs to be doing more to help these innocent Palestinian civilians get out of harm's way? Although you just heard Jake Sullivan say one of the problems is Hamas is keeping the civilians in Gaza. They don't want them to leave.
There are a couple of things at play here. Hamas is going to do everything they can to not have them leave, because guess what? They want them all to die. One, they want to use them as human shields, but two, they want to blame Israel and show images of dead children and say, look at what Israel did. But don't ever forget what Hamas did. Don't ever forget those girls running for their life. Don't ever forget those babies that were killed in cribs. Don't ever forget the people that they were dragging through the streets. And what were they saying, Jake? They were saying death to Israel, death to America. That's who we're dealing with. But I dealt with this at the United Nations. You're going to hear all of those Arab countries vilify Israel for what's about to happen. You're going to hear all of them say, how dare you not do more for the Palestinian people? And you know what? We should care about the Palestinian citizens, especially the innocent ones, because they didn't ask for this. But where are the Arab countries? Where are they? Where is Qatar? Where is Lebanon? Where is Jordan? Where is Egypt? Do you know we give Egypt over $1 billion a year? Why aren't they opening the gates? Why aren't they taking the Palestinians? You know why? Because they know they can't vet them and they don't want Hamas in their neighborhood. So why would Israel want them in their neighborhood? So let's be honest with what's going on. The Arab countries aren't doing anything to help the Palestinians because they don't trust who is right, who is good, who is evil, and they don't want it in their country. So they're going to come and blame America. They're going to come and blame Israel, and don't fall for it. Because they have the ability to fix all of this if they wanted to. They have the ability to go in and tell Hamas right now to stop what they're doing. They have the ability to tell Hamas to let those people out. But you know what? Qatar's going to continue to work with Hamas and their leadership. Iran's going to continue to fund all of this and not say anything. And who's silent? Every one of those Arab countries are going to be silent. But expect for the finger to point to Israel, and the finger's going to point to Israel, to America.
I want you to take a listen to this statement that Governor Ron DeSantis made about I guess he's talking about all of the 2.3 million Palestinians. He said this on the campaign trail in Iowa yesterday.
If you look at how they behave, not all of them are Hamas, but they are all anti-Semitic. None of them believe in Israel's right to exist.
Now, just for our viewers' edification, according to recent polling earlier this year from the Washington Institute, which is a pro-Israel group, using the polling of Palestinian Center for Public Opinion, 62% of Gazans wanted the ceasefire with Israel to stay in place. 50% of Gazans want Hamas to stop calling for Israel's destruction, want Hamas to accept a permanent two-state solution based on the 1967 borders. 70% of Gazans wanted the Palestinian Authority from the West Bank to take over Gaza. So I'm not really certain that Governor DeSantis has a real read on the difference between Hamas and the people of Gaza. What was your response when you heard what Governor DeSantis said?
I dealt with this every day for 2 years. And, what I can tell you is you have to realize that whether we're talking about Gazans and Palestinians, all of them don't, you've got half of them at the time that I was there didn't want to be under Hamas's rule. They didn't want to have terrorists overseeing them. They knew that they were living a terrible life because of Hamas. You had the other half that supported Hamas and wanted to be a part of that. We see that with Iran too. The Iranian people don't want to be under that Iranian regime. They don't. We saw what happened to Masa Amini. We saw how they treat them. There are so many of these people who want to be free from this terrorist rule. They want to be free from all of that. And America's always been sympathetic to the fact that you can separate civilians from terrorists. And that's what we have to do. But right now, we can never take our eyes off of the terrorists. I mean, what Hamas did was beyond thuggish, brutal, and sick. What the Iranian regime is doing to help them is terrible. But let's look back at what did Biden do? Biden turned around and fell all over himself to get into the Iran deal. Obama did it before that. You gave all of this money, and what did you do? You empowered Iran to go and strengthen Hamas, strengthen the Hezbollah, strengthen the Houthis to spread their terrorist activity. We went and strengthened those sanctions and decimated Iran's economy. And what happened? Biden has loosened the sanctions. Now we've got the fact that he gave $6 billion in hostage money. Okay, now you've frozen it, but we have all these American hostages. Guess what they're going to want? If you gave them $6 billion for 5 people and released hostages, guess what they're going to be asking for all these others that we have? So we created this scenario where you've given Iran, the Iranian regime, too much power and too much pull in to be able to do this. We've
Lord
got to
gave
be
me 3
strong. We've
waters,
got to
'cause
have
right now
Israel's
I
back.
found
And
out,
remember, as
waters
awful as
so
these images are, and we have the back of Israel because they've been hit terribly, we have to have the back of them when they hit back as well.
So, speaking of having Israel's back, I want you to take a listen to what Donald Trump had to say about Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu a few days ago.
He has been hurt very badly because of what's happened here. He was not prepared.
Yeah,
He was not prepared, and Israel was not prepared. And under Trump, they wouldn't have had to be prepared.
He went on to call Hezbollah, which the U.S. classifies as a terrorist group, very smart. He called the defense minister a jerk, and he went on and on. This was, I think, Wednesday, so 4 days after the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. What was your response when you heard that?
It's why I continue to say it is time for a new generational leader. We've got to get past the headlines of the past. I mean, look, he congratulated the Chinese Communist Party not too long ago. He's saying Hezbollah is smart. I can tell you at the United Nations, when I was there, and I dealt with all of them every day, you don't go and compliment any of them. Because what that does is that makes America look weak. It doesn't make America look strong. It doesn't make America have friends with them. What you do is you show strength. You let them know what we expect of them. So complimenting Hezbollah and going and complimenting the Chinese Communist Party, or criticizing a leader who has just watched so many of his citizens brutally murdered. It's the wrong place at the wrong time. This isn't about Trump. It's not about him. It's not about what happened in the past. We've got to look forward. This is going to be tough days ahead for everyone involved. This is not the time to sit there and bash a leader. This is a time to sit there and give him the support he needs, give the Israeli people the support they need, and to help us get through this in the best way possible.
Before you go, the House still doesn't have a speaker for the first time in American history. This is nearly 2 weeks after Kevin McCarthy was stripped of his leadership. They still can't even pass a resolution condemning the Hamas attacks. It's starting to look like there is not one House Republican who can get 217 votes. Republican Congressman Austin Scott said the chaos, quote, makes us look like a bunch of idiots, unquote. Is he right?
Well, I'll tell you what's right is under the Biden administration, we've seen chaos with inflation.
You can't blame that on Biden. You can't blame this on Biden.
No, you can't. Well, you have to let me finish. Okay. We have seen chaos with inflation. We've seen chaos with the lack of transparency in education. We've seen chaos on the border. We've seen chaos with crime on the streets. And now we're seeing chaos around the world. What I'm saying is you can't fix Democrat chaos with Republican chaos. They need to get it together. They need to get in a room and figure out who this is going to be and come out unified. That's what Republicans need to do. This is not a good look. This is not good for our country. We saw what happened to Israel when they were distracted. America looks so distracted right now. When America's distracted, the world is less safe. We can't sit there and act like this is September 10th. We better get it together and remember what it felt like September 12th, because we've got a lot of threats around us and a lot of chaos around us, and we need some strength, we need some stability, and again, I'll say we need a new generational leader to right this ship.
Ambassador Nikki Haley, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it. Coming up next, their lives were forever changed by the brutality of Hamas, but those who lost the most 8 days ago, well, they have a message for all of us that you might want to hear.
Introducing Seneca Laxative Gummies.
I'm the easy way to relieve occasional constipation overnight.
Just take before bed, and the next morning,
it's showtime! And I've got mixed berry flavor.
Seneca Laxative Gummies.
Easy relief, the gummy way.
Hey, human, what if you could accomplish something instead of endlessly following up? How about if you collaborated with other humans in other departments? What if making a project template was quicker than putting on work pants? What if you could keep up with projects without chasing other humans down? What if how humans work actually worked for humans? Operate at peak human. Smart cheap.
Ah, it's a good day to cough. Oh no.
Bye-bye, cough.
Later chest congestion. Hello, 12 hours of relief.
12 hours? Okay, not coughing at yoga. Antiquing, not coughing. Not coughing at the movies? Hashtag still not coughing? Ah! Ow! Mucinex DN gives you 12 hours of relief from chest congestion in any type of cough, day or night. It's not cough season. It's always comeback season.
Verizon Small Business Days are coming. From October 16th to the 22nd. Now is the time to partner with our experts. Get started today with Verizon Business. It's your business. It's your Verizon.
Mac and cheese lovers rejoice. Dive into the melty, gooey goodness of Bob Evans mac and cheese. Tender macaroni smothered in real cheese. Ready in just minutes with the delicious taste Bob Evans is known for. Bring home the warm, gooey goodness of mac and cheese today.
Can we get real clear about life with psoriasis?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Is your treatment leaving you with uncontrolled symptoms? Like the cover-it-ups and brush-it-offs?
Enough with good enough.
Don't stay hiding or hurting. When your lotions and creams don't do enough to help treat the inflammation beneath the skin causing plaques and pain, it's time to get real about psoriasis so your dermatologist can help you get clear. Make the appointment and ask about Real Clear Skin.
I'd like to tell you about a cashew farmer from Mozambique named Carlos. Carlos lifted himself out of poverty with the help of TechnoServe. Go to technoserve.org and see how you can support struggling farmers like Carlos. It's a different way to make a difference.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers for up to half the price. That's Barbara? Sorry, I was muted. That's amazing. I know, right?
Being a journalist is the best job in the world. Asking challenging questions of the folks who run the world. Is Ukraine going to win this war?
Yes, of course.
You ready?
The Lead with Jake Tapper, CNN, tomorrow 4.
Guys, how frustrating is it to find a great pair of jeans? Too tight here, too loose there, too long there? Standard jeans use just 2 measurements, and Tailor Custom Jeans use 7 different measurements to give you the perfect fit. Your phone can measure you right now. Download the M-Tailor app on iOS or Android. Choose from hundreds of styles. M-Tailor measures you digitally and is 20% more accurate than a professional tailor. With free shipping and a money-back guarantee, get your new favorite pair of jeans today. M-Tailor, available on the Apple App Store or Android.
When Lila was ready to sell her ring, she sent it to Worthy, where they took care of everything and auctioned it on her terms. Then, Worthy sent Lila her money. You're worthy of more. Get started at worthy.com.
It's lunchtime, and Gary is double booked. Good thing Gary's company uses Otter's AI meeting assistant to take notes and generate a summary. So Gary doesn't miss a meeting and can regain his lunch break. Sign up for free. Visit otter.ai or download the app.
I'm Natasha Chen in Los Angeles, and this is CNN.
A warning of some graphic video here as we take stock of this really, really awful week. 8 days ago, terrorists with Hamas invaded Israel and slaughtered hundreds of innocent people. Hundreds. Seniors at a bus stop, babies in their cribs, little kids at home, young people at a music festival. It was the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. And none of this was about liberating the innocent people of Gaza from the oppression of the Israeli and Egyptian blockade of Gaza. That blockade began after Hamas, which the US and EU classify as a terrorist group, after Hamas took control of Gaza in 2007 and refused to disavow violence and refused to recognize Israel. The people of Gaza indeed deserve to live without a blockade. They deserve to live in freedom and with democracy and human rights and without fear of their government, which Hamas denies them. If any of this were about freedom and rights, why would Hamas have slaughtered, for example, Danielle Walden? Danielle was 24. She was at the music festival. Do you know who her dad is? Her dad is Eyal Walden. He's an Israeli tech CEO who had employees in the West Bank and Gaza to improve relations. Here's Eyal talking to my friend and colleague Aaron Burnett, literally hours after he found out his beloved Danielle had been killed.
I want to talk about peace. I was one of the first persons that have employed Palestinian employees. We have treated our Palestinian employees the same as the Israeli employees, hoping for peace. Even today, our hand is reaching out for peace. We want to learn to live together, not to continue killing each other.
And this is Eyal's Instagram feed. Please post this on your social feeds, he writes. Every day this man, Netanyahu, sits in his chair as prime minister will cause suffering to all sides, he writes. If any of this were about freedom and human rights, why would Hamas have killed Chaim Katzman, a peace activist who opposed the Netanyahu government for being too oppressive of Palestinians? I spoke with Chaim's sibling, Noy Katzman.
The most important for me, and I think also for my brother, was that his death won't be used to kill innocent people. And sadly, my government is using cynically the death of people to just kill. Like, they promised us it's gonna bring us like security, but of course it's not security, because they always tell us, oh, that if we're gonna kill enough Palestinians, or so it's gonna be better for us. But of course it never brings us peace, and it never brings us better lives. It just brings more and more terror and more people killed, like my brother.
One of the most disturbing parts of watching this disaster unfold from the United States is watching students on college campuses here embrace the symbol of the Hamas terrorist paragliders who attacked Israel that day, slaughtering innocent civilians and babies and women and the elderly. This symbol as if it's some sort of rebellious icon. Here's one from the University of Washington in Seattle that they've cropped up all over college campuses. I'm wondering what you think when you see your fellow Americans, and again, protesting for Palestinian rights. Great, do it. Those people deserve human rights. But when you see people embracing the symbol of the Hamas murderers who murdered your cousin, what do you think?
Well, first off, it's extremely shocking to see, and I don't know if these people are misled or if they actually believe what they're supporting is helping the Palestinians, but it's simply not. It's they're supporting their own cause. The fight that Hamas is trying to fight isn't going to get the Palestinians anywhere. They're just causing more and more suffering in the region. Their goal is to annihilate the state of Israel. They say it, they openly say it, and they're proud of it. And that's not something that's going to help bring dignity to the Palestinians. I think it's in everyone's best interest to get Hamas out of there and, hopefully build a better future for everyone in the Middle East.
It's very difficult to see that better future now. Hello? But we can all pray that the humanity of those three.
I'm not taking my better phone with me. I'm taking a lesser phone. But
not the brutality and barbarism that we saw from Hamas 8 days ago, and not the death of innocents that we continue to see in Israel and in Gaza.
Let me get ready to put it
I wish you shalom, salam alaikum. May peace be upon all of us. All of us.
Need to.
We'll be right back.
Try to get ready to put it in.
Struggling with the highs and lows of bipolar 1? Ask about Vraylar. Because you are greater than your bipolar 1. And you can help take control of your symptoms with Vraylar. Some medicines only treat the lows or highs. Vraylar treats depressive, acute manic, and mixed episodes of bipolar 1 in adults. Proven full-spectrum relief for all bipolar 1 symptoms. And in Vraylar clinical studies, most saw no substantial impact on weight. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles or confusion which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements which may be permanent. High blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, weight gain, and high cholesterol. Movement dysfunction and restlessness are common side effects. Sleepiness and stomach issues are also common. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. Ask about Vraylar and learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Want to pay only $40 per month with Sling TV to watch CNN, HGTV, MSNBC, and your other favorite channels? You can stream it all on Sling, all for just $40 per month. Try Sling today at sling.com/watchnow.
Protect your truck with laser-measured WeatherTech floor liners in the front. It's perfect. And rear. Under-seat storage system. No-drill mud flaps. The tech liner to protect the bed and tailgate. Bump step to guard the rear bumper. And the cup phone to secure your phone.
Yes! Guys?
Order your American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
Look at you. You're doing everything you can to get your blood pressure in check. You're exercising, you're eating right, and now you have Super Beats Heart Chews on your side too. Paired with a healthy lifestyle, Super Beats Heart Chews polyphenol compound is 2 times more effective at promoting normal blood pressure, which means more energy, better circulation, and blood pressure support that is easy and convenient. In a leading clinical study, Super Beats Heart Chews polyphenol compound was shown nearly 2 times as effective at promoting normal blood pressure as a healthy lifestyle alone. So double your potential with Super Beats Heart Chews. Just 2 delicious pomegranate berry chews a day support nitric oxide production, healthy blood pressure, blood flow, and heart-healthy energy. Plus, they're plant-based and gluten-free. What are you waiting for? Become unstoppable and support your healthy blood pressure with Super Beats Heart Chews. Find out how to get a free 30-day supply plus free shipping with your first order at superbeatschews.com.
This is Jobber Enhance Select. It's more than just a hearing aid. It's a smart hearing solution that makes hearing aids more convenient and less expensive. With Jobber Enhance Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't have to start in a doctor's office. It starts with our free online hearing test. You can fine-tune your settings with your remote audiology team. With Jobber Enhance Select, you can get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional care you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. Try it risk-free for 100 days. Visit jobberenhance.com.
Sure, you can get data everywhere, but you have to use it all the time. That's not really you. With TracFone, you can get great coverage all on nationwide 5G for a lot less. Plans start at $15 a month, no contract. TracFone.
Hi.
This is a keepsake frame. This is
Calling
actually a
from a
photo
different phone.
from my wedding.
Since I'm going to be in the hospital.
I'm Adam Weiss, founder and CEO of Keepsake, the mobile app that makes it easy to have your photos printed, framed, and shipped to your doorstep. You just choose a photo that you love, you can preview it in over 100 frames, and in a couple of days, you're going to receive your photo in a beautiful handmade frame. So if you've got a special photo on your phone, install the free Keepsake app. We would love a chance to frame it for you.
Closed captioning brought to you by InVetHelp. Call 1-800-710-0020.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. They can help you get started with your idea.
Call now. 800-710-0020.
Right, well, if you're at the car wash, I guess.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Stay with CNN all day for the latest developments out of Israel and Gaza. My colleagues Dana Bash and Sarah Seidner will pick up our coverage next.
Clarity Canada.
There's Forbes, a pharmacy?
Yeah.
Mashed potato lovers, your day has come. Indulge in the creamy classic Bob Evans mashed potatoes. Farm fresh potatoes,
so come to the back
milk and
parking lot.
butter for that homemade taste. With the delicious taste Bob Evans is known for. Bring home the warm comfort of mashed potatoes today.
She found it. The feeling of finding the psoriasis treatment she's been looking for. Sotyktu is the first of its kind, once daily pill for moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. For the chance at clear or almost clear skin. It's like the feeling of finding that outfit psoriasis tried to hide from you, or finding your swimsuit is ready for prime time. Dad, once daily Sotyktu is proven to get more people clearer skin than the leading pill. Don't take if you're allergic to Sotyktu. Serious reactions can occur. Sotyktu can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB. Serious infections, cancers including lymphoma, muscle problems, and changes in certain labs have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, liver or kidney problems, high triglycerides, or had a vaccine or plan to. Sotyktu is a TYK2 inhibitor. TYK2 is part of the JAK family. It's not known if Sotyktu has the same risks as JAK inhibitors. Find what plaque psoriasis has been hiding. Ask your dermatologist about Sotyktu for clearer skin. So clearly you. Sotyktu.
Tonight, Anderson Cooper is on the ground in Israel at the site where tragedy struck, meeting with survivors and family members of the missing.
Do you believe she may still be alive?
I still have hope.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tonight at 10.
I belong here.
You may think I don't fit in,
That I don't look the part.
but to me, curling is more than a sport.
It's my community.
Together, we can sweep away the barriers
Create spaces where we all belong.
and experience the joy of curling.
unite, and united we curl.
When Lila was ready to sell her ring, she sent it to Worthy, where they took care of everything and auctioned it on her terms. Then, Worthy sent Lila her money. You're worthy of more. Get started at worthy.com.
It's lunchtime, and Gary is double booked. Good thing Gary's company uses Otter's AI meeting assistant to take notes and generate a summary. So Gary doesn't miss a meeting and can regain his lunch break. Try now for free. Visit otter.ai or download the app.
I'm Natasha Bertrand at the Pentagon, and this is CNN. Hello, thanks for joining us. I'm Dana Bash in Washington.
And I'm Sarah Seidner in Tel Aviv with CNN's breaking news coverage of Israel at war.
Israel says it is gearing up for the next stage of its response to the unprecedented terror attack by Hamas 8 days ago. Israeli officials say they see a strong flow of people leaving northern Gaza. This just a couple of days after it gave a stark warning to civilians living there to get out before it's too late. And we just learned that Israel is now working to set up a place to get aid to evacuees once they arrive in the south.
Already 700,000 people left their homes, and we are in the process of establishing a humanitarian zone, a big humanitarian zone in the southern part of Gaza. With the UN, we're working very closely with UN agencies so that they will go there, it will be a humanitarian zone, and they will get all the essential provisions like water, medicine, food, and things like that.
Israeli Defense Forces say they are now preparing for a significant ground operation. Armed vehicles are now amassing at the border with Gaza. Meantime, Israel is also exchanging fire along its northern border with Hezbollah. Early this morning, Hezbollah launched 9 rockets into Israel, killing 1 Israeli citizen. Hezbollah said it is in response to the killing of a Reuters journalist during Israeli shelling there. Now, Israel responded again with fighter jets striking Hezbollah's military infrastructure. Meanwhile, the U.S. is bolstering its defense posture in the Middle East. An additional U.S. attack aircraft has just arrived there, and the White House is now not ruling out sending troops to the region to help free Americans held hostage by Hamas.
There's no plans or intentions to put U.S. troops on the ground to fight in this fight between Israel and Hamas. We are actively trying to find out exactly where they are. I mean, Shannon, we don't even know how many exactly. We saw a small handful we know. There could be more than we know. What I won't do is rule anything in or out when it comes to getting our hostages home. We're working on this literally by the hour.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is heading back to Israel tomorrow for more conversations with Israeli government leaders. The main focus continues to be freeing those American hostages that John Kirby was just talking about being held in Gaza, at least believed to be held in Gaza. Sarah, I want to go back to you now in Tel Aviv.
Look, there are so many threads going on here because of the complexity of this conflict. That is a protracted conflict, except this is different. It is different because Israel has officially declared war. It is different because of the surprise attack that Hamas bear down on Israel, killing hundreds of people and kidnapping up to 150 people, including American citizens. There is a great deal of fear and concern by those who are in Gaza. First, to the residents in Gaza who are terrified of what is to come. It looks imminent that there will be a ground war at some point in time. There is preparation on the border with tanks amassing and 300,000 or so Israeli troops on the border. And then you have people here in Tel Aviv and in all of Israel concerned because rocket attacks are just still streaming by on a regular basis. And Tel Aviv doesn't normally get that kind of a barrage of rocket attacks, but we have already seen some again today, just a few moments ago, and earlier this morning as well. the situation is very, very tense because there is a humanitarian crisis going on in Gaza right now. You can hear the sound of sirens going off in parts of Israel right now. There's another huge issue with Americans who are here in Israel who have been unable to get out of Israel as this war gets closer and closer to a ground incursion. The U.S. now has a plan that they are sharing to try and get people out by sea. So that will be an incredibly interesting and intricate maneuver by the United States. Meanwhile, you've got all this happening on the southern border. You have all kinds of munitions and things coming over from the northern border with Lebanon and a back and forth there. Israel has two fronts that it is dealing with. One they hope will settle down, but there is no chance that there will not be a ratcheting up of a warlike scenario on the ground in Gaza. Israel warning people to get out of the way. The UN saying, look, it is impossible for civilians in one of the most densely populated places on earth to actually get to safety, but there is some movement to try to get people out at the Rafah border with Egypt. A lot of players in this world. Jordan is starting to jump in, talking to Spain about how to try and deal with Gaza, and Israel, according to Jake Sullivan and the people he's been talking to in Israel, his counterparts, Israel's turned the water back on because there was a dire shortage of drinking water in Gaza because Israel has a blockade there trying to snuff out Hamas, and that is their ultimate goal, that they have turned the water back on so civilians can once again have something to drink with, have something to wash with. Dana?
Very important news there. Thank you so much for setting the scene from your perch inside Israel, Sarah. I am joined now here in Washington by CNN's Wolf Blitzer. Wolf, you just spoke with Israel's president. What did he tell you?
It was a very, very passionate interview that we just taped, and we're going to show it to our viewers. Very substantive as well. He was very emotional in describing what's going on in Israel right now. We want to warn our viewers that some of the images he shared with us during the course of this interview are graphic. And joining us now, the President of Israel, Isaac Herzog. Mr. President, thank you so much for joining us. I know it's been a horrendous few days, more than a week after the deadliest day for Jews since the Holocaust, in fact. You're the leader of Israel. What is your message to the nation and to all Jewish people in mourning?
And I think to entire humanity, I just got back from Kibbutz Be'eri. The Be'eri Kibbutz, the Kibbutz is an epitomization of socialism, equality, a very pro-peace place. You should know that in that Kibbutz, they lost 10% of their members, from young to old. I saw the most horrific scenes. I saw the scallop of the woman in which house I visited, a house totally destroyed, and they just cut her head off. I saw a pool of blood in that house where the picture of the children is hanging and the grandchildren hanging on the wall with the knives and the hatchets which they went in. I saw the most horrific scenes possible. I saw bloodshed, and I was thinking to myself, because in Kibbutz Be'eri there was a special fund to help their neighbors from Gaza. For years they've been paying money to help their friends and neighbors in Gaza because they advocated peace. And all of a sudden life was shattered, and the same life was shattered for the Israeli nation. My nation is bleeding, my nation is in pain, my nation is in sorrow, and we are faced with an extremely cruel, inhumane enemy which we have to uproot with no mercy. I'll show you another example. This was found on the body of one of the terrorists. This is a booklet. Okay, this booklet is instruction guide how to go into a civilian premises, into a kibbutz, a city, a moshav, how to break in. And first thing, what do you do when you find the citizens? You torture them. This is the booklet. It says exactly how to torture them, how to abduct them, how to kidnap them. So therefore, the story is not Israel versus Palestinians or Judaism versus Islam, God forbid. The story is about humanity. Are we with the good or are we with evil? That's where humanity should stand. And the battle that we are carrying out now as a nation, rising up as a lion, is against evil. And we will uproot evil so that there will be good for the entire region and the world.
As you know, the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, is vowing to eliminate Hamas. How does Israel define that? What are the biggest complications now to a successful, full-scale Israeli ground invasion of northern Gaza?
So one has to understand what we have in Gaza. We have a whole army of terrorists, a whole army of vultures, a whole army of inhumane, cruel people within civilian premises, within their own homes and families. They shoot their missiles at our children from their homes, from their shops, from their mosques, from their hospitals. For years they've been trying to do it. For years and years and years. Ever since we withdrew from Gaza in 2005, we pulled back from Gaza. You, Wolf, covered that story. That was a very painful story for Israelis. We withdrew to the last iota, the last inch, and ever since we're getting thousands of missiles and attacks and terror attacks. But this one exceeds them all. This one has no comparison to anything. And when I stood up in front of the joint session of Congress in July, I said to the House, the joint session, Senate and Congress, I said terror cannot be acceptable in any way or form. This is the battleground. That's what we are fighting. And we are trying now to move the civilians so that they will not be hurt. And we want to go in and uproot that infrastructure of terror. Get the mob out from the inner city. That's what we are trying to do. And in fact, when you look at it carefully today, we are trying to help Palestinians in Gaza to go to a safe zone, whilst Hamas is trying to block them all the way through.
As you know, on top of all of that, Israel currently is also facing an unprecedented hostage crisis. More than 120 Israelis and others estimated to have been taken as hostages by Hamas and brought to Gaza. What can you tell us, Mr. President, about Israel's efforts to bring them home? Is Israel open, for example, to any deal to negotiate for their release?
So let's first understand what type of hostages. Who are these hostages? Babies, pregnant women, elderly people with dementia, even with their caretakers, families, innocent civilians from 36 nations. People were killed or abducted from 36 nations. Okay, there's Natalie from Chicago who came with her mother to spend a weekend of a holiday in Nahal Oz, in a kibbutz on the border. Incidentally, a kibbutz advocating peace all throughout its history. And she's there in Gaza. Nobody knows her whereabouts, and so many other Americans and so many other people. And this living in not knowing what's their whereabouts is hell. Actually, this paradise place turned into hell, and it is our obligation to move it from being hell back to being paradise. And part of it is to bring back the hostages immediately with no conditions back to Israel. There is incidentally a big international effort on that respect, and I must say that the American administration and President Biden has been incredibly supportive, and we are utterly grateful to him, the American nation, and all our friends and supporters throughout the world.
So how do you get those hostages out of there?
It's a complicated situation because you're dealing with people who do not obey any rules of international humanitarian law in any way or format. For years already, they've been holding Israeli soldiers, bodies, citizens from previous rounds, not even telling any information about their fate, whereabouts, and how they're feeling. Some of those hostages now need special medication, special treatment. They need their personal needs. Some of them are in extremely fragile medical situation. So we are doing whatever we can to release them. We have met with the families of the hostages. It was an extremely painful meeting. What can you say? What can you say to a newlywed whose wife was kidnapped and abducted, and their 3-month-old baby is at home not knowing anything surrounding her? What are you saying to families where grandparents, children, grandchildren are all abducted out there? What do you say to these families? Some members, 6, 7, 5 members of a family gone, all of a sudden, abducted to the sellers of the enemy. So we are trying our best. We are trying our best, of course, to identify and understand their exact fate through various sources. And we are demanding from the international community unequivocal condemnation and demand for the release of the hostages immediately with no conditions.
Israel is ordering, as you know, more than 1 million Palestinian residents of northern Gaza to immediately leave their homes and move south. But in the past 24 hours alone, some 300 people were killed, most of them women and children. What do you say to your critics who insist that Israel should be doing much more to protect innocent civilians in Gaza?
So let's talk about it for a moment. We are never indifferent to the pain of the other. Sorry. Yes. We are never indifferent to the pain of our Palestinian neighbors. And we always try to operate according to the basic guidelines of international law. We are trying to move these citizens away from the war zone in order so that we can go in and uproot that infrastructure of terror. Incidentally, perhaps give hope also to the Palestinians out there so that they can run their life independently in an honorable way, live and let live. But right now they're under the suppression of Hamas. And what we are trying to do is to move them to another safe zone so that they won't be hurt. But Hamas is threatening them, stopping them. Hamas has all the fuel, by the way. It's using the fuel to fight us and shoot at us. Hamas has all the water that they need. They're stopping it. Hamas has clear instructions that they have given to their soldiers to basically torture the people in Gaza. That's what we are seeing. And let me tell you another interesting fact. Hamas is the one that with their missiles broke all the electricity wires supplied to Gaza. We are not responsible for the electricity in Gaza. They are. But since they're sending out fake news and libels and stories full of lies, our answer is very clear. We would do whatever it takes that civilians will not be hurt. We are working very closely with the United Nations and other agencies. We are talking to them. We are cooperating with them on the ground. And we are taking our time, therefore, so that civilians will not be hurt.
Israel, of course, blames Hamas for the suffering of these Palestinian civilians in Gaza. But as you know, Israel controls Gaza's borders and has been blockading the Gaza Strip since 2007 when it left Gaza. You say you want to minimize Palestinian civilian casualties, but at the same time, Israel has cut off food, electricity, water, and fuel into Gaza. I understand, by the way, that water has been turned back to parts of Gaza earlier today. But the United Nations put it this way. Gaza already is in their words, a hellhole, and is now on the brink of collapse, their words. Won't these latest moves increase the death toll of Palestinian civilians and children in Gaza?
So we are monitoring the humanitarian situation in Gaza on an hourly basis. We are following all the facts. For example, 7% of the water only in Gaza are under Israel's response, and the responsibility lies fully with Hamas. There's a lot of distortion in the facts. Yes, I realize there's a lot of pain. But look, let's look at the picture, honestly, at the picture. Something terrible happened, unprecedented in human history in modern times. You mentioned it yourself. Since the Holocaust, there hasn't been such a huge number of Jews being killed in one day. This cannot go on. How would anybody continue to live side by side? How could anybody move to peace side by side when our homes are bombarded, our families are killed, when we are tortured and abducted? How could we go on like that? We have the full right for self-defense. That means going in, uprooting them out, and enabling a new future for that region. For that, it takes a process that is painful, but will be under supervision of all the humanitarian needs of the people of Gaza. Moreover than that, I repeat again and again, there is going to be a humanitarian safe zone for the people of Gaza. We are working with the UN agencies and everybody else. The ones who are stopping it all is Hamas, simply. And that's the real face of Hamas, which is part of a whole empire of evil, which emanates, as you know, from Tehran, with its folks all over the region. Wherever they are, there's havoc. In Syria, in Iran, in Iraq, in Yemen, in Lebanon, and definitely in Gaza. It's about time we change the equation. Israelis are fully mobilized. We didn't want to get there. We were living in peace. There was a nature festival with 3,000 young Israelis celebrating on the border, believing in peace. For the last 2 years, we enabled a huge economic growth in Gaza. For the first time, we enabled tens of thousands of Palestinians from Gaza to work in Israel, to break bread, to enjoy life. What happened? There's no justification. It is simply an ISIS-type ideology that wants to eliminate us off the ground, and therefore they need to be eliminated off the ground.
Mr. President, I want to play some comments you made at your Thursday news conference and then get your reaction, a chance to explain what you meant. Listen to this.
It's an entire nation out there that is responsible. It's not true. This rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved, it's absolutely not true. They could have risen up, they could have fought against that evil regime. There are many, many innocent Palestinians who don't agree to this. But unfortunately, in their homes, there are missiles shooting at us, at my children.
Can you clarify your stance, President Herzog? Are you saying that all of Gaza's 2.3 million residents, almost half of them are children, by the way, are responsible for Hamas's terrorism because they did not rise up against Hamas?
No, I did not mean that or say that. I actually, in a follow-up sentence, explained it clearly. First of all, the truth of the matter is that the infrastructure of terror lies within people's homes. And we know it. And missiles, huge missiles, are launched at our heads, at our children, at our homes, from those homes. But what I meant was that I expect the Palestinian people to have risen and put the truth in front of their people's face. This cannot go on, that every time Hamas carries a terror attack on us, everybody claps and everybody celebrates. How is this justified? For the last 6 months, Hamas has launched a terror campaign against us all around Israel and in the West Bank, not around Gaza. For the last 6 months, every day there was a terror attack. I said it to the US Congress. It is impossible. Guys, let's understand. There's only one moral clarity: fighting the evil. We suffered evil for a long time, and we were hurt badly in the most atrocious way by evil right now, last week. And that's what I meant, that I expect the Palestinian people to say something about it, to say the truth, to admit that this is horrendous. That's what I meant.
Looking back, Mr. President, was this a political failure from multiple Israeli governments to let the status quo of the Hamas terrorist organization leading Gaza go on for so long?
Well, one has to understand there was a huge international effort. There were a lot of efforts. Let's explain to your viewers. In 2005, Prime Minister Ariel Sharon decided to pull unilaterally out of Gaza. We uprooted settlements, we uprooted families. It was an extremely painful process. We told our people that this will be the new Hong Kong of the Middle East. Within a year and a half, Hamas held a coup d'etat, killed their own cousins, brothers, and family members who were in Fatah, and shoved them out of Gaza, totally disconnecting themselves from the Palestinian Authority, which is in the West Bank. And they turned this place into an Iranian-supported platform of terror. All the money that was spent on all these booklets, on all that ammunition, on all those knives and hatchets and war machines and guns and cars that broke into Israel a week ago should have gone to the people of Gaza for their well-being. They should have lived in tranquility and peace with us as much as we want to live with them in peace. But no, all the efforts they exhausted from all the efforts towards a war machine. That's the issue here.
How close are you, Mr. President, to establishing what's called a humanitarian corridor out of southern Gaza? You mentioned earlier Israel is working on it.
So these facts are being discussed right now. Tomorrow, Secretary of State Tony Blinken will return to Israel and the region, and I'm sure this will be a top priority in his meetings.
So you support allowing that southern Rafah border crossing to be open so folks could leave Gaza?
So I will say the following. As president, I'm a head of state, but this is the powers are vested with the Israeli cabinet and government under Prime Minister Netanyahu and the new National Unity Emergency Government, and it's in their hands. But the entire effort is with a view to maintaining full humanitarian support for the people of Gaza.
The New York Times columnist Tom Friedman, a man you know and I know obviously, he wrote in today's New York Times that Israel's security climate was weakened by its political divisions. Let me read a line from his article. Israel was recklessly being taken by its leadership to the brink of civil war for an ideological flight of fancy. These fractures were seen by Iran, Hamas, and Hezbollah and may have stirred their boldness. What's your reaction to those words?
That on my national broadcast to the nation in February 12th, I already said that I saw in intelligence reports how our enemies are celebrating the internal strife in Israel. And clearly, our enemies watched the internal situation in Israel. But let me make it absolutely clear. There's no reason, directly or indirectly in any way, to think that that is the reason they waged war against Israel. This terror attack, this vulturous terror attack, comes from an ideology of hate of ISIS. It is just like ISIS. And therefore, that's the way we need to look at it, and not now review what led to it, what was the circumstances. We are now fighting to change reality, and after that, we will definitely have soul searching and fact searching.
A complete commission of inquiry to figure out exactly where Israel may have gone wrong and how this attack got underway. On top of all of this, and this is very concerning, Mr. President, Iran is now warning of what it calls far-reaching consequences if Israel continues its attacks on Gaza. How concerned are you, President Herzog, that this entire war that's ongoing right now could actually be heading toward a much larger regional conflict?
Well, look, Iran is playing with terror all over the place. For years and years we've been claiming it. It's rushing to a nuclear bomb on the one hand. It spreads hate and billions of dollars of terror all around the region, trying to overtake more and more spots in the region. This is the strategic situation whereby a coalition of evil is faced with a coalition of decent nations who want to move to integration and peace in the region. It's no secret, it's been told, and we know their rhetoric. We're very much on alert, and we suggest to them not to fall into any mistake, thinking that Israel is weaker now or anything of that kind. We actually are now fully mobilized in an iron fist.
But do you think a war with Iran is possible?
And we don't want to get to any war with anybody, believe me. And we are very cautious and restrained. We have been attacked constantly from our northern border. We are retaliating and defending our people, but clearly we are trying to be as cautious and as careful in order to prevent those situations. But let there be no mistake. Israel is at full alert. The Israel Defense Forces are extremely strong, and we are there to protect and defend our people.
President Herzog, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. And as I've said today in Kibbutz Be'eri, we will bring back the people of Be'eri and all the kibbutzim and all the towns and cities and villages from these dark, horrific moments back to a future, a bright future, hopefully, of peace.
Well, that would be great if that could happen. Thank you so much, and once again, we appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Very, very emotional, very powerful interview, Dan. I've interviewed a lot of Israeli leaders over the years, and I've never seen an Israeli leader get as emotional and discuss in such detail the enormity of what's going on right now.
It was such a good interview. You really got a lot in there, and we're going to talk a lot more about it after the break, but the way that he framed this as nothing more important than good versus evil was really telling, I thought. We're going to talk a lot more about that and much more after the break. Stay with us.
DirecTV Sports Central gives you access to every game, but Terry doesn't have DirecTV. Come on, what with that? Here. Now, you can find the game easy. Barbecue is saved!
Visit DirecTV.com for up to a $400 reward card.
My barbecue is ruined.
Do you struggle with occasional nerve aches in your hands or feet? Try Nervive Nerve Relief from the world's #1 nerve care company. Nervive contains ALA to relieve nerve aches and B-complex vitamins to fortify healthy nerves. Try Nervive and try Nervive Pain Relieving Roll-On.
Some people go to the ends of the earth to find adventure. You just have to travel to the end of the road. Because here in Key West, we're the launching point for a world of breathtaking action and excitement. From deep-sea quests and shallow water pursuits, to living history lessons and journeys on the bounding main. Key West, close to perfect, far from normal.
When I first learned about my Dupuytren's contracture, my physician referred me to a hand specialist. And I'm glad he did, because when I took the tabletop test, I couldn't lay my hand flat anymore. The first hand specialist I saw only offered surgery. So I went to a second hand specialist who also offered non-surgical options, which felt more right for me. So what I'd say to other people with Dupuytren's contracture is this: don't wait. Find a hand specialist trained in non-surgical options today. I found mine at findahandspecialist.com.
Al, did you make that call?
Honey, we already have Medicare. Why do I need to call?
Alan, the Feldman said we may be able to get additional benefits with a Medicare Advantage plan right here in our zip code.
Honey, what do you mean additional benefits? We turned 65, we got Medicare. That's all there is to it, right?
I'm talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. We have traditional Medicare, which is only Medicare Parts A and B, but not Part C.
Wait. So not everyone on Medicare is a Part C plan?
No. That's why we need to call, because there may be plans available with additional benefits.
What kind of extra benefits?
If you're on Original Medicare, call 800-679-8057 now during the Medicare Annual Enrollment Period to speak with a licensed insurance agent. Give them your zip code and see if there's a Part C plan with additional benefits available to you in your area that may better fit your needs. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now because there may be plans with additional benefits available. Medicare plans and benefits can change each and every year, and that's why it's important to see if there are any changes to your current Medicare plan in the coming year. If you're on Medicare, you can call now during the Medicare Annual Enrollment Period, even if you called last year. If you feel like your original Medicare plan isn't giving you everything you need, call to find out if you're eligible to enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits. You don't get a plan with additional benefits automatically, so call to speak with a licensed insurance agent right now during the Medicare Annual Enrollment Period. Remember, you don't get Medicare Part C plan benefits automatically. Call now for your free 2024 no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Call 800-679-8057. 800-679-8057.
If we want a more viable future for our kids, we need to find more sustainable ways of doing things. America's plastic makers are investing billions of dollars in new technologies and creating plastic products that are more recyclable, durable, and dependable. Our goal is a cleaner, healthier planet for generations to come. For a better tomorrow, we're focused on making plastics better today.
We just heard an extensive, excellent interview that Wolf Blitzer did with Israeli President Isaac Herzog who said, among many other things, that Israel's plan for a ground operation into Gaza to uproot Hamas's infrastructure of terror, and it is also, quote, to get the mob out. I want to bring in Wolf Blitzer, who is still here to talk about this and more. Also joining us now is CNN national security analyst David Sanger and CNN military analyst Colonel Cedric Leighton. Wolf, there's, again, so much to take away from this. What do you think, having done interviews like this in very different situations many, many times, what struck you about what he said and didn't say?
What struck me was that over the past several months, the people of Israel were pretty much, and the political leadership of Israel, were pretty divided over various issues, including the Netanyahu government's call for judicial reform and all of that. There were huge protests almost every Saturday night and other nights of the week as well. Hundreds of thousands of Israelis were protesting. The country right now, based on everything I'm hearing and seeing, is very united. They are determined to take action against Hamas. And President Herzog, at one point, he said, Israel is fully mobilized with an iron fist. And he's someone who was critical of some of these other decisions that were being taken by the Netanyahu government. And the country right now is fully mobilized. They've got hundreds of thousands of troops, 300,000 troops, maybe as many as 400,000 troops who are ready to move in. And it sort of reminds me, after 9/11, when Al-Qaeda attacked the World Trade Center, the U.S. immediately got fully mobilized with an iron fist, ready to take action, and went in and did to Al-Qaeda what the Israelis are planning on doing now to Hamas. And so, all of us have lived through a period like this, and we'll see how this unfolds.
No, and that's an important analogy, which the Israelis remind us over and over again is quite different in many ways. The most important is that they're right on the border, and Afghanistan is tens of thousands
and
of
as
miles
Colonel Leighton can
away.
remember, when the U.S. went in to destroy Al-Qaeda and later ISIS, there were a lot of battles. I was in Fallujah, and there were a lot of innocent civilians, unfortunately, who were killed and injured in those confrontations, and the U.S. knew it as well.
Absolutely, Wolf, and that's one of those areas where you really can't help it. As much as you try to avoid civilian casualties, this becomes the critical imperative to avoid as many as possible. But no matter what you try to do, in a situation where they're on top of each other, Hamas on top of civilians on top of Hamas, depending on the specific locale, you're going to have problems just like we had in Fallujah and other places.
And yet, President Herzog said to you, his brother, who is the ambassador from Israel to the United States, said to Jake on State of the Union earlier today that they are trying to establish humanitarian safe zones.
Yes, well, that's one part of it, but to have a safe zone that you can't get to if you're a Gaza civilian, that creates another problem, and there you are, that you are going to be, in essence, in a very vulnerable place at that point.
Well, I thought it was a fascinating interview that Wolf did, and as fascinating for his non-answers as for his answers. So, as Cedric has said, in this battle, it's going to be very hard to separate civilians and militants, and that's exactly the way Hamas wants it, right? They want to make sure that if there is a battle, particularly in the northern part of Gaza, that there are a lot of civilian casualties and that the narrative shifts against Israel in that regard. And what was missing, I thought, from President Herzog's otherwise very compelling argument is a plan for two steps of this. Let's say they are successful and they get rid of the Hamas leadership. Who then runs Gaza? They don't want to. They've been this and tried this before, and yet it's not clear who would run it. And secondly, it's not clear where all those people are going to go. I mean, to say that they should go to the southern part of the country, even if they could get there, is not itself going to be a solution. And that's why I think it's pretty important that Secretary Blinken, as he is flying around the region, he's trying to get the gate opened that would let them go into Egypt. The Egyptians don't want them there. The other Arab allies have not stepped up and said, okay, if they can get them into Egypt, we will take care of them here. That's the two parts of the plan that are missing.
That is such a key point, and one that I have been slightly obsessed with and harping on very much for the past several days, and Wolf, because, I mean, you've all been involved, either deployed or covered the region for so long, but Wolf, you were there and have covered this for decades, and you know that this is one of the longest stories when it comes to the plight of the Palestinians in this region, is where are their Arab brethren? Where are they? And now the question is even more dire, maybe the most dire that it has ever been.
You know, it's interesting, all this is happening right in the aftermath of this diplomatic effort to get Saudi Arabia to join what's called the Abraham Accords and normalize relations with Israel. And they were moving, the Israelis and the Saudis, towards doing that, but obviously what has happened now has set that back big time. One of the things that the Saudis kept telling me, and I interviewed several of them throughout this entire process, is that in order to achieve a normalization of relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia, the Israelis have to do some significant things to help the Palestinians and to move what is called this two-state solution. Israel living alongside a new state of Palestine. And the Saudis were actually trying to make that happen, and now all of that has gone away. Given the Hamas attack on Israel.
Yeah. The worst thing you could do to Hamas right now is go ahead with the deal, because the essence of that deal was to have the country that is at the core of the Muslim world actually recognize Israel as a real state. And of course that's what Hamas doesn't want to have happen. But it would be interesting to see if the Saudis would then step in and try to actually help the situation. The Saudis don't want Hamas around either, but we don't see them stepping up or even publicly condemning it because they're afraid of their own street.
I just want to go back to one of the things that you said, which is completely accurate, but it's worth not brushing over because it's critical. Hamas, you said, is okay with Palestinian civilians getting killed because it helps to keep the anger alive and well and keep it going towards Israel.
Absolutely.
But that, I mean, just think about that for a second. I mean, we know what Hamas is capable of because we have seen what the terrorists did inside Israel. But in this conversation, we're talking about its own people.
Well, here's the problem. You have a group that is, yes, they were elected earlier, a decade or so ago. But the problem is that they don't look at their position of power as being one in which they're responsible to the people that they are, in essence, governing, de facto governing. And when you have a situation like this where you have a bunch of people who are in charge and the human capital that they're responsible for is not being taken care of, it really creates this problem where they are not really they don't see them as part of the solution. In fact, they thrive on the crisis. They thrive on all of the things that can be done to the population, but not what can be done for the population. And that's the real problem. It's a crisis of governance, basically.
It's a crisis of governance, big time, but it's also a case of where there's some serious misinformation. And one of the things that you were talking about, Wolf, with the Israeli president was about kind of the hearts and minds of the Palestinian people, and his argument over and over again was that the Palestinian civilians are sort of applauding some of the atrocities that Hamas waged inside Israel. One of the things that he did not say is that many of these Palestinian civilians are not getting accurate information about what actually was done, perhaps. Maybe some of them are, but I would venture to guess many are not.
You're absolutely right. That's one of the big problems, is that they're not getting the full picture, the enormity of what's going on and the atrocities that were occurring in Israel a week or so ago. And it's a good point that you make. One thing that David mentioned was that why President Herzog was not explaining what the Israeli military operation was all about, what they were going to do. One of the things that the Israelis have said to me, IDF spokespeople and others and commanders, have said, we don't want to advertise what we're going to do because that could endanger the entire Israeli operation. So we're not going to tell you precisely how this is going to unfold, when it's going to unfold. It's going to happen, but we're not going to give you details because that endangers the operation and endangers Israeli troops, 300,000 or 400,000 troops who have now been activated and been mobilized to go into Gaza and God forbid, elsewhere as well. So they don't want to spell out all of their details because it could compromise the operation.
The operation, and of course, we cannot forget the hostages who are still believed to be inside Gaza, both Israeli and American hostages. Wolf, Colonel Leighton, David, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Fantastic interview.
Thank you.
And up next, the Israeli Defense Forces warn the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah to, quote, watch very closely what is happening to Hamas. After recent exchanges of fire along the Israeli-Lebanese border, we're going to go live to southern Lebanon next.
Wow. Incredible. Amazing. My go-to is Lumify eye drops.
Lumify dramatically reduces redness.
In 1 minute.
And look at the difference.
My eyes look brighter and whiter for up to 8 hours. Lumify? It's kind of amazing. See for yourself.
The day you get your Clear Choice dental implants makes every day a let's dig in day, a chow down day, a take a big bite day, a perfectly delicious day, a love my new teeth day. Because your Clear Choice day is the day everything is back on the menu. A Clear Choice day changes every day. Schedule a free consultation.
What's yellow?
Oh, Schwann's Home Delivery has a new name. It's like a freezer full of happy.
Happy like this? Yeah!
More options, easier ordering. Now at yellow.com.
Tommy John has been dedicated to elevating underwear for over a decade. Now, we're proud to reveal our most premium men's underwear yet. This is Apollo. All new, ultra breathable, rigorously tested for durability, and enhanced with exclusive dry release tech. We've upgraded the softness and the level of comfort, so don't be surprised if your confidence is upgraded too. Experience high-end for your rear end at TommyJohn.com and get 20% off your first order.
Tonight, Anderson Cooper is on the ground in Israel at the site where tragedy struck, meeting with survivors and family members of the missing.
Do you believe she may still be alive?
I still have hope.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tonight at 10.
Everybody's talking about berberine, and it really does work. So you need to try Doctor's Preferred Gluco Gold. This all-in-one formula contains the full research dose of berberine that helps keep your blood sugar in the normal range, plus 3 other powerful ingredients.
It's made a great difference in my life.
Gluco Gold is flying off shelves nationwide. But now's your chance to try a complimentary bottle by texting BUSY to 231-231.
It keeps my sugar levels right where I want it.
Gluco Gold will help you maintain healthy blood sugar levels, while it supports healthy cholesterol and insulin sensitivity guaranteed. Take the first step to making sure your next checkup is better than your last, and hearing those 3 wonderful words: blood sugar normal. You can only get your complimentary bottle by texting BUSY to 231-231. Plus, text right now and you'll receive a bottle of vitamin D3 immune support absolutely free.
Doctors Preferred. Better science, better results.
One whole story, 1 whole hour. World's best journalists dig deeper.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tonight at 10 on CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
We only represent mesothelioma victims and their families. Call for a free book.
Call 800-282-4444 or go to Mesobook.com.
To Israel south in Gaza, a ground incursion by the Israeli military is imminent. To Israel's north, now another potential battle as some small arms fire and rockets have been sent from Lebanon into Israel. The Israeli military says it is responding to fire from Lebanon and warning Hezbollah to, quote, watch very closely what is happening to Hamas and their organization in Gaza as we speak. Earlier today, as Israelis were killed and after Hezbollah launched an attack on the town of Shatula. CNN's Ben Wedeman is in southern Lebanon for us. Ben, you've been there for a while, watching all of this and hearing about all of this. What are you seeing and learning at this hour?
What we've seen, Sarah, is over the last 2 days a fairly significant uptick in Hezbollah strikes on Israeli positions. Yesterday they hit, according to Hezbollah, 5. Today it seems perhaps just as many, if not more. They seem to be focusing on Israeli military positions, communications and surveillance equipment, and they have also been firing inside of Israeli communities. As you mentioned, one Israeli has been killed, several others have been wounded. Now what it appears Hezbollah is using is guided missiles, very precise. They're very good at putting out videos of their attacks, and these are not random rockets fired in the general direction of the Israelis. These have very precise targets. Now, in the afternoon, there was a salvo of rockets fired into Israel. The Iron Dome intercepted most of those rockets. The rest, we assume, fell in open ground, but it was not Hezbollah that fired them. It turned out it was the military wing of Hamas, based here in southern Lebanon, that claimed responsibility for those rockets attacks. Now, the Israelis have repeatedly responded to these attacks with airstrikes and artillery strikes as well. Now, one of the rockets, now it's not clear fired by whom, hit the headquarters of the United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon. That's a peacekeeping force that's been here for decades. I spoke to the spokesman for UNIFIL. He said the rocket landed near the helipad. Nobody was injured, but certainly this does represent sort of a broadening of this conflict to include a variety of new targets. Sarah?
Yeah, this really speaks to how Israelis see it as an existential threat. We will have to wait and see what happens. And of course, there is a humanitarian crisis happening in Gaza as we speak. Ben Wiedemann, thank you so much there on the northern border between Lebanon and Israel. Dana?
Thanks, Sarah. In Israel, as you just heard about, there is a lot going on in the north, but also when you look at what is going on with the border with Gaza, significant ground operations are expected soon. That is according to sources who are looking at what you're looking at right now, Israeli troops amassing at the Gaza border. But the IDF says this will only happen when they see Palestinian civilians out of the area. An IDF spokesperson tells CNN that they are seeing a strong flow of people leaving northern Gaza following Friday's urgent warning to evacuate. Joining me now is Eyal Hulata, who is the former Israeli National Security Advisor and former head of Israeli National Security Council. Thank you so much. It's an honor to have you here. First, I want to talk about what the Israeli President Isaac Herzog told CNN about the idea of establishing a humanitarian zone. What does that look like? How realistic is that?
So first, we need to understand the goal of the government. I think the president was very clear in explaining that Israel has set a goal that when this war is over, Hamas is no longer in control of Gaza. Israel is not at war with the Palestinians, not at war with the Gazans, they are at war with Hamas. And in order to be able to do this, we need the civilians to get out of the war zone. For that, of course, this is why we gave this urgent message to tell them to leave. By the way we evacuated our war zone, we evacuated Sderot this morning. It's a town of 30,000 people, and we will evacuate more and more and more. Israel understands, of course, that when the civilians evacuate to the south, they need basic humanitarian conditions to live their lives, and as President Herzog explained, this is very important. Israel will do its share in that. But of course, this cannot be Israel's responsibility, right? I mean, Hamas opened this war. We did not get an advance warning for our people to leave all of the communities around Gaza. The Hamas came in and slaughtered them. I don't remember we getting any advance warning.
Because
in any case,
Israel is not, you're not terrorists.
Of course, because Israel does not act this way. And this is why we have, and throughout these days, you know, that there are, of course, already, unfortunately, civilian casualties in Gaza. Most of them are human shields because Hamas put them there. Hamas also claimed that hostages of Israel have been killed by US raids because they're using our hostages as human shield. But Israel does not play it this way. Israel plays by the code. And there are codes in war, even in such dreadful circumstances. We called for the civilian population to evacuate where we need to operate.
Okay, but the reality is, and you know this far better than I, that it's very difficult for the civilians in Gaza to evacuate. They're being told to go to the south of Gaza, but then they can't get out. And so the question is, and this is because of Israel, but it's also because of Egypt. So my question for you, given your experience inside the Israeli government dealing with not a situation like this, but dealing with the Egyptians, let's just take them for example. The U.S. Secretary of State was in Egypt and in other Arab countries. How crucial is it for Egypt to allow these innocent Palestinian civilians to cross over into their land?
Right. So first, it's difficult for those people to go to the south because Hamas is blocking them. Let's first put the blame on who takes most of the blame. It's not in Hamas' interest for the people to leave their houses. They want them there as human shields. But I agree, and this has been discussed throughout these days, and Secretary Blinken, as reported, was in Egypt for this cause. Look, I mean, this cannot only be Israel's problem. The Arab countries around us, our old friends and our new friends, need to step up for this. If they care so much about the humanitarian situation of the Palestinian in Gaza, they need to do something about it. They need to, of course, they need to open the crossing and temporarily allow the Gazans to go there and get whatever they need. Israel does not have an intention to conquer Gaza. We do not have an intention to control Gaza again. We left in 2005. We left to the last inch, to the last grave of our people that we took out of Gaza. This is not in Israel's intention. The Egyptians have a lot to do to assist the situation, especially when they claim that they feel so much for the population.
I do not want to lose sight of the hostages who are in Israel, both mostly Israeli, but also American citizens.
And other nationals.
And other nationals, thank you. I don't expect you to tell me what intelligence that Israel does have, but you have a lot of experience in intelligence. What are the chances that Israel actually knows where they are right now?
So Israel embarked on an immense operation of collection for this. We start in a very bad starting point because clearly we were in the dark. We didn't see this coming. We didn't see the preparations. So it's not like we knew in advance where Hamas intend to put those. And it's very unfortunate, but Hamas already said, as I said before, that some of them has been killed because they use them as human shields. So of course from Washington, I don't know what their situation and how many of them are still alive. But Israel has an obligation to release all of the hostages. And I think the international community should have an obligation to release all of the hostages. Hamas shouldn't have taken them in the first place.
Well, we said Israel has an obligation to release. You mean to rescue?
Yes.
Hamas has an obligation to release
Hamas
them.
needs, of course, yes.
Yeah.
Israel has an obligation to rescue them, of course. Hamas needs to release them immediately. Hamas shouldn't have taken them, right? It should have been trivial that Hamas would give, I mean, their kids, their children, their babies, grandmothers in wheelchairs among those.
Yeah.
Why are they still there? It's such an humanitarian disaster, and the international community needs to demand this from Hamas, not because Israel needs to give something in return. They need to release them.
Eyal Hulatza, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. I really do. I hope you come back.
Thank you, Dan.
And coming up, what will this new humanitarian area that Israeli officials are telling CNN about in the last couple of hours? What would it mean? Our special coverage of the conflict continues after a quick break. Stay with us.
Airwick's limited edition fragrances are infused with natural essential oils for authentic seasonal scents that fill your home with warmth and cheer.
As someone living with type 2 diabetes, I want to keep it real and talk about some risks. With type 2 diabetes, you have up to 4 times greater risk of stroke, heart attack, or death. Even at your A1C goal, you're still at risk, which if ignored could bring you here. May put you in one of those, or even worse. Too much? That's the point. Get real about your risks and do something about it. Talk to your healthcare provider about ways to lower your risk of stroke, heart attack, or death. Learn more at getrealaboutdiabetes.com.
Hey, human, what if you could accomplish something instead of endlessly following up? How about if you collaborated with other humans in other departments? What if making a project template was quicker than putting on work pants? What if you could keep up with projects without chasing other humans down? What if how humans work actually worked for humans? Operate at peak human. Smart cheat.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking. Partnering to unlock new ideas, to create new legacies, to transform a company, industry, economy, generation. Because grit and vision working in lockstep puts you on the path to your full potential. Old school grit, new world ideas. Morgan Stanley.
Who will be the superior side? Is it the rich, creamy, indulgent classic, the spudtacular Bob Evans mashed potatoes? Or is it that decadent, divine union of pasta and cheese, Bob Evans mac and cheese? Is it farm fresh potatoes, blended with real milk and butter for that just like homemade taste? Or is it the melty, gooey goodness of tender elbow macaroni, smothered in real cheese? Both are ready in just minutes. Both have the delicious taste Bob Evans is known for. So, which delicious side will you choose?
Teeth sensitivity is so common. It immediately feels like somebody's poking directly on the nerve. I recommend Sensodyne. Sensodyne toothpaste goes inside the tooth and calms the nerve down. And my patients say, doc, it really works.
Consumer Cellular, this is Sam. How may I help you?
This is a butt dial.
Well, somebody's butt. Just thought I'd let you know that with Consumer Cellular, you can get the same exact coverage as the leading carriers, but for up to half the price.
Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors. Easy to apply for the whole family. Vicks VapoStick and try Vapo Shower for steamy Vicks vapors.
Hi everyone, thanks for joining us. Again, I'm Dana Bash in Washington.
And I'm Sarah Seidner in Tel Aviv with CNN's breaking news coverage of Israel at war. A complete catastrophe. That's how one official is describing conditions in Gaza today. The situation there is becoming more dire by the minute as tens of thousands of innocent civilians are fleeing their homes in response to the barrage of attacks from Israel from the sky. Gaza is running out of food and clean drinking water after being cut off by Israel. Today, Israel claims to have turned the water back on in southern Gaza, but Palestinians say they cannot confirm the supply due to lack of electricity at the water stations. Israel is now working on setting up a humanitarian safe zone in southern Gaza so that when the evacuees get there, they will have access to food, water, and any other assistance that they might need.
Antony Blinken says the Rafah crossing in the south of Gaza will be open later today. We have seen a surge of people trying to get out of Gaza at that crossing in the last few days. It is the only border point out of Gaza that is not controlled by Israel. Tony Blinken met with Egyptian leaders this morning to discuss sending relief in through the corridor and letting Americans out. Israel's president says they are preparing for a ground operation. The plan is to uproot Hamas's infrastructure of terror and, quote, get the mob out. This is what the Israeli president told our Wolf Blitzer when they spoke just moments ago. They talked about that ground incursion and also Hezbollah sending rockets from Lebanon in the north of Israel. When asked about what Israel was doing to bring the more than 100 hostages home, this is what he said.
So let's first understand what type of hostages. Who are these hostages? Babies, pregnant women, elderly people with dementia, even with their caretakers, families, innocent civilians from 36 nations. People were killed or abducted from 36 nations. Okay, there's Natalie from Chicago who came with her mother to spend a weekend of a holiday in Nahal Oz, in a kibbutz on the border. Incidentally, a kibbutz advocating peace all throughout its history. and she's there in Gaza. Nobody knows her whereabouts, and so many other Americans and so many other people, and this living in not knowing what's their whereabouts is hell. Actually, this paradise place turned into hell, and it is our obligation to move it from being hell back to being paradise. And part of it is to bring back the hostages immediately with no conditions back to Israel. There is incidentally a big international effort on that respect, and I must say that the American administration and President Biden has been incredibly supportive, and we are utterly grateful to him, the American nation, and all our friends and supporters throughout the world.
There are so many things happening on so many different fronts here, Dana. In Israel, people are terrified about what is to come because rockets keep coming over. And of course, in Gaza, you have a similar feeling where airstrikes have been happening, but the ground offensive is a whole different thing. It is going to be, I think, the likes of something we have never seen before. Meantime, Israel is also exchanging fire along its northern border with Hezbollah. The militant group sent several rockets across the border this morning, and the IDF quickly responded with its own strikes targeting Hezbollah's military infrastructure. CNN's Ben Wiedemann is joining us now again from southern Lebanon. You've been there for a couple of days now. Anything new that you're learning at this hour? I know that it is getting late and very dark there.
Well, what we've seen, Sarah, is that over the last 2 days there has been a dramatic increase in the amount of cross-border fire between Hezbollah and Israel. Not only Hezbollah, but also the military wing of Hamas, its men based here in South Lebanon. Now, throughout the day, it seems that Hamas was striking targets on the Israeli side with a real focus on, it seems, surveillance and communications and observation positions. They also obviously hit some communities as well. According to the Israeli medical authorities, one Israeli man, 40 years old, was killed and several others were injured in one of those strikes. Now, in the afternoon, there was a volley of rockets fired into Israel, but it turns out that was not Hezbollah, it was Hamas's military wing. Now, those rockets were intercepted by the Iron Dome system, but as a result of all of this cross-border fire, a 4-kilometer deep closed military zone has been declared on the Israeli side of the border. Also struck was the headquarters of the United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon, otherwise known as UNIFIL, which has been here for decades. I spoke to the spokesman of UNIFIL. He told me that one rocket landed next to the helipad of the headquarters. There were no injuries, and they're still trying to figure out where that rocket was fired from. Sarah?
Ben Wiedemann, thank you so much for all your reporting there. You've been in this region for decades, and I know you know it like the back of your hand. All right, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is extending his Middle Eastern tour and will return to Israel on Monday. Unprecedented, really. He met with Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi today to ensure Americans will be able to cross the Rafah border out of Gaza, that is Gaza's southern border, and to ensure international aid will be able to get into Gaza, which is desperate at this hour. CNN's Zachary Cohen is joining me now. Zachary, Blinken spoke with reporters this morning before departing to Egypt. What did he say?
Yeah, in addition to promising that this key border crossing will be open, Blinken emerged from his meeting with the Egyptian president saying that the two countries shared the same goals of both preventing an escalation in this conflict and also making sure that aid gets to civilians inside Gaza. Now, that's been a theme of a takeaway from all of Blinken's meetings with various key regional leaders. Since he's left Israel, he plans to go back to Israel after he finishes his last round of trips. But it was interesting because Blinken, while he reaffirmed the U.S. support for Israel after this meeting with the Egyptian president, he also had sort of an interesting message for the Israelis about how they carry out this next phase of the war. Take a listen to what he said today.
The way that Israel does this matters. Needs to do it in a way that affirms the shared values that we have. for human life and human dignity, taking every possible precaution to avoid harming civilians.
So while Blinken obviously, again, reaffirming U.S. support for Israel, maybe a word of caution or an urging restraint there from the Secretary of State.
Thank you for that. John Kirby also talked this morning about the U.S. plan to get the American hostages out of Gaza. I mean, this is a very tricky and intricate situation, not just for the American hostages, but for all of the hostages that have been taken into Gaza. At this point, nobody has heard anything. None of the families have heard anything about their loved ones. There's a lot of concern here in Israel, and I know in other countries where people are from. What is the plan right now?
Absolutely. The focus for the administration seems to be on trying to talk to these third-party countries and see if they can figure out a way to at least identify and rescue some of these hostages that have been taken. But John Kirby today, interestingly, did not rule out a scenario where there could be American boots on the ground if the opportunity was right to rescue some of these hostages. Take a listen to what he said earlier today when pressed on the issue of hostages.
There's no plans or intentions to put U.S. troops on the ground to fight in this fight between Israel and Hamas. We are actively trying to find out exactly where they are. I mean, Shannon, we don't even know how many exactly. We saw a small handful we know. There could be more than we know. What I won't do is rule anything in or out when it comes to getting our hostages home. We're working on this literally by the hour.
So you see the full weight of American diplomacy and, the military effort with the two carrier groups going into the region focused on this issue abroad. But FBI Director Christopher Wray also talking at a conference with police commissioners in San Diego today. He's acknowledging that they've seen an uptick in threats since the attack by Hamas, and he's warning these police commissioners that they should be vigilant in looking for any sign that a lone actor could want to maybe draw inspiration from and carry out a similar act of violence here in the United States. So the administration really both focused abroad and here at home in the aftermath of this Hamas attack.
Zachary Cohen with all those details for us. I appreciate you, Dana. Back to you in Washington.
Thank you so much, Sarah. And joining me now is CNN senior national security analyst Juliette Kayyem and columnist for the Washington Post, Josh Rogin. Thank you both for being here. I think I only see Juliette. I will start with you, Juliette, about what we just heard from John Kirby and the notion of not ruling out putting U.S. troops on the ground to get American hostages out. I think it's important to just underscore the other part of what he said, which is the U.S. doesn't apparently even know how many. No. And we have no indication that the U.S. or Israel knows where any of them is right now.
Right. And that's exactly right. I mean, people are very focused on extracting the U.S. hostages, or any hostages for that matter. To extract a hostage requires you know where they are. And given the fact, let me just put this clearly. I am conceding that there's a lot going on that neither you or I know, but chances are we do not know where a lot of the hostages are. And so therefore you can't even plan a mission to extract them, but it is possible that conversations are going on in which maybe we can get some, if not all, of these U.S. hostages. I think the second thing that is working against us and working against the hostages is it is absolutely clear now that Israeli intelligence was not as sophisticated or as strong as we had thought. They were clearly surprised by this attack or did not take into account some of the intelligence that they may have been getting from foreign governments, including us, about the potential for a big attack. So we have this idea that sort of Israel always knows what's going on or knows what it's doing, but in fact we have evidence that suggests otherwise.
Yes, we do. Very brutal and horrible evidence. Yeah. Josh, we have you here now. You are extremely well sourced everywhere, but in this particular instance, I want to ask you about what you're hearing about the Secretary of State and how his shuttle diplomacy is going in the region. He of course started in Israel, but then he's been in several Arab countries, including Egypt. This morning he's going back to Israel. What are you learning about how successful his tour has been? He's got a lot of different goals But let me start with one, which is getting the Palestinian civilians, giving them safe passage out of Gaza before the ground war starts.
Right. So, as you mentioned, there's a lot of things going on at one time, and Anthony Blinken has been dealing with all of them, and they all centered in different places. So when he was in Qatar, that was mostly focused on figuring out how to get message to Hamas to get up to 15 U.S. hostages released by Hamas. That's 15 missing Americans, not all of them may be hostages, but the Qataris are probably the best situated to work on that problem. The Egyptians are working on the problem of getting 500 to 600 Palestinian Americans out of Gaza. And there was this crazy story from yesterday where they thought they had an agreement with the Egyptians, Blinken and his team, while he was there, and there was a window for 5 hours where American citizens were told to go to the Rafah crossing and then couldn't get through the crossing. And if you saw Jake Sullivan's interview with Jake Tapper this morning on State of the Union, he blamed this on Hamas. The Egyptians are actually blaming it on the Israelis because it's tied to the issue that you raised, which is how to get Palestinians out and how to get aid in. So without security, you can't have humanitarian aid in, and without humanitarian aid in, you can't get people out. So this is kind of like four-dimensional chess that Blinken is playing, and he's got to fly to different places to do it. I don't think you need secret sources, Diana, frankly, to know that he hasn't succeeded, because if he would have succeeded, we would have heard about it. He would have said something. We would see the actions on the ground. So you don't need to read the tea leaves here. None of these problems are solved, but he's working on all of them all at once.
Incredibly difficult. And Julia, you just heard Josh talking about this difficult mission that Tony Blinken is on right now. One of the things that we have heard from not only Israelis but from leaders of Hamas is telling the Palestinian civilians not to leave. So we've heard it with our own ears that the mixed messages that these civilians who are just trying to make sure that their families live another day are getting, both from their leaders, quote unquote, in Gaza, I should say, and then of course Israelis saying, get out, because we want you to be in a safe area.
Yeah, and for the Palestinians, obviously the innocent Palestinians, neither party, the Israelis or Hamas, are very reliable to them, even though the Israeli message is exactly correct at this stage. And this is the challenge for Blinken that Josh was talking about, is he's in Israel, and this is true of the Secretary of Defense too, our full support of what Israel encountered, and Israel, specifically. And then you travel to the Arab countries, or Secretary Austin got on 60 Minutes, and begin to temper that and say, essentially, because of what is likely to happen to the Palestinians if they're not able to get out or to evacuate, there's some tempering going on. So you hear Secretary Blinken sort of with both messages, full and in different places, because of course, what you don't want is, you do not want Hamas to have a second narrative, which is not only their first narrative, which is they want to get rid of Israel, which was last Saturday, but the second is, of course, and they're willing to kill innocent Palestinians, and that's the kind of country they are. So they are dealing with a very difficult situation. Everyone's aware it's a humanitarian crisis. No one is behaving well for the Palestinians. I only half buy the Egyptian excuse that of blaming Hamas in terms of Palestinians getting out. And Blinken has to sort of try to thread a very, very narrow needle.
No question. Josh, what else are you hearing, and what's the most important focus that we should have right now as we're watching suspended animation in many ways?
Sure. No, I think there are some signs that pressure from the United States is having some impact on Israeli decision-making. The decision that to turn back on the water for South Gaza apparently was made in a phone call between President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu. So that just goes to show you that the U.S. government is working on these things behind the scenes, but they don't like to talk about it in public because they don't think it's helpful. I think the most important thing to look at right now is that northern border. We have a second U.S. aircraft carrier headed to the eastern Mediterranean, the Dwight D. Eisenhower. That's a lot of U.S. firepower, and that is meant to deter Hezbollah from joining this fight. and Syria and Iran and Russia and God knows who else. And that, if that happens, all bets are off. It will make the current war in Gaza look like only the beginning. And let's hope that that all can be avoided.
Yeah, well, Sarah was reporting with, she had Ben Wiedemann on just a few minutes ago, and there certainly is, there's some skirmishes, people have died, but nothing along the lines of what Hezbollah is capable of with regard to its firepower. And yes, let's hope that they are heeding that call in southern Lebanon. Juliet and Josh, thank you so much for your expertise. Appreciate it. And still ahead, as we were just talking about, there is a lot of frustration, and it's even growing stronger at the Egypt-Gaza border. Americans are trying to flee at the Rafah crossing. The U.S. says Hamas has been stopping them from leaving Gaza, even though Egypt claims that these citizens can leave. We're going to talk more about that, try to sort through what it means next.
Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Get started today at Angie.com.
This is the Carry-On Closet, a suitcase with a one-of-a-kind patented closet system that keeps you organized anywhere. Pack all you need for up to 10 days and travel without ever unpacking. The comfort of home on the go. Unpack in seconds at Solgaard.co.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro. Sean.
Do you mean this one? The one with titanium?
No way I could trade this busted up thing for one.
Maybe stealing wishes from the birthday boy is not your best plan. Switch to Verizon and trade in any iPhone and get the new iPhone 15 Pro on them.
What?
Yep, and on an amazing network.
And I don't have to ruin any more birthday parties.
Yeah, that ship has sailed. Let's go get you that iPhone. Here we go. Come on now.
It's your last chance to trade in any iPhone for a new iPhone 15 Pro on us. Only on Verizon.
Got this. Let's go. Gobble, gobble. I seen bigger legs on a turkey. Rude. Who are you? I'm an investor in a fund that helps advance innovative sports tech. Like this smart fitness mirror. I'm also Mr. Leg Day 1989.
Anyone can become an agent of innovation with Invesco QQQ, a fund that gives you access to NASDAQ 100 innovations.
I go through a lot of pants.
Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risk, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
Whether you want a quick snack or a perfectly sized portion, Bob Evans 2-count single-serve cups has you covered. Heat up a helping of creamy mashed potatoes or gooey mac and cheese and enjoy. Bring home the goodness of Bob Evans today.
To give your teeth a dentist clean feeling, start with a round brush head, add power, and you've got Oral-B. Round cleans better by surrounding each tooth to remove 100% more plaque for a superior clean. Oral-B, brush like a pro.
Your heart is the beat of life. If you have heart failure, entrust your heart to Entresto. Entresto helps improve your heart's ability to pump blood to the body. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. And don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor if Entresto is right for you.
There's something going around the Gordon home. Good thing Gertrude found Delsum. Now what's going around is 12-hour cough relief. And the giggles. The family that takes Delsum together feels better together.
When the details take precedence, the rest falls perfectly into place. We strip away everything but the essential, and what we're left with are thoughtful bedrooms for modern living. Fuma.
Airwick's limited edition fragrances are infused with natural essential oils for authentic seasonal scents that fill your home with warmth and cheer.
My little family is me, Aria, and Jade. Just the three of us girls. Yeah, this way. I never thought twice about feeding her kibble, but about 2 years ago, I realized she was overweight. She was always out of breath. That's when they decided to introduce the farmer's dog to her diet. It's just so fresh that she literally gets bubbles in her mouth Now she's a lot more active. She's able to join us on our adventures. We're all able to do things as a family.
Get started at betterforthem.com.
Right now, the U.S. is moving a second carrier strike group into the Middle East, into that area, into the Mediterranean, and the presence now of two of the U.S. Navy's most powerful warships. It is meant, of course, to send a message generally in the region, but most specifically to Iran and its proxies. Do not get involved. There's no guarantee about what happens with the U.S. troops, though, in the near future.
We have specially trained warriors in the Army and the Navy whose main mission is to rescue American hostages wherever they may be. Of course, those decisions have to be made based on the intelligence and the facts on the ground, but it should never be ruled out that American soldiers will save American lives. This is the worst attack on Jews since the Holocaust, but it's also one of the worst terrorist attacks on the American people in recent times as well.
Joining me now is CNN military analyst General Wesley Clark. So, General, first I'm going to want to talk to you about what's going on at the border. But before that, can you just talk about the significance of these two very important U.S. naval carriers going into the region and what it is meant to do?
Sure. Those two aircraft carriers and the flotillas that go with them. So you've got about 20 ships there. You've got tremendous capacity for not only the aircraft on each aircraft carrier, but the escorts and what they can do in the way of Tomahawk missiles and other things. And so they're there as a warning. They're there as a deterrent to Iran. It's keep your hands off, stay out of it, or else. Because the general thinking is that Hezbollah is not going to go in, of course, without Iran saying, go ahead. This ties Iran directly into the assault. So, on the other hand, you can be sure that Iran is watching this. They're calculating. They're wondering whether the Israelis are going to get so bogged down in Gaza, be so tarnished in world opinion, that they could justify releasing Hezbollah and go for the finish of Israel. There is going to be that kind of thinking going on in Tehran. Those two aircraft carriers are really important to stop that kind of thought.
And I just want to underscore, you say it is a deterrent. We have definitely heard some this morning in interviews not ruling out the notion of U.S. troops being involved. I think it's important to put that into context. And it certainly does not seem as though the U.S. is going to get involved in a very active way with U.S. troops in this conflict. The discussion is about how to get American hostages out. And American civilians out, but mostly American hostages at this point.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm sure that we've got joint planning going on right now with the Israelis. If we could locate the hostages, if it's possible to put in an extraction mission, sure, we would work with the Israelis to do that. But there's also the possibility of those U.S. forces in the north actually having to engage should Hezbollah decide to launch its 150,000 rockets against Israel. And Iran should be under no illusion. Those ships are not just there for show. Those ships are ready to go, and on the president's order, they could go. So as President Biden said, we're 100% committed to Israel. We're not going to allow the destruction of Israel.
I really want to get your perspective on what is happening inside Gaza. And the idea that, according to the White House, Hamas, they're the ones who stopped Americans from getting into Egypt via the Rafah border crossing. We're talking about Palestinians. We're talking in this case about Americans who are inside Gaza. These are civilians. What does it tell you, first of all, that crossing was closed, and what is your sense of why this really happened? And you see, we're showing our viewers a map of the area we're talking about now.
Well, Dan, I think, Hamas always looked at this as at least a two-phased operation. First is provoke the Israelis, do as much damage as you can, show how powerful you are, then fall back into Gaza and use the civilian population as a shield, and then attack Israel on the stage of world opinion and cause Israel to look like an evil force that's anti-humanitarian. And what's happening right now is that Hamas is losing the second phase already before the fighting's even started, because the people there are getting out of the way. Hamas may be trying to keep them in position, but Hamas is failing to do that. They are evacuating the northern area, despite Hamas roadblocks. That big explosion we saw yesterday, I'd be very surprised if that was an Israeli explosion on a main evacuation route. That looks like something engineered by Hamas to intimidate its own people. Their view is that those people are, they're just human shields. They're collateral. They don't care about those people. What they're interested in is the destruction of Israel. And so the poor people in Gaza, as President Biden said, they're not all Hamas. There's a lot of really innocent people in there. They need to be protected too, and the United States and Israel are doing the best they can to do that. At the same time, Hamas needs to be eliminated, and that's what the Israeli objective is going to be eventually. But in this phase, it's already underway. Hamas is losing control of the population, and that's a huge loss for Hamas.
Just to underscore, we're out of time, but just to underscore what you just said, that Hamas, which is supposed to be the leadership of Gaza, is trying to prevent innocent civilians from getting out of harm's way, getting out of a war zone, because they think it helps them in the propaganda war. It's really important to talk about the difference there. General Wesley Clark, thank you so much. Appreciate you coming on. And still to come, and as Israel prepares for the, quote, next stages of war, we're going to hear from an Israeli American who traveled from Chicago after last Saturday's attack to serve on the front lines. Stay with us.
If you have moderate to severe Crohn's disease, Scarry is the first and only IL-23 inhibitor that can deliver clinical remission and endoscopic improvement.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to. Liver problems may occur in Crohn's disease.
Control of Crohn's means everything to me. Ask your gastroenterologist about Scarry. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
You keep dog food in the fridge? It's not dog food, it's fresh pet. Real meat, real veggies.
For a dog.
For Hank.
Whatever her name is, it's just wrong.
Mom? You're so lucky you're single.
I got the cabin for 3 days, it'll be sweet. What? I'm 12 hours short.
Have a fun weekend.
Was that necessary?
No. Neither is a blown weekend. With Paycom, employees do their own payroll, so you can fix problems before they become problems. Get Paycom and make the unnecessary unnecessary. See you down the line.
I will never again lose to my brother, decided Issa, because I've switched to consumer cellular, and now I get the same coverage he's got for half the cost.
I'm the one who wins.
Birds, when freedom calls, we're here to answer.
Scared of a little blood? Dr. Garcia?
Whoa! Crest reality checkup.
Bleeding gums are serious, Jamie.
I must be brushing too hard.
No, it's actually a sign of bacterial infection, one that could spread to other parts of the body. Check this out.
Unlike other toothpastes, Crest Gum Detoxifies antibacterial fluoride works below the gum line to help heal gums and stop bleeding.
Crest saves the day, huh? No reason to fear.
The #1 toothpaste brand in America, Crest.
Dig into the gooey flavor of Bob Evans mac and cheese 2-count single-serve cups. Each serving of tender macaroni is smothered in grilled cheese. Just heat it up for a great snack or after-school treat and bring home the goodness of Bob Evans today.
Dozens of rockets coming in here. Those interceptions right above us.
We have been hearing repeated exchanges of gunfire.
You can see the scale of the destruction.
If you know anything about what they do to people in Gaza, that is worse than death.
My children and grandchildren experienced a living hell.
How difficult is this fight going to be on the ground?
We have no other place to go.
Breaking news coverage continues live from Israel.
Discover crisp morning air. Flavors of the Spice Trail. Peaceful places. Encounters with nature. And so much more. From forest trails to our urban center, West Coast warmth is ready to welcome you. Leave the cold behind. Now is the perfect time to discover Surrey.
iOS or Android. Choose from hundreds of styles. M Tailor measures you digitally and is 20% more accurate than a professional tailor. With free shipping and a money-back guarantee, get your new favorite pair of jeans today. M Tailor, available on the Apple App Store or Android.
When Lila was ready to sell her ring, she sent it to Worthy, where they took care of everything and auctioned it on her terms. Then, Worthy sent Lila her money. You're worthy of more. Get started at worthy.com.
One whole story, one whole hour. World's best journalists dig deeper.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, tonight at 10 on CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by InventHelp. Call 1-800-710-0020.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. They can help you get started with your idea.
Call now. 800-710-0020.
Right now, a ground offensive could be imminent. Israel says it has prepared for a new phase of the war. Today, U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken promised that the Rafah crossing will open, providing a possible opportunity for evacuating civilians in Gaza before an Israeli ground invasion. Still unknown when that invasion will actually happen and if enough Palestinian civilians who want to get out will be able to. It's a place where about 50% of the population is under the age of 18, children. And even with no ground invasion yet, the airstrikes have been crushing. Survivors are reeling. Listen.
We are in Deir al-Balah, in Sheikh Daoud. Today at dusk, we witnessed strikes using F-16 without prior warning. We were running and found the house on fire and charred. There were people alive and we rescued them quickly, but there were people still under the rubble. Until now, there are 3 families under this house. A large number were martyred and there remains a large number of martyrs under the rubble.
God willing, they're all in heaven. All my family will be in heaven. They gave their life for Jerusalem, for Palestine, for Palestine. They were all women, all children.
Really difficult to hear. I do want to tell you that in just the last few seconds while that was going, we heard 2 massive booms. Those booms sound exactly like what airstrikes sound like in Gaza. We have not had any air raid sirens here, so that is likely what it is. But here on this side of the border in Israel, this morning I spoke to IDF Army reservist who is from Chicago. He flew into Israel after that surprise Hamas attack to serve on the front lines.
I woke up in Chicago to the news of what had happened. I actually learned early that morning that my partner from the Army, for my service, had been killed in battle. And I think that the real message coming from all Israelis and all Jews worldwide is that every Jew is connected to each other somehow. And so while, there are many people around the world, many Jews around the world that may not specifically know people that were killed like me, it struck everyone to their core, and everyone has a responsibility in them to do as much as they can in order to make sure that this can never happen again. What we saw on Saturday morning was the closest thing to the Holocaust that we've seen in 80 years. And so, like I said, it's the closest thing to the Holocaust we've seen in 80 years. And that slogan of never again, it wasn't a suggestion. It's something that we intend to act on.
And you're seeing a lot of people coming in from other parts of the country who have served before in the Army and are back because they want to fight for Israel. Let's talk more now with Aaron David Miller. He's a former Middle East negotiator at the State Department and is now a senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. I know you know this region like the back of your hand, David, and have been watching everything as it has been going on. Time right now is of the essence. When it comes to the civilians in Gaza to try and get to safety. They have been told by Israel to evacuate. The UN says that is impossible to evacuate 1 million plus people, half of the population of the very densely populated area. What do you know about the Israeli military's ground offensive at this point in time? Do you have any sense of that we're getting closer to a possible ground incursion?
Well, there have been two factors actually three factors, I think, that have actually maybe four that have influenced Israeli thinking. One is the issue of hostages. It's a cruel dilemma for the Israelis. Their commitment to figuring out a way to eradicate Hamas in Gaza, at least their military capacity, in the wake of the October 7th terror outrage. Then you have the problem of civilians, 1.1 million in Gaza City. You can't evacuate 1.1 million people in 24 days, I suspect, in a seamless, organized way, let alone 24 hours. Then you have the weather, Sarah, which is always not recognized very often by the media, but a critical factor in terms of cloud cover would clearly retard Israeli operations. And then you have the final issue of decisiveness. What is the objective? And I'm sure there's been extraordinary debate within the war cabinet over how extensive, how broad, how deep, and what the objective is. But I suspect because of what happened on October 7th, all these other constraints are going to fade away. And the Israelis, I think, are faced with a monumental challenge in terms of why they need to do this. In large part because their government's responsibility to protect its citizenry is critically important. And what happened on October 7th not only is an intelligence failure, it's a failure of confidence. It's a crisis of confidence in the capacity of the government of Israel to protect its citizens. I think many Israelis feel that now. So, it's coming. I would think within days.
You know, I'm curious because you talk about coming in days. A lot of people were looking at the timing of telling the residents of Gaza to evacuate within 24 hours. That was Thursday. We are now at Sunday, and so we're marching ever closer. But Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is back in the region, and so do you think that will have any kind of a decision for Israel to make? That when the U.S. officials are here, would they go forward with an incursion like this, or would they wait to see if negotiations, for example, for trying to get some of the Palestinians out of Gaza, would they wait for that and hold off on a ground invasion?
I mean, look, sir, Tony Blinken isn't going to stay in the Middle East forever. And I realize the optic of the Israelis launching a major ground campaign in Gaza with the Secretary of State in Israel, who is still in the region. You don't want but whether it's 24 hours, Sarah, 48 hours, or whether it's by next week, the fact is, it's coming. And I think we've been in a long, dark tunnel since October 7th, and we've got a long way to go before we emerge. And let's hope somehow, with respect to the day after, that in fact, like many crises in this region, involving an extraordinary amount of pain, in large measure to civilians, let's hope by the end, when we emerge, there'll be some opportunity, some prospect for turning that extraordinary amount of pain into gain. Because there is going to be an end. Israelis and Palestinians will still grapple with the basic proximity problem. Their past, their presence, and their futures are inextricably linked together. Neither side is going anywhere, and there is no military solution to this problem. There may, in fact, be a military solution to the issue of addressing Hamas's military capacity in Gaza. The broader Israeli-Palestinian issue will remain, and Israelis and Palestinians and their children, I would hope sooner than that, will have to grapple with it.
Yeah, and Hamas, by the way, as you know, isn't the only group in Gaza that targets Israel. You've got Islamic Jihad there as well, but a much smaller group, and they're certainly not in any power position in Gaza. Aaron David Miller, thank you so much for your insight. It is always very, very, very good. Now, we are getting a sense of how Americans feel about the war in Israel and the response to Hamas's attacks. Up next, we'll discuss what they think of President Biden's handling of the situation and what the U.S. needs to do on their end. That's ahead.
I served in the Army for 11 years and deployed overseas 3 times. I understand the price of freedom. and I'm aware of the threats we face from our foreign adversaries. Countries like China, Russia, and Iran believe in oppression and censorship, and they want to dominate and use tomorrow's technologies against America. If you value free expression and an open internet, join me in sending a message to Congress. It's time to strengthen, not weaken, American technology.
I'm hearing different ways for me to screen for colon cancer.
It's time to use my voice. I've got a choice, or they won't answer.
I sat down with my doc. We had a talk. Knew just what to say.
I asked for Cologuard and did it my way.
Cologuard is a one-of-a-kind way to screen for colon cancer that's effective and non-invasive. It's for people 45 plus at average risk, not high risk. False positive and negative results may occur. Ask your provider for Cologuard.
I did it my way.
My frequent heartburn had me taking antacid after antacid all day long. But with Prilosec OTC, just one pill a day blocks heartburn for a full 24 hours. For one and done heartburn relief, Prilosec OTC, one pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn.
Kayaking is my thing.
Running is awesome, but her moderate to severe eczema would make her skin so uncomfortable.
I was always so itchy, especially when I was hot.
Now my skin doesn't itch as much. Now we're staying ahead of her eczema.
There's a power inside all of us to live our passion, and Dupixent works on the inside to help heal your skin from within. It helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that can cause eczema, so they can have clearer skin and less itch. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor.
Healing from within is a wonderful thing.
Ask your child's eczema specialist how Dupixent can help heal their skin from within.
Stars Play in Abu Dhabi is the region's leading streaming service that brings you the magic of films and the excitement of sports to your favorite device, be it television or your mobile phone. With a business like ours, we need a range of talent from technology as well as creative. We found Abu Dhabi to be our hub for accessing that type of talent.
Sure, you can get data everywhere, but you have to use it all the time. That's not really you. With TracFone, you can get great coverage all on nationwide 5G for a lot less. Plans start at $15 a month, no contract. TracFone.
Choosing a treatment for your chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more, can be overwhelming. So ask your doctor about Botox. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine before they even start. It's the #1 prescribed branded chronic migraine treatment. So far, more than 5 million Botox treatments have been given to over 850,000 chronic migraine patients.
Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
In a survey, 92% of current users said they wish they talked to their doctor and started Botox sooner. So ask your doctor if Botox is right for you. Learn how AbbVie could help you save on Botox.
A new CNN poll released today gives a read on how Americans are feeling about what is going on in Israel. Overall, most see Israel's military response to the attacks as justified. But the crisis, which is ongoing, is sparking debate among Republican presidential candidates in the U.S. This morning, in an interview on State of the Union with Jake Tapper, Nikki Haley responded to Ron DeSantis, commenting on the fact that he believes the U.S. should not accept refugees from Gaza.
You have to realize that whether we're talking about Gazans and Palestinians, all of them don't. You've got half of them at the time that I was there didn't want to be under Hamas's rule. They didn't want to have terrorists overseeing them. They knew that they were living a terrible life because of Hamas.
Let's talk about all this with Republican strategist Doug Heye. Doug, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Just going back to this new CNN poll out this morning, it is really striking to me that right now there is such overwhelming support for Israel and for what Israel is doing. And I think we can put on the screen some of the numbers that we're talking about here. You see that it says Israel's government's military response to Hamas is fully justified, 50%. Given the divide in America, maybe it's not surprising, or it is surprising that it is only 50%, but 20% partially justified, 8% not justified at all, and 21% not sure. Just knowing what you know about kind of the American electorate, what does it tell you about the fact that half say that what Israel is doing is justified in their response to this terror attack on their soil?
Well, if I'm a Republican candidate, or frankly, a member of the Israeli government, I look at the number as 70%, backing what Israel is doing right now, backing their response.
And we have that. Let's put that up. Keep going, guys.
That's significant because it tells us that the American people at this point are firmly behind Israel. They've seen the atrocities in this terrorist attack, and they expect and support Israel responding to this. Now, what we don't know is, as this progresses, will those numbers hold? But right now, this is exactly where Israel should want to be. And for Republican candidates, I think they should be mindful that this is a moment to lead. Whether you're Ron DeSantis or Nikki Haley, you're going to have different opinions. That's fine. Remember, though, that one person has stood out pretty strongly in this, and that's Donald Trump, with his rhetoric specifically targeting Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli government. This nomination doesn't go through Ron DeSantis or Nikki Haley. It goes through Donald Trump. This is your time to lead and take him on foreign policy, where Trump did have some successes as president.
Yeah, and just so you know, we are putting up what you were just referring to. This, to me, is maybe the most striking of the numbers that we saw out of CNN's poll this morning. And the question is whether or not that sentiment is going to stay where it is. It is very, very tricky, and we've seen things shift when it comes to a public sentiment very quickly in the past. I want to, because I have you here, we cannot forget the fact that in America, there is no House Speaker. And you worked in the House leadership, Republican leadership, for several years. You are still in touch with people who are there. At this moment, there is a nominee, and that is Jim Jordan of Ohio. And the question going into this week is whether or not he is going to suffer the same fate as Steve Scalise, which is being elected by his fellow Republicans, but not being able to get a majority vote on the House floor, which is what one needs to be Speaker of the House. What are you hearing?
Well, I just saw about 30 minutes ago, Jim Jordan tweeted out that what unites us as Republicans, we're much closer than where we are with Democrats. And you know, Dana, how many times did you hear Eric Cantor or John Boehner say that very same thing when a group of congressional Republicans, often led or partially led by Jim Jordan, said, actually, we're still too divided in our own party? Jordan is trying to run as a uniter right now. It's a different tact and a different tone from him. On the floor. What you usually do in House leadership is you don't take anything to the floor unless you know that you've got the votes to win, whether that's a vote on a rule or a vote on a bill or certainly a vote on the Speaker. Jordan would be testing that, but very clearly he wants to call out members and see who's on which side. And one thing you know, Dana, very well, because you interview these people every day, is we often hear this is the time when House moderates and Republican moderates are going to start flexing their muscles. And then we learned that Republican moderates not only can't flex their muscles, they don't know where the gym is. This is going to be a gut check moment for them. Are they going to stand behind what they've said, or are they going to support Jim Jordan as Speaker? I would tell you that taking this to the floor and losing would put House Republicans in an even worse situation than they're in now, if that's possible.
Yeah, and Jim, G-Y-M, not Jim, J-I-M. I know you're referring to. Doug, unfortunately, we're out of time, but I just obviously want to note that these two issues are very much related, what is happening in Israel and the paralysis in the House of Representatives, because they can't do anything when it comes to what Israel is asking for, even just a resolution without a Speaker of the House.
And Jenna, that's the point. These aren't parlor games within a Republican conference or the House caucus. There are real implications here.
Yeah, well said. Doug, thank you so much for being here. We're going to check back in with CNN's Sarah Seidner in Tel Aviv in a moment. We're going to be right back.
Can we get real clear about life with psoriasis?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Is your treatment leaving you with uncontrolled symptoms? Like the cover-it-ups and brush-it-offs?
Enough with good enough.
Don't stay hiding or hurting. When your lotions and creams don't do enough to help treat the inflammation beneath the skin causing plaques and pain, it's time to get real about psoriasis so your dermatologist can help you get clear. Make the appointment and ask about Real Clear Skin.
Unnecessary action here.
Missing punches. Unnecessary. Check reversals. Unnecessary. Timesheet correction.
Unnecessary.
Unentered sick time. Unnecessary. Go!
Unnecessary.
Go! Unnecessary. When you can take this phone, you'll be ready. Make the unnecessary unnecessary. Let your employees do their own payroll.
Tonight, Anderson Cooper is on the ground in Israel at the site where tragedy struck, meeting with survivors and family members of the missing.
Do you believe she may still be alive?
I still have hope.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tonight at 10.
Why is just a starting line? For the true self blooms only when we find our purpose, what makes us tick, below the surface. Our reason why is united, undivided, seeking understanding. My why is diversity and unity, a safe space in my community. It's a million faces in a mirror, and everyone belongs. Find your why for a better us.
When Lila was ready to sell her ring, she sent it to Worthy, where they took care of everything and auctioned it on her terms. Then, Worthy sent Lila her money. You're worthy of more. Get started at worthy.com.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there. DAV helps veterans and their families get the benefits they've earned. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
I'm Rahel Solomon in New York, and this is CNN.
And we continue to follow developments out of the Middle East as we are seeing the death toll rise as Israel continues to respond to the terror attack that Hamas conducted 8 days ago inside of Israel. We are going to talk to Sarah Seidner in just a moment. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Oh, forgive me. This is live television, and we have a correspondent and anchor in a war zone, so thank you to the audience for bearing with us. Sarah, I'm glad that we have you back, because I really wanted to talk to you on TV what you and I have talked about offline, which is you were reporting and anchoring about this for nearly a week in the studio in New York, and now you were actually there, and the difference that you feel as a reporter actually being on the ground.
Yeah. I think there's a couple of things. Because I used to live in Jerusalem and work for CNN back in 2012 and 13, and because I was in New York before this, covering this incursion, the surprise attack from Hamas, and then the declaration of war back in the studio, I'm sort of I'm of two minds, because in the studio you feel completely helpless to sort of watch what's happening and not be able to talk to people and console people and let them tell their stories in a way that is very personal. It is a little less personal when it's a Zoom call and when you're doing things from afar. When you show up here, you get the real sense of what it feels like, which is hard to share with an audience who is watching this on a screen, and you get a sense of what the place it really is like on a regular basis, because usually war happens in pockets, right? It happens, there are airstrikes in Gaza, there are missiles coming over in one part of Israel, but the rest of Israel is not experiencing that same thing. And what I noticed here is just having that contact with people and being able to hug someone, hold someone's hand, talk through it. members who have family members who have hostages that are in Gaza, you feel like you are at least making a different kind of connection than when you are separated. I mean, helpless is the word I think that came to my mind. Helpless, not being able to be, for example, in Gaza, to try and understand and talk to people there, where you're at least sharing the story of those going through this trauma. But being here is very different, and I will tell you that it is so quiet here. It is eerily quiet. This is not normal. Tel Aviv is usually a bustling, fun place, Dana.
Yeah, it sure is. Thank you so much for that important perspective, Sarah. And Sarah and I will both be back to talk about this and much more in a minute. Stay with us.
Indulge in the creamy flavor of Bob Evans mashed potatoes 2-count single-serve cups. 2 individual servings of potatoes, milk, and butter. For a homemade taste you'll love. Ready in minutes. Bring home the perfectly sized comfort of Bob Evans today.
I did have hearing aids from another company. I was just frustrated. I almost gave up. With Miracle Ear, it's all about service. They're personable, they're friendly. I'm very happy with them.
We provide you with a free lifetime of aftercare, meaning free checkups, cleanings, and adjustments.
I see someone new, someone happy. It's really made a difference.
Hear the world better during our limited time Sounds of Autumn event. Call 1-800-MIRACLE to test drive our hearing aids risk-free.
Does someone who threatens Putin's power ever die unintentionally in Russia?
I don't think so. He just leaves all this carnage in his wake.
Do you think he cares about that?
No, he doesn't.
Who is responsible for that image?
I take responsibilities for anything that happens in this city.
How dependent is the government on Elon Musk?
The answer to your question is, we are very, very beholden to Elon Musk.
The Source with Caitlin Collins. Tomorrow at 9.
Guy.
1 in 3 children is now at risk of going to school on an empty stomach.
When I'm hungry, my stomach starts to hurt a little bit. It's hard to think and concentrate. I don't have enough energy.
But there's hope. By supporting Toonies for Tummies, 100% of your donation gives hungry children in your community the chance to start their day with a much-needed nutritious meal.
When I eat breakfast, I have lots of energy. When it's gym, I can run really fast.
Donate online today.
If you lived or worked at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina for at least 30 days from August 1953 through December 1987 and have been diagnosed with cancer, neurobehavioral effects, fertility issues, or more, you may qualify for financial compensation. A new law passed by Congress now allows veterans and survivors to seek damages for harm from exposure to contaminated water at Camp Lejeune. Call Saddle Rock Legal Group to discuss your case now.
Call 1-800-814-9977.
I'm Priscilla Alvarez at the White House, and this is CNN. Welcome back, and thank you for being with us. I'm Dana Bash in Washington.
And I'm Sarah Seidner in Tel Aviv with CNN's breaking news coverage of Israel at war. People in northern Gaza are running out of time to get to safety at this hour. Israel says it is now clearing up for a new phase of war. The Israel Defense Force is gathering more tanks at the Gaza border as they prepare for a significant ground operation. This, coupled with crippling airstrikes, is their response to the unprecedented terror attack by Hamas 8 days ago that left 1,400 Israelis dead: men, women, children, grandparents. The death toll in Gaza also climbing steeply. According to the Ministry of Health, at least 2,600 Palestinians have been killed and nearly 10,000 have been injured. Gaza's health ministry is begging for medical teams from around the world to send help. The healthcare system is on the brink of collapse, and with food and water shortages, a humanitarian crisis is worsening by the minute.
Meantime, Israel is also exchanging fire along its northern border with Hezbollah. Early this morning, the militant group launched 9 rockets into Israel, killing one Israeli citizen. Now, Israel responded with fighter jets striking Hezbollah's military infrastructure. The IDF is sending a stark warning to that militant group, to Hezbollah, not to escalate things.
I would highly recommend that Hezbollah watch very closely what is happening to Hamas and their organization in Gaza as we speak. If they should be very cautious of crossing that threshold, because we are determined to defend the state of Israel.
Meanwhile, the United States continues to show support for Israel. A Senate delegation met with Israel's president just a few hours ago. Before the meeting, the bipartisan group had to rush to a bomb shelter in Tel Aviv. Senator Chuck Schumer wrote on social media that they were forced to take cover to wait out rockets launched by Hamas. Sarah?
Yeah, that is a normal course of business around here. Anywhere you go, you can be dealing with that sort of thing. Let's go down to Nick Robertson, who is near the Gaza border in Sderot. Nick, Israel is preparing for what it calls the next stage of the war. Its response, we can see hundreds of thousands of soldiers that are amassing there. What are you learning at this hour as to the timing, perhaps, of all of this?
Yeah, more airstrikes continuing this evening. We can hear the fighter jets even in the skies above us now and hear the big explosions coming from Gaza. Impossible to know exactly where they're targeting. But we've traveled all along this border today. In fact, we've been to some of the training bases that the IDF is using in preparation for troops to go into Gaza if they get that decision, if they're called upon for a ground incursion. We've been to a base where there is a mock Palestinian town built, complete with mosques, complete with shops and houses and homes, and we've seen the troops training in there, training for that sort of combat in an urban environment. And I was asking one of the commanders there, is it possible to go in to an urban environment where, Hamas is telling civilians not to leave, civilians have been asked to leave? Is it possible to go into that environment where, where there are women and children? Is it possible to do that and not have civilian casualties? And he said, look, we're very clearly focused on going after Hamas. That's our target. That's what we intend to do. The IDF is a professional force, he said, and we try to avoid civilian casualties. And also spoke to an IDF spokesman about this as well. And he said, look, Israel has asked the civilians of Gaza to go to the south. Many of them are going to the south, the IDF says. But he said, look, in essence, if Hamas tells the civilians to stay, that is on Hamas's head. That's in their writ. That's not our responsibility. What else have we seen? We've seen troops quite literally in a field, in their vehicles, lining up and rehearsing that moment where these combined forces get the order to go into Gaza. So the preparations are really underway. A lot of tanks, a lot of armored fighting vehicles, hundreds getting at the ready from what we saw today.
Nick Robertson, thank you so much for that. And just, to reiterate what he's saying is that they are trying to figure out how to do urban warfare within Gaza by using, this is just very interesting, by using sort of a makeshift set, if you will, to give them some sense of how they're going to go about doing that. But in any war, anywhere, there are always civilian casualties. It is almost in a place like Gaza, especially unavoidable. Dana?
Thank you, Sarah. And as Israel is preparing for that ground incursion, there are millions of civilians stuck in the conflict zone. Israel's president spoke with CNN's Wolf Blitzer for his first one-on-one interview in the U.S. since Hamas attacked Israel. He said that Israel is working to help civilians in Gaza get to a safe zone.
Israel is ordering, as you know, more than 1 million Palestinian residents of northern Gaza to immediately leave their homes and move south. But in the past 24 hours alone, some 300 people were killed, most of them women and children. What do you say to your critics who insist that Israel should be doing much more to protect innocent civilians in Gaza?
So let's talk about it for a moment. We are never indifferent to the pain of the other. Sorry. Yes. We are never indifferent to the pain of our Palestinian neighbors, and we always try to operate according to the basic guidelines of international law. We are trying to move these citizens away from the war zone in order so that we can go in and uproot that infrastructure of terror. Incidentally, perhaps give hope also to the Palestinians out there so that they can run their life independently in an honorable way, live and let live. But right now they're under the suppression of Hamas. And what we are trying to do is to move them to another safe zone so that they won't be hurt. But Hamas is threatening them, stopping them. Hamas has all the fuel, by the way. It's using the fuel to fight us and shoot at us. Hamas has all the water that they need. They're stopping it. Hamas has clear instructions that they have given to their soldiers to basically torture the people in Gaza. That's what we are seeing. And let me tell you another interesting fact. Hamas is the one that with their missiles broke all the electricity wires supplied to Gaza. We are not responsible for the electricity in Gaza. They are. But since they're sending out fake news and libels and stories full of lies, our answer is very clear. We will do whatever it takes that civilians will not be hurt. We are working very closely with the United Nations and other agencies. We are talking to them. We are cooperating with them on the ground. And we are taking our time, therefore, so that civilians will not be hurt.
Israel, of course, blames Hamas for the suffering of these Palestinian civilians in Gaza. But as you know, Israel controls Gaza's borders and has been blockading the Gaza Strip since 2007 when it left Gaza. You say you want to minimize Palestinian civilian casualties, but at the same time, Israel has cut off food, electricity, water, and fuel into Gaza. I understand, by the way, that water has been turned back to parts of Gaza earlier today. But the United Nations put it this way. Gaza already is in their words, a hellhole, and is now on the brink of collapse, their words. Won't these latest moves increase the death toll of Palestinian civilians and children in Gaza?
So we are monitoring the humanitarian situation in Gaza on an hourly basis. We are following all the facts. For example, 7% of the water only in Gaza are under Israel's response, and the responsibility lies fully with Hamas. There's a lot of distortion in the facts. Yes, I realize there's a lot of pain. But look, let's look at the picture, honestly, at the picture. Something terrible happened, unprecedented in human history in modern times. You mentioned it yourself. Since the Holocaust, there hasn't been such a huge number of Jews being killed in one day. This cannot go on. How would anybody continue to live side by side? How could anybody move to peace side by side when our homes are bombarded, our families are killed, when we are tortured and abducted? How could we go on like that? We have the full right for self-defense. That means going in, uprooting them out, and enabling a new future for that region. For that, it takes a process that is painful, but will be under supervision of all the humanitarian needs of the people of Gaza. Moreover than that, I repeat again and again, there is going to be a humanitarian safe zone for the people of Gaza. We are working with the UN agencies and everybody else. The ones who are stopping it all is Hamas, simply.
The UN says Gaza is becoming a, quote, hellhole on the brink of collapse. That after Israel's barrage of airstrikes in response to Hamas's terror attack, savagely killing more than 1,000 innocent civilians. And Hamas is telling its own Palestinian civilians not to go anywhere. Joining me now is staff writer for The New Yorker, Susan Glasser, and CNN national security analyst Scarry Cardero. Susan, you have reported from the region before. You understand how Hamas operates, not just when we're talking about what we have seen, which you've never seen, because nobody's ever witnessed the kind of savage attack from 8 days ago. But what I mean is how it operates inside Gaza and how it uses innocent Palestinian civilians. What is your sense of what is going on right now as so many, hundreds of thousands north of that, are trying to figure out to stay or go, and if they go, how does that even work?
Well, that's exactly right, Jana. I've been asking that question, as I know so many people have. Where is there even for people to go at this point? Israel has issued this evacuation order. A demand really said that if you don't leave the northern part of Gaza, essentially it's going to become some kind of a free-fire war zone. And yet, that's clearly not an organized evacuation that's taking place. It does appear that Hamas, which has embedded itself in the civilian infrastructure of Gaza for years in order to increase the cost for Israel of any kind of effort at retaliation. Clearly, Hamas is reluctant for these people to go. And again, it's just a complete power vacuum. And so that's a big question. How can you guarantee the safety of civilians, as we've heard Israeli leaders say that they want to do, but who's actually in charge of doing that is a big question. Why have these border crossings not been open for days? The U.S. has been in talks with Egypt about opening that border. Secretary of State Tony Blinken addressed that earlier today, but it's still not clear, even after all that diplomacy, that even foreign nationals are going to be let out, never mind just the actual Palestinian residents of Gaza. So it's a grim situation, it seems to me.
Grim indeed, and we're looking at a map on our screen. Both of you should know about of Gaza and the area of evacuation, sort of the red zone, and the south, which is where Israel is saying that civilians should go. You see there, that's the Rafah crossing into Egypt. And Carrie, this is Susan, was referring to the U.S. Secretary of State in Egypt today, trying to have conversations about getting that crossing opened so that, American nationals who are also they're Palestinians as well, maybe dual nationals, at the very least, can get out. And it does not seem like he was successful.
Well, they're going to continue, the Secretary of State and American diplomats are going to continue to work on that issue, both with the Egyptian government and with all of the other countries in the region through which there is an open dialogue to try to potentially place pressure on Egypt to open that, to be able to enable some passage through that area. Of course, Egypt has its own interests at stake, and so we have to keep in mind that each of the countries in that region has their own interests at stake. And even though there is a humanitarian issue here, they are going to put their own national security interests first. But it also does highlight the fact that America's interest and the Secretary of State's objectives in working on this issue pertain first to Israel and our support to Israel to be able to help it defend itself against this terrible attack and the terrorist organization that perpetrated it. Two, our interests pertain to supporting Israel as the only democracy in the region. And three, there are American lives at stake. And the last count that I saw was over 29 Americans were killed in the attack itself, and there remain Americans who are at risk.
So you mentioned Americans who are believed to be held hostage inside Gaza, forcibly taken, brutally so, from the Israeli side of the border over to Gaza. That is what the belief is. Jake Tapper spoke with the Biden National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, about that this morning. Listen to what Jake Sullivan said.
We know there are 15 unaccounted for Americans, but we cannot confirm the precise number of American hostages being held by Hamas at this time. All we can do is to continue to work closely with the Israeli government on hostage recovery options, which we are doing, and then work through third countries to see if there are avenues for release. Those efforts are underway. Our hope is that they can produce results. We will continue to stay focused on this. It's as high a priority as the president has.
Susan, that last part, working through third countries, that's a big part of what the U.S. Secretary of State has been doing on this trip through the Middle East, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. The Secretary of State said that he'd been in 6 countries aside from Israel. He's traveled around through many of the U.S. partners in the Gulf, as well as Jordan, Egypt. He is returning to Israel on Monday to meet again with Prime Minister Netanyahu. There's a sort of an eerie silence at this point, Jana, about the fate of these hostages. We don't even have a firm number, of course, of how many were taken. It's already been more than a week. I've just been thinking with a real amount of horror at what has happened to these young children and old people who've been taken more than 8 days in captivity. If they're still alive, the urgency of this crisis only increases, it seems, as time goes by, as far as what options there really are. Hamas has maintained contacts, extensive contacts, in places like Toppled around the region in recent years. So there are interlocutors that the U.S. can use to try to get messages directly to Hamas. But of course, they're hampered because it's Israel who will be, in the end, making the military decisions and taking action on the ground.
And there's even a more fundamental problem or challenge that Jake Sullivan referred to there, Carrie, which is that the U.S. government doesn't even have a full handle on how many Americans are inside Gaza and who they are. How do you get out hostages if you don't know that they exist? It's hard enough if you do know they exist.
Yeah, there's a...
Oh, we just lost Carrie there. Susan, oh, there's Carrie. Carrie, you're back.
Dana, there is a whole intelligence side to this, which is that the U.S. Needs to really reevaluate its intelligence capabilities and its visibility into the area. Here we have a real acute crisis where we have Americans who are missing, and our government is reliant on others in the region to be able to help to actually find them and potentially find a way to see if they are still in a position to be able to be saved. But there's the bigger picture, which is the lack of disruption and identification of the plot to begin with, which means that the U.S., from an intelligence perspective, really needs to conduct an entire new review that takes into account that apparently we cannot just rely on our partners in the region, on even the Israelis, to be able to protect Americans who are there.
Yeah, I mean, that's an entirely different and critically important conversation that will be had and is already being had about the vaunted Israeli intelligence and what happened there. And I'm sure you are each talking to people in Israel, as I am, that the mourning and the sadness is really coupled with the anger about how this happened. Israeli government officials just keep saying, we'll deal with that later. Let's first deal with Hamas. Thank you both. Looking forward to talking to you again and your incredible expertise.
Thank you.
Susan Glasser and Carrie Cardero, thank you. And we are going to be back with our special coverage after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Mac and cheese lovers rejoice. Dive into the melty, gooey goodness of Bob Evans mac and cheese. Tender macaroni smothered in real cheese. Ready in just minutes with the delicious taste Bob Evans is known for. Bring home the warm, gooey goodness of mac and cheese today.
When you have auto glass damage, trust SafeLight. My customer really relies on his car's advanced safety system.
You're right. Can I slow down?
So when he got a cracked windshield, he turned to SafeLight. We're the experts at replacing glass and recalibrating your vehicle's camera so automatic emergency braking and lane departure warning work properly to get you back on the road safely.
And that means a lot.
Schedule now.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace.
Whether you come to Key West for an in-depth history lesson, or you just want to skim the surface, Key West's story is richer, more colorful, more substantial, and quirkier than you ever imagined. Key West, close to perfect, far from normal.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro. Sean.
Do you mean this one? The one with titanium?
No way I could trade this busted up thing for one.
Maybe stealing wishes from the birthday boy is not your best plan. Switch to Verizon and trade in any iPhone and get the new iPhone 15 Pro on them.
What?
Yep, and on an amazing network.
And I don't have to ruin any more birthday parties.
Yeah, that ship has sailed. Let's go get you that iPhone. Here we go. Come on now.
It's your last chance to trade in any iPhone for a new iPhone 15 Pro on us. Only on Verizon.
Travel, there is nothing like it. Dancing is my passion.
But with my moderate to severe eczema, it hasn't always been easy.
I was constantly itching,
Whatever I was doing.
now I'm staying ahead of my eczema.
There's a power inside all of us to live our passion. And Dupixent works on the inside to help heal your skin from within. It helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that can cause eczema, so adults can have long-lasting, clearer skin and fast itch relief. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor.
Healing from within is a powerful thing.
Ask your eczema specialist how Dupixent can help heal your skin from within.
If your thyroid eye disease was diagnosed a long, long time ago, you may think your eyes will be bulging forever, like a never-ending curse that can't be broken. But even if you've been told it's too late, treating your thyroid eye disease may still be possible, and a new day is within sight. Learn how you could give your eyes a fresh start at stilltreatted.com.
If you're thinking about going back to school, this is for you.
I ended up spending less money my entire time at SNHU than I did in just 1 year at my other university.
My time at SNHU has given me more confidence. Now I can go for that promotion.
If you're ready to go back to school, you can do it. Southern New Hampshire University has changed my life, and it can change yours too.
Visit snhu.edu.
ADT Self-Setup featuring Google Nest products. Now you can easily install your system that's backed by ADT's 24/7 monitoring with no long-term contracts. So you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
Right now, the U.S. is holding off on getting directly involved in the war in Israel. Instead, it's making sure two of its most powerful Navy ships are in the Mediterranean Sea in an effort to ward off other groups from joining into the war. Note Hezbollah in Lebanon, but it's not ruling out sending troops over to get American hostages out of Gaza. With us right now is CNN's Jerusalem correspondent, Hadass Gold. Can you give us some sense of what might be the tipping point for potentially deploying troops, something we have not heard at all in other incursions, for example, in Ukraine, but in this instance, something very specific to try and help save the hostages that have been taken by Hamas?
Yeah, it's possible we would see it, but I think that would be a very major moment in history and a very major moment in this relationship. Listen, the Israeli and American militaries work very, very closely together. They are constantly exercising together. In fact, just a few months ago, I was on the USS George H.W. Bush, a carrier ship for the largest joint Israeli-American exercise in history. That was meant to send a very, very clear message to Iran that's obviously being sent right now. And I don't think we've ever been closer to seeing this joint military relationship be tested and possibly exhibited than where we are today. Now, as you know, the U.S. has never gotten fully involved. Even in 2006, with the Lebanon War and previous wars, the U.S. has never sent, full troops on the ground. They're always more just providing support. Right now, they're providing support in terms of munitions, in terms of having those carrier ships off the coast. Israel is very pleased to have those ships sitting off the coast, sitting off the Mediterranean to send a very clear message to Hezbollah, very clear message to Iran, very clear message also to elements in Syria as well. We can't forget about possibly getting involved. But if the United States gets involved, whether by intention, whether by potentially, accident, something happens that causes something to blow up, that could completely change the region into potentially a much broader conflict than what we've seen before. And as of right now, it doesn't seem as though that's a direction either the United States or maybe even really Israel wants to go towards. And right now, the United States is letting Israel take the lead, including with these hostages, even though some of these hostages have American citizenship as well. Sarah.
I have to just say, just quickly, Hadass, that it is extraordinary just to hear that the United States is considering sending troops on the ground, and in particular for the hostages. in a very, very, very difficult, what would be a very difficult operation because Hamas, as you know, does not easily give up hostages. The last time I remember a hostage being released from Gaza, it took 5.5 years, and that was Gilad Shalit, someone who was in the IDF and had been captured a very, very, very long time. Others had been killed. Some people had been there for 9 years. This is extraordinary to hear this. Is that how you feel when you hear the possibility of U.S. troops on the ground?
Absolutely extraordinary, but this is an extraordinary situation. As you know, Gilad Shalit was a single Israeli soldier, so a soldier, not a civilian, who was later then exchanged for more than 1,000 Palestinian prisoners. Right now, we're talking about civilians, we're talking about babies, we're talking about the elderly. So unprecedented situation might mean an unprecedented potential solution. If that could potentially involve, very small special ops American forces who will be on the ground supporting the Israelis, maybe even something we don't necessarily know publicly, but that could be the support that might be needed because, again, unprecedented situation. You have civilians, babies, children, elderly, most likely in these Hamas tunnels underground.
Yeah, I think unprecedented situation, unprecedented response is likely. Hadass Gold, thank you for all your reporting here and there in Washington. Appreciate you. This situation presents some major complications, as you might imagine, and that is putting it lightly for the U.S. military as they try to learn exactly how many Americans are being held hostage and where exactly. Joining me now is retired two-star Major General with the U.S. Army, Dana Pittard. Thank you so much for joining us. When you consider the possibility, I mean, I have to tell you, it blows my mind to hear the possibility of U.S. troops on the ground, but there is a very strong relationship, obviously, between Israel and the United States and American hostages who have been taken. But this is no easy fix.
Well, good evening, Sarah. It's an extraordinary time, extraordinary situation. It's been nearly 80 years since this many Jewish people have been killed. And when the United States and our allies said never again, it meant never again. So it is an extraordinary time. U.S. forces right now are certainly in support by having two carrier strike groups off the coast of Israel and the Eastern Mediterranean, which in itself is rare. Hostages, as you've already discussed, very, very complex and difficult situation. And right now it's the intelligence that's going to matter. It's finding out where those hostages are and then determining who will get those hostages. U.S. military, and I've been a part of that, have worked closely with the Israeli Defense Forces for decades. There's a very close relationship, and there's a lot of trust too in what the IDF is capable of doing. But U.S. in this conflict is in support. It probably will not happen for U.S. forces to participate, but that should not be ruled out.
Yeah, I got to tell you, it blew my mind a little bit just to hear it. Never mind the possibility of actually happening. It shows you the relationship between the two countries and the extraordinary situation we find ourselves in. I do want to ask you about what it might mean if that were to happen. Would that bring in an excuse for Iran, for example, to respond, an excuse for Iran-backed Hezbollah, who's already firing rockets on the northern border into Israel, to respond in a different way? What are your thoughts there?
Well, Iran is always looking for an excuse. I mean, Iran, I think, has already claimed that if Israel attacks in Gaza, that they may take action. So this would not be any different. But what the powerful U.S. carrier strike groups are doing, with having two of them there in the Eastern Mediterranean, is sending a distinct message to potential adversaries like Iran or Syria or Hezbollah to stay out, or the power of the U.S. military may be a part of this situation. So Iran does not want to take on the U.S. in this case. The fight itself with the Israeli Defense Forces going to Gaza, and I've been to Gaza myself, it's densely populated. It's going to be a very, very difficult and complex urban fight.
Wow, Ms. Pittard, thank you so much for sort of walking us through that. We are in an extraordinary time, an unprecedented time here in Israel as well as those experiencing all of this on the other side of the border in Gaza. I appreciate you coming on. And as Israel prepares for what they call the next stage of the war with Hamas, which is basically going to be a ground war, and that is imminent. Thousands of troops we have seen gathering near the border with Gaza. Next, we will talk to an American IDF reservist who is stationed near that border.
Hi, I'm Jill, and I've lost 56 pounds on going.
Hi, I'm Barry, and I've lost 42 pounds. Jill and I are a team. If she tells me to do something, I usually jump on board.
Golo was doable, it's realistic, and it's something we can do the rest of our lives.
This is the carry-on closet, the suitcase with the one-of-a-kind patented closet system that keeps you organized anywhere. Pack all you need for up to 10 days and travel without ever unpacking. The comfort of home on the go. Unpack in seconds at soulguard.co.
Upon his first day of retirement, Marcus Rogers made a contract with himself. I will never again work for another man or woman. Or Todd, especially Todd. I lay down my badge, abandon my corporate phone plan, and I'll get a new plan with Consumer Cellular, without a contract, without sacrificing coverage. Let's go, birds. When freedom calls, we're here to answer.
People thinking my daughter is my sister, that never gets old. With Cerevital Advance, I wake up refreshed.
Cerevital Advanced is an award-winning beauty supplement at Ulta. Get started today at cerevital.com.
Put your front row. Let your tongue shout. Are you kidding me? 5, 4, 3, 2, I let one go.
Stop! I am a good zombie! This October,
Trick or treat!
spirits come home to rest. All month long.
This place is really haunted. What a weird mystery.
With Hollow Stream on Disney+.
We're gonna scare you. Boom.
Home is where the hunt is.
It's time.
It can be hard to keep track of which vaccines are recommended and when. The Canadian Lung Association can help. Getting a COVID-19 booster shot this fall will help protect you against the more recent variants of the virus that causes COVID-19. This is especially important if you're one of the millions of Canadians living with chronic lung disease. If you're 65 or older, have a compromised immune system, or are otherwise at high risk, speak to your healthcare provider about getting vaccinated against pneumonia. For more information, visit lung.ca.
One whole story, one whole hour. World's best journalists dig deeper.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, tonight at 10 on CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by mesobook.com.
We only represent mesothelioma victims and their families. Call for a free book.
Call 800-282-4444 or go to mesobook.com.
Significant ground operations are expected soon as Israeli troops are amassing at the Gaza border. Israel's president told Wolf Blitzer earlier that they are trying to allow civilians in Gaza to get to safe zones. Joining me now to talk about that and what he has seen is Ben. He's an American-born IDF reservist, originally from Los Angeles, who's been living in Israel for the last 6 years, and we're just going to call you Ben and tell our viewers that you are near the border. I want you to have the opportunity to explain what happened about a week ago when you and your fellow IDF soldiers went to Kfar Aza and saw what happened there.
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much for having me, Dana. Yes, last week when we arrived, we were moving around quite a bit, but when we did arrive at Kfar Aza then, we initially were waiting for our orders of what to do, where to move, where to even sleep, and the first thing that we saw were just ambulances and large pickup 18-wheeler trucks, and they were moving. They were processing the bodies from dead body bags from the ambulances into the big trucks. And so after each body bag that went into the truck, we would say the mourner's prayer. And this went on for about an hour and a half or so. And immediately after the last body bag was loaded, we all broke out into the Hatikva, the Israeli national anthem, which translates to the hope. And we looked over at my fellow comrades, and we all had tears in our eyes. But it gave us a feeling of we know why we're here, what we're doing, and we have a mission that it's truly one of the darkest days in Israeli history, and the day with the most murdered Israeli, the most murdered Jews since the Holocaust. So we know what we're doing. We have a very clear mission ahead of us.
And Ben, you provided us with some photos. I want to warn our viewers, they are very, very difficult to see, but it is a reality of what happened, and we don't want to lose sight of the war that's going on and what precipitated the war. And that is, you see their crib, a blood-stained crib, and this is the kind of thing that you saw, and you talked about you and your fellow IDF soldiers saying mourner's Kaddish, and it took so long because there were so many bodies that were being loaded in there. Those, and you see a prayer book riddled with what looks like bullet holes. You, of course, were mourning those who are dead. The question, one of the many questions, is those who are still alive, taken across the border by Hamas terrorists into Gaza. And we believe, the U.S. government believes, that it could be upwards of about 20, maybe even more, American citizens who are inside Gaza. I don't expect you to, and nor should you, talk about the operational situation that is ahead of you, but talk about the mission in general and the idea of those fellow Americans. You, again, were born in Los Angeles, that need to be rescued.
Look, our mission right now is to eliminate Hamas, to make sure that Hamas can never do something like this ever again. I'm just a staff sergeant, I'm not sitting in the war rooms, the operational rooms, making those big decisions, so I can't really speak to that. However, being an American and an Israeli, knowing that, I wear both of these hats at the same time, it's personal for me on all levels. And we have our mission of making sure that this can never happen, and I'm a reservist. I have my daily life, I have my dog, my family, my girlfriend, and my job. We didn't plan on having this happen, but if we don't come, then what we saw happen in the Gaza border communities would happen all throughout Israel if we don't rise to action. And it was also very clear, very clear what our mission is. We found the orders on the bodies of Hamas terrorists that were taken out here, and their mission was very clear as well, to hunt and kill everything that moves. And what we saw, and the pictures that you showed on the broadcast here, are pictures that I took in our couple days in the community. That that's proof of it. That it was complete barbarism and savagery. This massacre that took place, and they took a few chess pieces with them, and we have to get them back. But it's just, as an American, I just want to say also that it warms my heart knowing how close our two countries are, and the support that we've received from the United States, from the president. Knowing that our brothers and sisters in America are standing by our side at all costs, if this is going to turn into something larger than what it already is.
Ben, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Thank you so much for sharing the horrific story and what you saw that will no doubt be etched in your mind, and for explaining in your words why you fight as an American and as an Israeli. Take care, Ben.
Thank you so much, appreciate it.
And still ahead, aid workers in Gaza say conditions there have deteriorated into a complete catastrophe. Tens of thousands of Palestinian civilians are trying to flee south. Where will they go? Will Egypt let them in? Stay with us.
Will you pause real quick? Just sold the car to Carvana.
What?
All I had to do was answer a couple of questions and got a real offer in seconds. Then they just picked up the car and paid me right on the spot.
Sell your car at Carvana.com today.
Your best defense against erosion and cavities is strong enamel. Nothing beats it. New Pro Enamel Active Shield actively shields the enamel to defend against erosion and cavities. I think that this product is a game changer for my patients. It really works.
Stop starving your skin and start feeding it the nutrition it craves. True Skin has what skin craves. True Skin treats skincare like skin nutrition with hard-working plant-powered blends that nourish for radiant, healthy-looking skin. True Skin, get what your skin truly craves.
I'd like to tell you about a cashew farmer from Mozambique named Carlos. Carlos lifted himself out of poverty with the help of TechnoServe. Go to technoserve.org and see how you can support struggling farmers like Carlos. It's a different way to make a difference.
Sure, you can get data everywhere, but you have to use it all the time. That's not really you. With TracFone, you can get great coverage all on nationwide 5G for a lot less. Plans start at $15 a month, no contract. TracFone.
Dude, dog food in the fridge?
It's not dog food. It's fresh pet. Real meat, real veggies.
Real weird.
He was bad luck anyway.
You should Angie that.
Angie what?
Angie that. It means connecting with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well, so you can focus on the important stuff. It means seeing millions of ratings and reviews, so you can feel confident. It means comparing quotes or booking at an upfront price, so you can choose the best price for you. Because we want everyone to get the most out of their homes. Get started today at Angie.com.
That first time you take a step back.
I made that.
With your very own online store.
I sold that.
And you can manage it all in one place.
I built this.
And it was easy, with a partner that puts you first. GoDaddy.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein.
Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein. 30 grams protein, 1 gram sugar, 25 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients for immune health.
Hey, human, what if you could accomplish something instead of endlessly following up? How about if you collaborated with other humans in other departments? What if making a project template was quicker than putting on work pants? What if you could keep up with projects without chasing other humans down? What if how humans work actually worked for humans? Operate at peak human. Smart sheet.
Within Gaza, humanitarian crisis is worsening by the hour. Israel's prime minister has told CNN now that water is being restored in southern Gaza, but Gaza officials say they can't get the water running without power, which they do not have because fuel is also not allowed into Gaza.
Right, and Sarah, Israeli officials say that that power is not there because Hamas, which is supposed to be leadership in Gaza, they bombed the supply lines there, and we're trying to get more information about that. But meanwhile, what is very clear is that deaths are adding up. We want to warn you that the next videos you're going to see are graphic and maybe much too disturbing to some of you. Mourners in Gaza pray over the bodies of those killed. The death toll in Gaza has risen, according to officials there, to 2,600 people. And you see people in Gaza recovering the body of a child from underneath the rubble of a collapsed building following an Israeli airstrike. Now we're working to find out if that child is dead or alive. Regardless, what you are seeing there is the result of a response from Israel after Hamas terrorists went into Israel and brutally killed civilians there. CNN's Scott McLean has more, but again, we want to continue to warn you, the images you are going to see are quite graphic.
This is the frantic scene outside a hospital in the city of Deir al-Balah. Constant wail of sirens and a steady stream of children carried desperately inside. Some bandaged, some seeming alert, others not moving at all.
Is this a target? Is this a real target for Israel? This toddler?
On Sunday, people in that same city gathered to pray over bodies, wrapped in white and loaded onto a flatbed truck. Deir al-Balah, located south of the evacuation line declared by Israel and Gaza, was hit again on Sunday. Afterwards, heavy machines shift the slabs of concrete, hoping, perhaps in vain, to find survivors.
They're all women, all children, children.
Across Gaza, Israel says it hit more than 100 military targets overnight and more on Sunday. In the aftermath of each, people rush to frantically find victims, never far from danger. This video from Gaza City shows the sheer chaos as distraught men, women, and children try to figure out what to do and where to go next.
It is, as you can see, destruction. Destruction. They are destroying us.
Even hospitals like this children's hospital have been told to evacuate from northern Gaza. But with newborn babies and children on ventilators, doctors say they can't.
Where will these children go? They're on ventilators, and it's not possible to move them.
The World Health Organization said it strongly condemns Israel's repeated orders for the evacuation of 22 hospitals treating more than 2,000 inpatients in northern Gaza, saying forcing the evacuation of patients south could be tantamount to a death sentence. Across Gaza, aid groups say that food and fuel are running desperately low. The UN says most people already lack access to water. Foreign aid is being sent by the plane load and the truckload to Egypt in hopes of getting it into Gaza. But Egypt and Palestinians on the ground say the roads near the border are too badly damaged from airstrikes for trucks to pass. Sunday, CNN asked the IDF whether it was coordinating with aid groups to ensure that supplies get in.
The IDF and the defense industry are engaged with the international community to try and facilitate various different things. You know, I think we need to leave, I speak on behalf of the IDF, so we are deeply involved in the combat. We are the warriors. We need to leave the diplomacy for the diplomats.
In just 8 days, the death toll in Gaza has already surpassed the number of people killed in the 2014 conflict, which lasted 51 days. And with an Israeli ground invasion looming and supplies running low, there is little hope that things will soon get better for the people of Gaza.
And on the water situation, Sarah, as of this morning, there was no working water in southern Gaza. People were still filling jerry cans from trucks wherever they could find them. The UN was warning some people were so desperate they were drinking water from wells meant for agriculture, raising obvious concerns about waterborne diseases. Obviously, the Israelis have said that the water's back on in southern Israel. The Gaza Water Authority says it's not going to work unless we have fuel or electricity, and right now we have neither. The World Food Program also says they can't get anything in or out. They are running out of food, and it says very plainly that people will starve. Civilians will starve in Gaza if it cannot help them, Sarah.
That's really disturbing to hear, and what a difficult piece that you put together. Thank you so much, Scott McLean. Appreciate your time. Still ahead, the victims of Hamas's brutal attack are still recovering. Next, we will talk with a doctor at Sheba Medical Center near Tel Aviv, where many of those victims are being treated at this hour. Stay with us.
JP Morgan Wealth Management knows it's easy to get lost in investment research. Get help with JP Morgan Personal Advisors.
Hey David, ready to get started?
Work with advisors who create a plan with you and help you find the right investments.
So great getting to know you. Let's take a look at your new investment plan.
Okay, great.
This should have you moving in the right direction.
Thanks, Jen.
Get ongoing advice and manage your investments in the Chase mobile app.
MLB chooses T-Mobile for Business for 5G solutions to not only enhance the fan experience, but to advance how the game is played. Now's the time to see what America 5G network can do for your business.
Can I help? Camping was fun, but it looks like we brought the Blitz back with us.
If you have kids, then you really need WeatherTech. It's the ultimate way to kid-proof your vehicle. From laser-measured floor liners for the front and rear, to cargo liner, seat protector, and seat back protectors, we've got you covered.
Your turn.
Find these American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
Tonight, Anderson Cooper is on the ground in Israel at the site where tragedy struck, meeting with survivors and family members of the missing.
Do you believe she may still be alive?
I still have hope. The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tonight at 10.
If you lived or worked at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina for at least 30 days from August 1953 through December 1987 and have been diagnosed with cancer, neurobehavioral effects, fertility issues, or more, you may qualify for financial compensation. A new law passed by Congress now allows veterans and survivors to seek damages for harm from exposure to contaminated water at Camp Lejeune. Call Saddle Rock Legal Group to discuss your case now.
Call 1-800-814-9977.
Guys, how frustrating is it to find a great pair of jeans? Too tight here, too loose there, too long there? Standard jeans use just 2 measurements, and Tailor Custom Jeans use 7 different measurements to give you the perfect fit. Your phone can measure you right now. Download the M-Tailor app on iOS or Android. Choose from hundreds of styles. M-Tailor measures you digitally and is 20% more accurate than a professional tailor. With free shipping and a money-back guarantee, get your new favorite pair of jeans today. M-Tailor, available on the Apple App Store or Android.
I'm Rafael Romo in Tel Aviv, Israel. This is CNN.
As the war rages on, hospitals are taking on more patients in Israel. The Sheba Medical Center has taken over 200 casualties, including, of course, some soldiers, and dozens remain now in intensive care units. Here with me now is the director of the International Division of Sheba Medical Center in Israel, Dr. Yoel Hariban. Thank you so much, Doctor. I know you are exhausted and very busy along with your staff. Could you give me some sense how you would describe the challenges that you all are facing providing care to the wounded?
So good evening, Sarah, and good afternoon, the audience. Right now, Sheba Hospital Center accepted more than 250 casualties. I would say half of them civilians, half of them military servicemen, which 70%, 75% of them are in critical condition, and some are deadly wounded. The main challenges that we are right now is that we need to deal with the situation of the casualties, which are, some of them are extremely wounded, but also taking care of their families and their siblings that stay beside them and support them. They've been through in the last week some horrific time, terrible time, within themselves. It will threaten to their life, and now they need to support their family members that lying in ICUs and critical beds, and supporting their boys, girls, family members.
Doctor, can you tell me what some of the injuries are? Is it all from gunshot wounds? Is that mostly what you are seeing there?
The nature of the violence that happened last Shabbat mostly is gunshots from a very near proximity, few meters, even less. We see also some shrapnel from the grenades that the terrorists throw on shelters, and unfortunately some of the casualties are suffering from severe burns. I would say some of the families in the shelters were cooked to death.
From the heat, from the explosion of the grenade, that is just horrifying.
They
given your
they put fire in the houses. They took the tires from the flat tires from the cars, put them on fire, and make smoke and heat in those apartments, and some of them were shocked to death because of the smoke. Some of them are burned completely, and now we need to take care of those burns. We have small babies, adults. Unfortunately, Sheba is ready to take care of such casualties, but this is a big challenge for us in the next, and for them in the next coming days.
It is a horrible, horrible, first of all, way to die, and second of all, injuries when there are burns involved. I just want to lastly ask you, you are a doctor, obviously. Your first order of duty is to do no harm, but you also are in Israel. You have someone who is in the IDF in your family. How difficult is this for you as a human being to see the carnage that you have been seeing from your fellow countrymen and women?
Look, I served 28 years in the army, from the battalion aid station until the headquarters. My two boys right now are in the army. I was dreaming that one day when they will grow up, there is no need for army in Israel. Unfortunately, the history and the current situation show us that we need still to defend ourselves. As a professional, it's very hard to take those visions, the brutal and the animal behavior of our enemy, and as much as I can say, we are trying to be different. We're trying to do it in a moral way. As human beings, as Jewish people, as Israelis, again, it's still horrifying view to see.
You're speaking as a former soldier and now as a doctor who has two sons that are serving in the military in what is officially a war that has been declared by Israel now. Dr. Yoel Harivan, thank you so much for the work that you're doing to try and heal the people who have been so badly injured. I appreciate your time, sir.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. Good evening.
All right, we are having to take a quick break. Our special coverage, though, of the conflict between Israel and Hamas, the war that has now unfolded, continues next.
Dig into the gooey flavor of Bob Evans Mac and Cheese 2-count single-serve cups. Each serving of tender macaroni is smothered in grilled cheese. Just heat it up for a great snack or after-school treat and bring home the goodness of Bob Evans today.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro.
Sean, do you mean this one, the one with titanium?
No way I could trade this busted up thing for one.
Maybe stealing wishes from the birthday boy is not your best plan. Switch to Verizon and trade in any iPhone and get the new iPhone 15 Pro on them.
What?
Yep, and on an amazing network.
And I don't have to ruin any more birthday parties.
Yeah, that ship has sailed. Let's go get you that iPhone. Here we go. Come on now.
It's your last chance to trade in any iPhone for a new iPhone 15 Pro on us, only on Verizon.
Dozens of rockets coming in here. Those interceptions right above us.
We have been hearing repeated exchanges of gunfire.
You can see the scale of the destruction.
If you know anything about what they do to people in Gaza, that is worse than death.
My children and grandchildren experienced a living hell. How difficult is this fight going to be on the ground?
We have no other place to go.
Breaking news coverage continues live from Israel.
No one plans to accidentally fall overboard, but if you do, having your life jacket within reach might not be close enough. Want to see what happens next? Scan the QR code or come to enjoyboating.ca and you can decide what happens to our struggling boater. When within reach might not be close enough. A life jacket left on board won't keep you floating.
In Vernon, we vibe on vitality, and we savor summer longer. Here we come alive on forest trails and play in colorful orchards that weave into rolling mountains. Raise your glass to the apples on trees and savor summer a little bit longer. Now's the time to travel to BC. Fall is on in Vernon.
The Lead with Jake Tapper, CNN, tomorrow 4.
welcome back. It is the top of the hour. I'm Dana Bash in Washington.
And I'm Sarah Seidner in Tel Aviv with CNN's breaking news coverage of Israel at war. As Israel prepares for the next stage, as they have put it, of this war, Gaza is also facing an unprecedented humanitarian catastrophe and on the brink of collapse. The situation there is becoming more and more dire. The UN is comparing it to a, quote, hellhole.
Gaza is running out of water, electricity, and is facing a severe shortage of food and medicine. Tens of thousands of people have fled northern Gaza, heading for the south. That is despite Hamas, who is supposed to be the leadership there, not telling innocent civilians not to leave, keeping them there. And that, according to both the U.S. and Israel, is because Hamas would rather have the civilians as human shields rather than keeping them safe. Israel says they are trying to work on a humanitarian safe zone for evacuees. But when talking to CNN's Wolf Blitzer today, Israel's president could not give a timeline on when it would open.
How close are you, Mr. President, to establishing what's called a humanitarian corridor out of southern Gaza? You mentioned earlier Israel is working on it.
So these facts are being discussed right now. Tomorrow, Secretary of State Tony Blinken will return to Israel and the region, and I'm sure this will be a top priority in his meetings.
So you support allowing that southern Rafah border crossing to be open so folks could leave Gaza?
So I will say the following. As president, I'm a head of state, but this is the powers are vested with the Israeli cabinet and government under Prime Minister Netanyahu and the new National Unity Emergency Government, and it's in their hands. But the entire effort is with a view to maintaining full humanitarian support for the people of Gaza.
A very good interview, and there's more of that interview online between Wolf Blitzer and the president of Israel, Herzog. In the south of Gaza, the Rafah crossing, as you just heard them talking about, is supposed to reopen today, according to U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken. It is the only border point out of Gaza that is not controlled by Israel. Meantime, along the Israeli-Lebanese border, there have been some intense exchanges of fire today. We've just learned that a rocket has hit the headquarters of the UN peacekeeping force in Lebanon. Thankfully, no one there was hurt. Now, we are also hearing harrowing stories after airstrikes in Gaza, and these folks are beside themselves, wondering what they're going to do when there is a ground offensive. But right now, they are in deep sorrow after witnessing another airstrike that collapsed a building. Listen.
We are in Deir al-Balah in Sheikh Daoud. Today at dusk, we witnessed strikes using F-16 without prior warning. We were running and found the house on fire and charred. There were people alive and we rescued them quickly, but there were people still under the rubble. Until now, there are 3 families under this house. A large number were martyred, and there remains a large number of martyrs under the rubble.
God willing, they're all in heaven. All my family will be in heaven. They gave their life for Jerusalem, for Palestine, for Palestine. They were all women, all children, children, children.
Here in Israel, Hamas continues to target Israel, Tel Aviv. We saw rockets coming over just an hour or two ago, and it is also targeting the border city of Sderot. This morning, the terrorist group sent another barrage of rockets into that particular area, and citizens in the city boarded buses trying to get away from the conflict zone and into other parts of the country. It has been a terrifying situation for the families there as well. CNN's Clarissa Ward is in Ashkelon. That's about 25 minutes drive from Sderot. Clarissa, give us some sense of what you have been seeing, of what you have been experiencing as you have been here from the start, really, of this war.
Well, Sarah, I think the focus is now very much on Gaza, what the UN is calling an unprecedented humanitarian catastrophe playing out before our eyes. In a pretty emotional statement, the Commissioner General for the UN Agency for Relief and Works basically said that the world has lost its humanity. He went on to outline that for 8 days, not a drop of water, no electricity, no food, no medicine has been able to be provided into Gaza. He also reminded people that more than 60% of Gaza's residents, because of the blockade on Gaza, are already dependent on food aid. So in addition to the relentless airstrikes that have claimed so many lives, more than 2,700 Palestinians have been killed, you now have this incredibly intense humanitarian catastrophe. I spoke to a young student in northern Gaza. That is the area that the IDF has told Palestinians to leave. She said that they can't leave because they don't know where to go, they don't have a place to go, and they don't feel that it's safe, and there's no electricity. Now, I will say that the IDF, Israel's Defense Forces, have said that the water has been turned back on in southern Gaza. There seems to be some difficulty in confirming that right now, some mixed reports there. But I want to draw your attention, Sarah, if we can just pull up a tweet. This tweet is from October in 2022, and it's from the EU Commissioner Ursula von der Leyen. And you can read what she says here. She's talking about Russia and Ukraine, but she says quite clearly, cutting off men, women, children of water, electricity, she goes on to add heat. These are pure acts of terror, and we have to call it such. I think the frustration and anger and the outrage that you're seeing from many is due to a perceived double standard in the type of language that we have seen from U.S. and European leaders with regards to Ukraine, as opposed to what we are seeing now. Now, I will say that in the last day, we have been hearing slightly more calibrated responses from people like Secretary of State Antony Blinken, from European leaders, urging Israel's leadership to go out of its way to make sure that the international humanitarian law and the international norms are not abused. But as it stands, quite clearly, listening to that report from the UN, the situation there is rapidly escalating, unraveling, and despite the efforts on so many parts to try to clear some kind of humanitarian corridor, there is no sense that this is going to change imminently, Sarah.
Look, this is why the UN calls Gaza basically an open-air prison, because it is very hard for Palestinians there to get in and out of it. And that's on a regular day, not when there has been a war. But as Israel has said over and over and over again, Hamas has helped create this. Hamas is the one keeping civilians there when they want to leave, not giving them any chance when there's a ground, or if and when there is going to be a ground incursion. Clarissa Ward, thank you so much. I think I just want to ask you one more question. There's something going on, of course, in Lebanon. That's the northern border with Israel, with rockets coming over. And we've seen this over the last few days, different things happening there on that border. This is sort of the existential crisis that Israelis and the military and the government here has always worried about, that they would have war on several fronts. What are you hearing about what's going on there in the Lebanese-Israeli border?
So we know that there has been rocket fire going both into Israel from southern Lebanon. Also, Israeli forces have responded to that fire. We know, according to the UN peacekeeping force in South Lebanon, that their headquarters there were actually hit. Nobody was injured. But as you say, Sarah, this speaks to a very real, palpable fear that a second front in this war could potentially develop, and that if Hezbollah was to become involved with this war, that it would dramatically change the picture of what we are seeing. Hezbollah has a huge amount of rockets, including long-range rockets, could potentially be extremely dangerous. Of course, everyone remembers the war in 2006 as well between Israel and Hezbollah. So definite real concerns that could be escalating, Sarah.
Yeah, and potential of it escalating further. The U.S. also talking about potentially putting troops on the ground to try and save the hostages that were taken, who are Americans and others. Source of war, there's just so many things that could happen, but we are waiting to see what actually does happen. I appreciate all of your incredible reporting throughout this really difficult time. The IDF just announced that they now have a firm number of how many hostages are being held by Hamas. 155 civilians have been taken into Gaza against their will since the war started 8 days ago. That is the number that they have come up with. And we know that several of those hostages are American citizens. We do not have an exact number of just how many. CNN's Hadass Gold is joining us now. Hadass, the U.S. is saying it really won't rule out, and I just mentioned this to Clarissa, sending in U.S. troops to rescue hostages, which is something that I think will catch some people by surprise and catch the families and give them some hope that potentially maybe there is a way to see their loved ones again alive and well. What are you learning?
I mean, it would be unprecedented to have American boots on the ground in this way, but as we've said, unprecedented situation. I mean, the horrors of what we've heard happened to these victims, to the ones who were killed. I can't even, repeat some of what happened to them, and the horrors of what may be happening to these hostages right now, especially those with American citizenship. In addition to those with American citizenships, I think that's why you might see an unprecedented response. Now, will we see a full-fledged, hundreds, thousands of American boots on the ground? Will we see activity from those carrier ships? That's harder to tell. The American and Israeli militaries work incredibly closely together. I've heard the IDF officials call the Americans their brothers in arms. A few months ago, I was on the USS George H.W. Bush for the largest joint military exercise between the Americans and the Israelis, meant to send this exact message, this very clear message to especially Iran and their proxies in the region. Be careful of what you do here, because the Americans will get involved. And we've never been closer to this relationship being put to a test than where we are right now. Now, we have heard from John Kirby saying that right now there's no plans or intentions to put U.S. troops on the ground in this fight between Israel and Hamas. He said that on Fox News earlier today, but they are not necessarily ruling this out. Right now, so far, the American military support has been limited to things like munitions, to things like helping replenish the Iron Dome interceptors, to those carrier ships we see off the coast. And we also know that a federal hostage recovery experts are assisting the Israelis in trying to recover these hostages. Now, the big question is, will we see any sort of special operations on the ground to try to recover these hostages? So far, it seems as though they're letting the Israelis take the lead on that.
Yeah, I mean, and you know this all too well, living here and reporting from here for a good long time, that there are whole tunnels. There's a whole complex of tunnels underneath Gaza and into Israel that these hostages could be in. This could be a really, really difficult situation. I do want to quickly ask you, though, Hadass Gold, when you hear the possibility that it's not being ruled out, that potentially America would send in U.S. troops, I mean, that's got to give Israel in their coordination some pause as to whether or not they're going to actually go forward with a ground offensive if that is in the works, right? Would that not sort of stop the ground offensive until that operation was over?
I mean, I have to be honest, I think it's a question of when, not if, this ground operation takes place. The Israeli military is saying that they will wipe out Hamas completely, and that is their goal. Their plan is to completely eliminate Hamas and potentially turn the power over in Gaza to somebody else, to the Palestinian Authority, to somebody else. They want Hamas out. I've never heard this type of rhetoric from the Israelis before. I think they will definitely be going in. It's just a question of when and not if.
Yeah, Hadass Gold, thank you so much. Appreciate all your reporting. Dana, back to you in Washington.
Thank you so much, Sarah. And joining me now is CNN national security analyst and former director of national intelligence, James Clapper. Director Clapper, thank you so much for joining me. I want to start by talking about intelligence, since that is your expertise, one of your areas of expertise, and about the hostages who the U.S. and Israel believes are inside Gaza, including an untold number of Americans. What will it take to get them out, given the reality that you've had Biden officials on air all day admitting that they don't forget about where they are. They don't know who they are or how many there are.
Well, this is a pretty daunting challenge. Certainly, when you're going to do a hostage rescue, this sounds like an obvious thing to say. You got to know where they are. And I rather doubt we have much insight into the location of any of the hostages. I would surmise they're underground and widely dispersed. And Hamas, for its part, is going to consider any information on the hostages as very, very, sensitive state secret, so to speak. So this is a real disaster in the making, I think, because as each day goes by, given the condition, the physical condition of many of the hostages, it looks bad. So from an intelligence perspective, this is a really, really tough mission, and in the absence of much of any insight into the location of the hostages. You can't do a rescue unless you know where they are.
Exactly. And again, just to underscore, the thought is that it's over 100 Israelis, but also American citizens who were taken forcibly, brutally by Hamas terrorists and brought across the border. Director Clapper, the president of Israel, Herzog, was on with Wolf earlier today, and he said that the main goal for the Israeli military is to destroy the terrorist infrastructure in Gaza, eventually through their ground operation. What does that even look like?
I think it looks like a potential humanitarian disaster of biblical proportions. Given the conditions in Gaza, under the best situation, which is not very good, they have very fragile infrastructure there. I think any ground incursion, which will be a sledgehammer, I think, with all the weaponry, the tanks of the Israelis, and I don't blame them a bit for wanting to destroy Hamas once and for all, but in the process, I think it's unavoidable to incur a lot of collateral casualties, innocent Palestinians, and a lot of collateral damage, not to mention probably some substantial IDF casualties as well. So this whole situation for me does not bode well.
You served in the military, served the U.S. country for many years, and including at the end as the director of national intelligence. So you have and you were in that region as well, of course. You have an understanding of the dynamic in the broader region, particularly with the Arab countries around Gaza. And one of the big discussions today, particularly with the U.S. Secretary of State in Egypt, has been getting the Rafah crossing at the south of Gaza, where Gaza meets Egypt, open to get these innocent Palestinian civilians out of the country, out of harm's way. My question is, and if you can explain to our viewers, why is this so difficult? Why is Egypt not doing this, particularly given the amount of money that Egypt gets from the United States?
Well, Dana, that's a great question. The $1 billion+ that we provide to Egypt each year, I would hope would elicit a more supportive, cooperative attitude on their part. I think they probably have legitimate concerns from a security standpoint about people flowing into the Sinai. They have their own internal security challenges already. But that said, something needs to be done here, and I think sort of looking ahead here, what's going to change after all this is done. And this is an obvious point, but I'll state it, that we absolutely must come up with some sort of viable settlement for all Palestinians, West Bank and Gaza both, after this is over. We got to get through this. Yeah. The Israelis are bound and determined to do their thing, and I don't question that.
And just sticking on the Gaza side, which is where this military battle is happening, Israel has no desire to be in Gaza. Israel pulled out of Gaza. So we are looking far ahead now, but since we're there, what does that even look like?
Well, it looks like a viable Palestinian Authority And it looks like, to me, the destruction of Hamas. That has to happen. They are despicable, and what they did was despicable. And I think the Israelis have reached a point where they're gonna do them in, and in the process, probably a lot of innocent people are going to be killed. It just underscores why ultimately we've got to break this cycle of violence and come up with a viable regional settlement, and the Arab nations must absolutely be involved and must display some leadership.
Well said. Director James Clapper, former Director of National Intelligence. Thank you so much, sir, for being here with me.
Thanks.
We'll be right back.
Mom, what's that?
Nothing. Just get in the car. Let's go. Come on.
Who did that?
Get in right now.
You painted or something? Hi, Mr. Cody.
It's not just designed to look good. It's built to command attention. It's not just a comfortable interior. It's a quiet refuge. They're not just headlights. They light the way forward. The new fully electric Audi Q8 e-tron models.
Indulge in the creamy flavor of Bob Evans mashed potatoes 2-count single-serve cups. 2 individual servings of potatoes, milk, and butter. For a homemade taste you'll love. Ready in minutes. Bring home the perfectly sized comfort of Bob Evans today.
When your whole world revolves around family, preserving things for future generations comes naturally. Marathon in the Florida Keys.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro. Sean.
Do you mean this one? The one with titanium?
No way I could trade this busted up thing for one.
Maybe stealing wishes from the birthday boy's not your best plan. Switch to Verizon and trade in any iPhone and get the new iPhone 15 Pro on them.
What?
Yep, and on an amazing network.
And I don't have to ruin any more birthday parties.
Yeah, that ship has sailed. Let's go get you that iPhone. Here we go. Come on now.
It's your last chance to trade in any iPhone for a new iPhone 15 Pro on us, only on Verizon.
My name is Josh Sanaga, and I'm the owner at Isla Veterinary Boutique Hospital. I was 5-6 years of age, and I knew I was going to be a vet. Once Alexandra called me to let me know that Bank of America had approved my loan, it was important to me.
We not only just provide the financing piece, we do everything that we can to surround them with the right people.
All you need is a perfect, amazing team that will guide you through the right steps to be successful, and that's what Bank of America was for me.
My A1C was up here. Now it's down with Rebelsis.
His A1C?
It's down with Rebelsis.
My doctor told me Rebelsis lowered A1C better than a leading branded pill.
And that people taking Rebelsis lost more weight. I got to my A1C goal and lost some weight too.
Rebelsis isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't take Rebelsis if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or had multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or if allergic to it. Stop Rebelsis and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Gallbladder problems may occur. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Rebelsis with a sulfonylurea or insulin increases low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
Need to get your A1C down?
You may pay as little as $10 per prescription.
It's time for news about the news. Sling TV has the same news programming you love, starting at $40 a month. It's the same news programming you love, starting at $40 a month. That's what I just said. Right. It's the same news for less, starting at $40 a month. Sling.
Some extraordinary news at this hour. The U.S. says it is not ruling out sending American troops to save Americans who were kidnapped by Hamas and taken to Gaza. The Israel war continues on its different footing now. Just hearing that in Egypt, there is mounting pressure to establish a humanitarian corridor to help facilitate the safe evacuation of Palestinians, civilians who are living there in grave danger as a ground offensive by Israel is imminent. When exactly, we do not know, but they are amassing troops, of course, on the border and have been for several days now. The United Nations is indicating it's keeping the option open of deploying troops as a potential measure to ensure the safety and evacuation of American citizens as well. Joining us now is Max Boot, a senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations. He is also a columnist with the Washington Post. First, though, I'm sorry, what did you say in my ear? His last piece on the latest conflict is titled, Israel doesn't need an inquiry to decide Netanyahu must go. Those are words that are shared by some here in Israel. Others are very supportive of Netanyahu and his government. What led you to this moment to say that, to put that out to the public?
Well, I think Netanyahu's far-right government has been a disaster from day one. They won with a very narrow majority, and based on that, they were trying to engineer massive quasi-constitutional changes in the judicial oversight of the Knesset, which led to massive protests, which led to reservists saying that they were not going to call up for duty. And that was clearly something that was perceived by Israel's enemies as an invitation to attack. It fed this notion that Israel was weak. That was something that Israeli intelligence warned Netanyahu about this summer. He chose to disregard those warnings. And of course, he was caught asleep at the watch in the worst one-day attack in Israeli history. So there have to be consequences for that. There has to be accountability. And this happened on Netanyahu's watch. And I just think that he has no credibility to lead right now, although I think it is a good thing that he is now in a coalition government with Benny Gantz.
Yeah, it's really interesting that you say that because Haaretz, one of the newspapers here in Israel, had a similar editorial that they put out. And it's very unusual during wartime when a country has declared war. It is unusual that the leader of that country is attacked, but that is what is happening in some parts of the country here. Can you elaborate, Max, now on sort of the historical examples that you mentioned in your article where you say, like, tyrants and terrorists underestimate liberal democracies, and how do these instances relate to sort of the conflict? This is a protracted conflict, to be fair, between Hamas and Israel.
Well, I think there's a tendency on behalf of tyrants and terrorists to underestimate the martial strength of liberal democracies because they see them in peacetime. They see that they are pursuing commercial pursuits. They're not geared up for war all the time. And so therefore there's a tendency to think that they are incapable of fighting effectively. And that is an illusion that many tyrants have paid for with their lives or with their losing their wars. I mean, you think about Hitler and Tojo and the war that they declared on the United States, which ended with the utter annihilation of Germany and Japan. You think about more recently Osama bin Laden thinking that the United States was a weak horse and could be attacked with impunity, and of course eventually bin Laden himself was tracked down and killed by Navy SEALs. And I think that's a very common experience, that democracies have a hidden strength that dictators and terrorists don't perceive. And you're seeing that right now in Israel, where they've been able to mobilize in just a few days more than 300,000 reserves. That's just an astonishing number. And you've seen in Russia in the last year that people are fleeing the country to avoid being called up to serve in the army, whereas in Israel it's the exact opposite. Israelis are coming from all over the world. They're flying home just so they can fight and defend their country. And I think Hamas is going to be surprised by the ferocity and the effectiveness of the Israeli response.
And you know this in any war, civilians always seem to pay the highest price, but this was something that was precipitated by an attack, a terrorist attack by Hamas on civilians here in Israel, and Israel has decided that it is going to respond in a very different way than in the past. It has declared war. Max Boot, thank you so much for your thoughts And our coverage continues right after this.
I've got home internet from T-Mobile. It only costs $50 at T-Mobile. They won't raise your rates at T-Mobile. You'll get a great deal every day.
Welcome. For those of you who don't know, the Medicare Advantage and Prescription Drug Annual Enrollment Period is now open. That's right, 2024 plans are now available. This is the only time of the year when anyone on Medicare can call and get a Medicare Advantage plan. We are opening up the phone lines now and inviting anyone to call in with questions or to find a plan available in your area. Can we show that number on the screen big for all of our viewers at home? Just call 800-385-1724 now. There are so many Medicare Advantage plans out there. So how do you know what plans are available to you? Our licensed insurance agents are standing by to take your call. Speaking of calls, we're going to go off to the phones now and hear from Betty. Hi, Betty.
Hi, I'm from Tampa, Florida, and I was wondering what types of Medicare Advantage plans are available to me.
That's a great question. There are plans from Humana, United Healthcare, Aetna, and the list goes on. This is why we are encouraging everyone to call the number on your screen to find out what is the best option for you. Do you see that number on your screen?
Yes, I see it.
Great. Just call that number and we'll get you connected to one of our licensed insurance agents who can help you. See how easy it is, folks? I can't stress this enough. This is the only time of the year when everyone on Medicare can call and update their health insurance. That number again is 800-385-1724. Millions of Americans on Medicare with Parts A and B may be eligible for Parts C and D. When you call today, you'll get a free benefits review. That's right, the call and benefits review are free with no obligation to enroll. Does it get any better than this, folks? Remember, the Medicare annual enrollment period is now open, so call now. Just call 800-385-1724 now. That's 800-385-1724.
Dozens of rockets coming in here. Those interceptions right above us.
We have been hearing repeated exchanges of gunfire.
You can see the scale of the destruction.
If you know anything about what they do to people in Gaza, that is worse than death.
My children and grandchildren experienced a living hell. How difficult is this fight going to be on the ground?
We have no other place to go.
Breaking news coverage continues live from Israel.
From the moment you touch down in Victoria, you'll know you're in a world apart. This is a place like no other. Let your curiosity lead you through unforgettable moments, where you're connected to nature, each other, and a local culture full of creativity and history that welcomes everyone. Your story unfolds in Victoria.
One whole story, one whole hour. World's best journalists dig deeper.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, tonight at 10 on CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
We only represent mesothelioma victims and their families. Call for a free book.
Call 800-282-4444 or go to Mesobook.com.
Welcome back to our special coverage. I'm Dana Bash in Washington, and Sarah Seidner, you are in Israel, and I want to take a moment to talk to you about your experience. You've been in Tel Aviv now for several days, but you were the Jerusalem correspondent for CNN in 2012 and 2013, and I know you've been in and out since then covering some battles and so forth, and I wanted to just take a moment for you to give our viewers that perspective of things that you have seen then and how different it is at this moment where you are.
Yeah, back then, which is a long time ago, it didn't connect with me that it's been 10 years. But you'd see clashes, as people would call them, on between the West Bank and Israel, and then you would see incursions or operations, as Israel would call it, in Gaza, and you'd see rockets coming over from Gaza every now and then. This is completely different. There is a completely different feel, even though some of those operations, some of those incursions were massive. I mean, there were airstrikes. I was there in Gaza during some of the airstrikes after there was a barrage of rockets that kept coming over the border from Hamas and from Gaza into Israel. These airstrikes were powerful. They make your bones rattle, your teeth clench. They are terrifying. You can hear planes flying over, and there's a real sense, I was around children when one of those airstrikes went off, and I can't tell you, children would shudder looking up every time they heard anything flying over them. On this side of the border, the rocket attacks that happen so often, Dana, in places like Sderot and Ashkelon, there's always this sense that at any moment you could lose your life or be injured or lose a family member. And so you can understand that deep sense of resentment and the tension that has been building and building and building. But this attack by Hamas was so disturbing, disgusting, debased, that Israel has decided that it is going to go all-out war, and that is a completely different thing. We will have to wait and see how it all ends. Dana?
Yeah, no question. And you mentioned what's going on even where you are in Tel Aviv. You've heard sirens go off, and you've heard booms. People largely there for now are safe.
Which is unusual for Tel Aviv.
And largely safe thanks to the Iron Dome, which the U.S. is helping replenish. Sarah, thank you so much for your excellent reporting. I'll try to tell you to stay safe, but I know you will. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Dana.
Still ahead, the victims of Hamas's brutal attacks, still recovering both physically and emotionally, at least trying. Next, I'm going to talk to a woman who survived the Nova Festival attack. She is back with the IDF fighting for her country. She'll join me live after a quick break.
I don't expect to look 38 at 58, but I do want to feel great, and I want to look great.
CeraVital is an award-winning beauty supplement at Ulta. Get started today at CeraVital.com.
Teeth sensitivity is so common. It feels like somebody's poking directly on the nerve. I recommend Sensodyne. Sensodyne toothpaste goes inside the tooth and calms the nerve down. And my patients say, doc, it really works.
It's easy to get lost in investment research. Introducing JP Morgan Personal Advisors.
Hey, David.
Connect with an advisor to create your personalized plan.
Let's find the right investments for your goals.
Okay, great.
JP Morgan Wealth Management.
If there's pain when you try to prove and going sometimes feels like you push through a pineapple or two. Colace is the brand you need to soften stools, we're all agreed. Number 2 should be easy to do.
Colace Clear soften stools for comfortable relief with no dyes or preservatives.
It's true. Contacts are great until they get dry. So we created new BioTrue Hydration Boost for contacts for a boost of moisture that lasts up to 8 hours. So all kinds of contacts can stay comfortable throughout the day. And it's preservative-free. Stay BioTrue to your eyes.
Not that into saving, are you? Whoa, dude. Money. Because you paid too much for those glasses. Next time, go to America's Best, where 2 pairs and a free quality eye exam start at just $79.95. Book an exam today at americasbest.com.
It was deep into the winter freeze when Ryan and Brenda Brinka made a pact. We will no longer be prisoners to you, Wisconsin winter. We shall fly south to where the courts are eternally bright, and we will do so with a new phone plan, one with the same coverage, up to half the cost. They may call us snowbirds,
But we're phoenixes.
When freedom calls, we're here to answer.
The first time you connected your GoDaddy website and your store was also the first time you realized.
Well, we can do anything. Cheesecake cookies? The cookie!
Manage all your sales from one place with a partner that always puts you first. Start today at GoDaddy.com.
Hi, I'm Jason. I've lost 228 pounds on Golo. Changing your habits is the only way that gets you to lose the weight. And Golo is the plan that's going to help you do that. Just take the first step. Go to golo.com.
At SimpliSafe, we build advanced security sensors and cameras for your whole home, powered by 24/7 professional monitoring and Fast Protect technology, exclusively from SimpliSafe for faster police response. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Sometimes Jonah wrestles with falling asleep, so he takes ZQL, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, for a better night's sleep. So now, he wakes up feeling like himself, the reigning family room middleweight champion. Better days start with ZQL nights.
Now a sobering reminder of how this war upended lives within seconds. One moment, this young woman was enjoying the Nova Peace Festival, music festival, with her friends. Next, rockets started raining down. She survived by hiding, and now, just days later, she is back with her IDF unit fighting to protect her country. This is Chen joining us now. We're withholding her last name and specific location for security. Thank you so much for joining me. First, if we could just go back in time, if you will, to 8 days ago and what you survived at that festival.
Okay, first I can't believe that it's been 8 days from that day. And I've been in the Nova Festival and with my friend, and we went there to celebrate life and happiness, and all we want to do is to dance. And during dancing, on about 6:30 in the morning, they shut down the music, and we look up in the sky, and we saw rain of rockets, like literally rain of rockets. And no one knew what to do, so everyone starts screaming and yelling and crying, and me and my friend decided we need to go to our car. So we went to our car, and 3,000 people trying to go out from a parking lot, it's not something easy, it's not something nice. And while we're in our car waiting to go out, I saw everyone left the cars and start running, and I didn't know what happened, so I opened my car window, and I heard someone screaming, "They're here, the terrorists are here." And then I realized that this is big. Terrorists in Israel? Okay. So I left my car, me and my friend started running to the field, and I start hearing the gunshot come forward to us, and I lost my friend during the running, and I started running by myself. So I found a bush, and I lay on the ground in the bush, and I put my hands on my head and with my face down, and the gunshots still continuing, and people crying for help. And after that, about 1 hour or two later of hiding, I heard people not screaming, but they were loud to go back to your cars, guys, go back to your cars. So because I was on my own, I decided to raise my head a little bit up to see what's going on, and I decided I need to go back to my car. So I started running, and I saw my friend from home during the running, and I called him to come with me, and we get inside the car, and we start driving because the road was blocked from both sides. And we saw the cops. They were terrifying. The cops were terrifying also. They didn't know what happened. And they directed us to a road, to a farm road, and
you got out.
But in that road we saw a lot of dead bodies that didn't just murdered, they was slaughtered, okay, with cold blood. And we drove slowly because we didn't want to run over the body. And this is how I escaped home.
And I'm so sorry. I just want to make sure that our viewers know that you're talking to us in the dark because you are just days later fighting in the IDF fighting in the war.
Yes.
Can you briefly tell us, as a survivor, that must be unimaginably difficult.
Yes, it is. But after a couple days that I was sitting in my home and dealing with my mental health issue that happened after what I survived, really survived, I decided I need to go back to Army because I'm a combat soldier, okay? And when we reach 18 in Israel and we join the Army, we take an oath. And we swear to protect Israel, to protect our country no matter when and no matter what. And I decided that I need to go back to my unit because my units were there. They start fighting, okay? And I needed to do my duty. I needed to do what I swear on. Because I don't have another home. And what happened? This massacre. We're on 2023, and I was a witness to a massacre, and I don't have another home. I don't have another land. My family here, I don't know anything else. So I decided I need to come back. I decided to put aside everything I've been through.
Chen, well, I'm sure you can never put aside everything you've been through, and your bravery is just, it clearly knows no bounds, and we thank you so much for coming on, particularly given how late it is there and the peril that you are facing, and we thank you so much. Thank you, Chen.
Thank you for hearing me.
We'll be right back.
My face was like the elephant in the room.
I had it for so long, makeup would never cover it up.
This is melasma. I'm trying to get rid of it. I've tried everything.
Stop suffering from melasma with Muesli Face RX. Prescription skincare delivered straight to your door.
For me, it was my last resort. I had almost given up.
I actually saw results within the week.
Now that Muesli is out there, people aren't thinking about my melasma anymore. They just see the confident young woman.
See for yourself at muesli.com/TV.
Feeling sluggish or weighed down? Could be a sign you're not getting enough daily fiber. Metamucil capsules can help. Psyllium fiber gels to trap and remove the waste that weighs you down, promoting digestive health for a better you. Metamucil capsules, an easy way to get more daily fiber.
Tonight, Anderson Cooper is on the ground in Israel at the site where tragedy struck, meeting with survivors and family members of the missing.
Do you believe she may still be alive? I still have hope.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tonight at 10.
When Lila was ready to sell her ring, she sent it to Worthy, where they took care of everything and auctioned it on her terms. Then, Worthy sent Lila her money. You're worthy of more. Get started at worthy.com.
You can't buy a best friend, but you can adopt one.
HomeGlow just cleaned my entire house for $19. No, seriously, $19. They showed up right on time and did my dishes, my laundry, they even cleaned my windows. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19. I love using HomeGlow, and I think you will too.
I can feel the winds of change.
I'm Pete Montine at Reagan National Airport. This is CNN.
Stories of heroism are emerging as we learn how Israeli citizens put up fierce resistance against Hamas terrorists as they invaded their homes. Here's CNN's Matthew Chance.
The attacks by Hamas were a bloodbath. Israelis slaughtered or taken hostage. But at Kibbutz Magen near Gaza, the militants met their match.
One of the things that I always was thought is you shall never catch me with my underwear in my hand.
Never catch you with your pants down.
Never. I cannot.
He suffered shrapnel wounds and an amputated leg. But when dozens of Hamas fighters tried to breach his kibbutz fence last weekend, this 72-year-old former paratrooper and war veteran swung into action.
I decided to take my car. I take a magazine with me, and I decide to enter as soon as I can to this group to shoot them over the window of my car.
So you drove towards the attackers,
yeah,
and you started shooting at them?
I shoot them.
Before they came through the fence?
Before, in my head, that was the only way to stop them.
In nearby Jewish communities or kibbutzim, Hamas attackers ran amok in a vile killing and kidnapping spree. But at Kibbutz Magen, home to more than 400 Israelis, the small team of armed volunteers, trained and led by Baruch, kept the militants at bay.
The best thing.
His wife, Mina, at his bedside, told me she has no doubt why.
The difference is Baruch, because
your husband,
my husband, Baruch, 20 years that he's in this position, and every time that a lot of young people coming and make the same position that Baruch make in the other kibbutzim, they laugh at him. They said that he's crazy. They said that that he's speaking nonsense. Nobody will come. And Baruch defended the kibbutz year by year, and all the people laughed at him, and he was.
They laughed at him. They said he was paranoid.
He paranoid.
They said it's not going to happen.
It's not. It's never will happen because we have the army.
In fact, the Israeli army came under attack by Hamas too, leaving Baruch and his team to fight alone for more than 6 hours, way longer than expected.
Where is the army? They teach us that if something happened,
yeah,
I always tell to my friend, to my members, that we got 35 minutes of gold minutes that belong to us. After 35 minutes, the army should be here, the best unit should be here, and etc., etc., etc.
But they didn't come.
The watches didn't work.
As Israelis elsewhere were taken hostage, their communities overrun, Barak fought on, severely injured and out of ammo, armed with just a blade.
I took in my hand and I said, if you should come, you should find me with a knife.
A stubborn determination his friends and neighbours say helped save them from the grim fate of others nearby. Matthew Chance, CNN, Jerusalem.
Almost too much to bear, and that man truly is a hero. Thank you so much for joining me today. I'm Dana Bash. CNN's coverage from Israel will continue with Aaron Burnett there and Jim Acosta right here. Don't go anywhere.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Attention everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about 2024 Medicare Advantage plans. If you don't have a 2024 Medicare Advantage Part C plan, call now because there may be a Medicare Part C plan with additional benefits available in your zip code. Right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. You can call now to see if there are any changes to your current Medicare plan in the upcoming year, or find out if you're eligible to enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan with additional benefits. Everyone on Medicare is encouraged to call. Call now and a licensed insurance agent can look up your plan and see if there are any changes to your current plan in the upcoming year. Call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period. Part C plans can change every year. Don't wait. Call before the Medicare annual enrollment period ends on December 7th for your free, no obligation 2024 Medicare benefits review. Call 800-882-0987. 800-882-0987. Attention Medicare beneficiaries. This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Attention everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about 2024 Medicare Advantage plans. If you don't have a 2024 Medicare Advantage Part C plan, call now because there may be a Medicare Part C plan with additional benefits available in your zip code. Right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. You can call now to see if there are any changes to your current Medicare plan in the upcoming year, or find out if you're eligible to enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan with additional
additional benefits. Everyone on Medicare is encouraged to call. Call now and a licensed insurance agent can look up your plan and see if there are any changes to your current plan in the upcoming year. Call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period. Part C plans can change every year. Don't wait. Call before the Medicare annual enrollment period ends on December 7th for your free, no obligation 2024 Medicare benefits review. Call 800-882-0987. 800-882-0987.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro.
Sean, do you mean this one? The one with titanium?
No way I could trade this busted up thing for one.
Maybe stealing wishes from the birthday boy is not your best plan. Switch to Verizon and trade in any iPhone and get the new iPhone 15 Pro on them.
What?
Yep, and on an amazing network.
And I don't have to ruin any more birthday parties.
Yeah, that ship has sailed. Let's go get you that iPhone. Here we go. Come on now.
It's your last chance to trade in any iPhone for a new iPhone 15 Pro on us, only on Verizon. Mac and cheese lovers rejoice. Dive into the melty, gooey goodness of Bob Evans mac and cheese. Tender macaroni smothered in real cheese. Ready in just minutes with the delicious taste Bob Evans is known for. Bring home the warm, gooey goodness of mac and cheese today. LeBron stands alone!
5, 4, 3, 2, I let one go.
Yeah. Are you ready to turn? He just brought the house down. What a play!
This is March.
Put your front row. Let your tongue show.
Are you kidding me?
5, 4, 3, 2, I let one go.
I belong here.
You may think I don't fit in.
That I don't look the part.
But to me, curling is more than a sport.
It's my community.
Together, we can sweep away the barriers.
Create spaces where we all belong.
And experience the joy of curling.
I belong here.
We belong here. We unite. And united we curl.
If you lived or worked at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina for at least 30 days from August 1953 through December 1987 and have been diagnosed with cancer, neurobehavioral effects, fertility issues, or more, you may qualify for financial compensation. A new law passed by Congress now allows veterans and survivors to seek damages for harm from exposure to contaminated water at Camp Lejeune. Call Saddle Rock Legal Group to discuss your case now.
Call 1-800-814-9977.
The Situation Room with Wolf Blitzer tomorrow at 6 on CNN.
You're live in the CNN newsroom. I'm Jim Acosta in Washington alongside my colleague Aaron Burnett in Tel Aviv with our continuing coverage of Israel at war. Several major new developments to tell you about this evening. Today, Israeli Defense Forces raising the death toll from the attacks carried out by Hamas to more than 1,400. Israeli armored vehicles are now staging near the border with Gaza in anticipation of what Israel calls significant ground operations. That invasion expected to happen at any moment. The IDF confirms Hamas still has more than 150 hostages 8 days after their attack. Meanwhile, Israeli airstrikes continue to pound parts of northern Gaza. The IDF says it killed a Hamas commander as it shelled 250 targets today. Tens of thousands in Gaza are still scrambling to find safe passage to the south. But the Rafah border crossing into Egypt remains closed at this hour. Refugees waiting for authorities to open the gates for days now. Today, U.S. Secretary of State Tony Blinken promised that the border will open as the U.S. appoints a new special envoy to coordinate aid into the Gaza enclave. But let me go first back to my colleague Aaron Burnett live on the ground in Tel Aviv. Aaron, I understand you were able to catch up with a bipartisan U.S. Senate delegation that was on the ground in Tel Aviv with you. What did they encounter and what did you find out?
All right, well, Jim, yes, absolutely. It was bipartisan. Senator Romney was here, Senator Schumer, Senator Cassidy, Senator Kelly, Senator Rosen. So it was a bipartisan group. They met with the Prime Minister here, Benjamin Netanyahu, and they said, one of them told me they were shown pictures. Obviously, we've only shared one at this point with our viewers, but said they were shown pictures of a group of children that they say were burned alive.
they had no words to describe what they were actually confronted with and what they saw today. But they did have those meetings today. And in addition, as you mentioned, the Secretary of State is going to be coming here to Israel again tomorrow in sort of a desperate effort for diplomacy throughout this region to try to get some of the other players involved. I had a chance after this meeting to speak to Senator Schumer, of course, the majority leader in the Senate, to have a conversation with him about what happened here and what's next in that U.S. carrier strike group. And here is what we just talked about just a few moments ago, Jim. All right, Leader Schumer, thank you so much for your time. In Tel Aviv tonight, obviously, you've been meetings throughout the day with the Prime Minister Netanyahu and others. What did you learn here?
Well, first, we came with a simple message to the Israeli people. We have your back. We feel your pain, we ache, and America will stick with you in this most difficult time. We had three missions. One, to let Israel know we're for them. Two, to find out what Israel's needs are. And we had extensive discussions of the military, diplomatic, intelligence, and humanitarian needs that Israel had. But third, we wanted to show that this was bipartisan, so I went with 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans.
Senator Cassidy, Senator Romney, yourself, Senator Kelly, right? All?
Yes. And Senator Rosen.
And Senator Rosen.
And in this time of such partisanship, this is one area where the Congress is united. And I believe we're going to pass very soon. We're going to put together a very strong package. We will pass it soon. We're not going to wait for the House. We're hopeful that if we pass a strong package with big bipartisan majorities, it will put pressure on the House to act one way or another, however the heck they figure it out.
So Secretary Blinken's coming tomorrow, coming back.
Yes.
Right, so no one had known that this is happening. Obviously, he's coming from other places in the Middle East, just met with the Saudi Crown Prince. What is his goal? Do you know? Is he trying to have Netanyahu delay this? Or
no, I think his goal is to try and keep the tripartite negotiations that were going on between Saudi Arabia, Israel, and America on track. Many suspect that Hamas and even Iran did this dastardly, horrible terrorist action to make sure that that didn't happen. And he feels very strongly, as do most of us, that we should keep it on track. And the viciousness of Hamas, I mean, in one instance, cutting the throats of little children, having their parents watch. Hamas is trying to say, we're going to intimidate you from doing the things you want to do, including this tripartite pact. And I think what Secretary Blinken is saying, and Israel is saying, we are saying, you're not going to intimidate us, we're going to move forward.
John Kirby today confirmed that there are American hostages in Gaza. He said there's no plans, there's no intention for U.S. troops to be involved, but he wouldn't rule it out. So I'm not going to rule anything out. Do you think that that should be on the table?
Israel has never asked for troops. They have always asked for aid. They have always asked for help.
But I mean for the American hostages.
No, right now, our country, and we met with, I've talked to Secretary Blinken about this. We met with some of the families of American hostages.
Yes.
And the best way to go is to pursue some serious diplomatic channels to put pressure on Hamas through other countries. Can't mention the countries because it might mess the whole thing up. But that's the plan.
So, as you were on your way here, there was the announcement that there's a second carrier strike group coming from the United States, and an incredibly high military posture right off the coast of Israel. You've obviously got the war in Ukraine going on as well. When you take a step back, Senator, do you think the U.S. is closer to war itself than it has been in a long time?
I think sending the 2 carriers here will make us less likely to have a war, because it's a strong message to Hezbollah in Lebanon and to Iran. Don't mess around here, because we've got a lot of might in the area.
What is the status right now of U.S. knowledge of Iran's involvement right now in the ongoing conflict as well as in active side?
Sorry. It's still unclear whether Iran knew all the details and pushed Hamas to do this at this time. But one thing's totally clear. There'd be no Hamas without Iran. So Iran will be culpable one way or the other.
Here in Tel Aviv, you had to take shelter from rockets. That's the daily life here as they come in. Does that give you a different sense, a more palpable sense of this war?
Yes, when you're here, you see it. Look, I asked 5 or 6 random people, the driver of our car, 2 people in the hotel, several waitresses at restaurants we were at. Every single one of them has a relative or close friend who died. It's unbelievable. Look, I think about 9/11 every day.
Yes.
And I'll think about this every day, and I'm sure every Israeli will for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
But there are strong people, there are resolute people. Hamas's desire to intimidate them with the most vicious, brutal kind of terrorism is not going to succeed.
Senator Schumer, Leader Schumer, thank you. I appreciate it.
Erin.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
And I want to go now to CNN international diplomatic editor Nick Robertson. He is live in Sderot, Israel, and that is, of course, south of here, just about a mile east of the Gaza border. And now, Nick, Israel's forces have been staging ground for operations for several days, right? We have all witnessed the incredible buildup, the pace of the buildup. What is the situation there where you are at this hour?
Jets overhead, not unusual. Missiles being fired into Gaza. We've heard several of those. About an hour ago, we had a round of incoming missiles coming from Gaza into here. The Iron Dome intercepted them really low over our heads. That was another missile landing in Gaza. We heard the jet there. That's the missile. But we've been down along the border area today to see some of the training that's going on, and we were with a unit that was tanks, it was infantry, it was mechanical engineers, combat mechanical engineers who were getting ready, training together, literally lining up their vehicles in a field and practicing for moving off together when they get that order to go into Gaza. Another unit of troops we saw training were in this mock-up big concrete Palestinian town. It had mosques, it had stores, it had civilian housing, and these troops were going through combat training to fight in a combat environment. So what we're seeing here is not only the deployment of the troops close to the border, but what looks in essence like some of the last minute training that they're doing before they're going in. We talked to some of the commanders who will be some of the first to go into Gaza, and I said, look, we know that the IDF has told civilians to head south. We know that Hamas has told them not to. We know that in the past, there will be, when you go in, as soldiers found in the 2014 incursion into Gaza, that Hamas is hiding out behind civilians. Can you do this without civilian casualties? And the commander said to me, look, we're a professional force. We're fighting terrorists, not civilians. But in essence, if Hamas does that, it's going to make our job very difficult. And this is what we're hearing from the spokesman here as well. I was asking them the same question. And they said quite distinctly, look, we're asking the civilians to leave. Hamas is telling them to stay. If the civilians are there, that is Hamas's responsibility, not our responsibility. So I think everyone here is getting ready for the potential of crossing into Gaza and also the difficulty and knowledge of what they may find when they get in there. But as you heard from that missile strike there, it's a very, very active night again tonight, Erin.
I mean, it's been days, right? We hear this day after day after day. At some point, the distinction between the next steps and the current steps becomes cloudier, Nick. You heard the Majority Leader Schumer say that he thought the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken's return trip to Israel, scheduled for tomorrow to meet with the Prime Minister here, was about keeping peace talks on track, the normalization of relations with Saudi Arabia and Israel talks on track. Obviously, those at this point are not, to state the obvious. Is that what you think it's about? I mean, he's saying it's not about the U.S. trying to have Netanyahu pull back or slow down or stall, anything like that. What do you see?
Look, I think the importance of keeping the Saudi discussion on track is a big one for the Saudis, for Israel, for the United States. And I think it's interesting that on this trip, Secretary Blinken has been twice to see Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. He is trying to play a bigger diplomatic role in the region. He undoubtedly will be pressuring the Egyptian president to take a more conciliatory and softer role about the possibility of opening that Rafah border crossing to allow Palestinians out of Gaza into there. Yes, it's a contentious issue. Yes, there's a lot of historical baggage for Palestinians with that. But I think there will be a lot of that in there. And I think let's not forget the hostages. Behind the scenes here, efforts will be made a lot of efforts will be made to try to get those hostages released, and we can believe that some leaders like Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman in Saudi Arabia and others in the region will be making their best efforts to help that happen. So I think Secretary Blinken being in the region, it signals not only to Iran, not only to Hezbollah, that the United States is here, is behind Israel, but it tries to sort of keep that diplomatic, behind-the-scenes movement on all fronts, on broader stability, on the long-term goals of the United States, Israel, and Saudi Arabia, and on the possibility of hostages. It tries to keep all those alive. But of course, as you and I both know, and Senator Schumer was hearing from people, there is a will here to settle the score and really reduce the risk from Hamas at the moment.
There is. It's an overwhelming will, as we know at this point, for sure. And of course, it comes as the U.S. has those two carrier strike groups in the region now as well. Nick Robertson, thank you very much. And still to come, the White House is not ruling out sending U.S. troops to help free Americans held hostage by Hamas in Gaza. More on that as we talk about this escalating conflict with Congressman Adam Smith with Jim next.
Every parent knows when it's time to go into protect mode. Adding Lysol laundry sanitizer kills 99.9% of illness-causing bacteria detergents leave behind. Clean is good, sanitized is better.
This country has never been so divided. Are you a licorice lover or hater? We at licorice.com have 50-plus gourmet flavors that you'll flip out over. Get some for yourself or a licorice lover in your life. Licorice lovers unite at licorice.com.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro. Sean.
Do you mean this one, the one with titanium? Switch to Verizon. You can trade in any iPhone and get the new iPhone 15 Pro on them.
It's your last chance to trade in any iPhone for a new iPhone 15 Pro on us, only on Verizon. Mashed potato lovers, your day has come. Indulge in the rich, creamy classic Bob Evans mashed potatoes. Farm fresh potatoes blended with real milk and butter for that homemade taste. With the delicious taste Bob Evans is known for. Bring home the warm comfort of mashed potatoes today.
How do I do it all? With a little help. And to support my family's immune health, I choose Airborne. It has an unbeatable amount of vitamin C, plus a unique blend of immune-focused ingredients to turn up our immune support. Airborne, turn up your immune support.
Mornings. Cough? Congestion?
I'm feeling better. All in one and done with new Mucinex Kickstart.
Headache?
Better now.
New Mucinex Kickstart gives all-in-one and done relief with a morning jolt of instant cooling sensation. It's comeback season.
I would always try and kind of hide my face because you could see my spots.
Stop suffering from melasma with Muesli Face RX. The spot cream is 10 times more potent than over-the-counter and prescription alternatives.
Nothing has worked until Muesli.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job, you immediately get your short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job criteria. Visit Indeed.com/hire and get started today.
Airwick's limited edition fragrances are infused with natural essential oils for authentic seasonal scents that fill your home with warmth and cheer.
To give your teeth a dentist clean feeling, start with a round brush head, add power, and you've got Oral-B. Round cleans better by surrounding each tooth to remove 100% more plaque for a superior clean. Oral-B, brush like a pro.
More real estate professionals list properties with Realtor.com than any other site.
Really?
Really. Trust the #1 app real estate professionals trust. Download the Realtor.com app today.
5 billion people lack access to safe surgery. Thousands of children are suffering and dying from treatable causes. For 40 years, Mercy Ships has deployed floating hospitals to provide the free surgeries these children need. Join us. Together, we can give children the hope and healing they never thought possible. It's a mission powered by love, made possible by you. Give today.
From pep in their step to shine in their coats, when people switch their dog's food to the farmer's dog, the effects can seem like magic. But there's no magic involved. It's just smarter, healthier pet food. It's amazing what real food can do.
This is the Carry-On Closet, a suitcase with a one-of-a-kind patented closet system that keeps you organized anywhere. Pack all you need for up to 10 days and travel without ever unpacking. The comfort of home on the go. Unpack in seconds at soulguard.co.
When the details take precedence, the rest falls perfectly into place. We strip away everything but the essential, and what we're left with are thoughtful bedrooms for modern living. Thuma.
This just in to CNN, the American death toll in Israel has risen to 30 Americans who have died since this war began. The State Department is also aware of 13 American nationals who are unaccounted for after last week's terror attack. This comes as the U.S. is bolstering its defenses in the region by sending a second aircraft carrier, the USS Dwight Eisenhower, and more fighter jets. And this also comes as the White House says it's not ruling out sending troops to help free Americans held hostage by Hamas.
There's no plans or intentions to put U.S. troops on the ground to fight in this fight between Israel and Hamas. We are actively trying to find out exactly where they are. I mean, Shannon, we don't even know how many exactly. We saw a small handful we know. There could be more than we know. What I won't do is rule anything in or out when it comes to getting our hostages home. We're working on this literally by the hour.
And joining us now to discuss is Democratic Congressman Adam Smith of Washington State. He's the ranking member on the House Armed Services Committee. Congressman, great to see you. Appreciate you coming on. Let me ask you, I mean, just what John Kirby was being asked a few moments ago, what do you think? Should the U.S. be contemplating this idea of sending troops into Gaza to help free Americans being held hostage there? Presumably those would be special forces type troops, but what are your thoughts?
There are two things about that. First of all, if we had a situation where we knew where hostages were and we felt that there was a plausible plan for our special forces to go in and get them out, we would do it. It's just highly unlikely, given how Hamas has built the system of tunnels and hiding places throughout Gaza. I forget the name of the Israeli soldier, but they held an Israeli soldier for years without Israel being able to know where he was and rescue him. So if that situation presented itself and we felt, yes, our troops could go in and get out an American, clearly we would do that. It's just under the circumstances, it seems highly unlikely that we would have that degree of intelligence and confidence that we could do that successfully.
And Congressman, we're showing our viewers some live pictures of Gaza. It's 12:19 in the morning over there. It is eerily quiet. It looks very similar to what we were showing our viewers yesterday. What is your sense as to what is happening right now? And I suppose there was some expectation that this was going to start at some point this weekend, and it hasn't. Do you know what might be behind that? What are your thoughts?
Well, I think there is deep concern, by Israel and by the U.S. as well, for the humanitarian crisis that is unfolding in Gaza and for the civilians that are in harm's way. And this is part of Hamas's plan. They put civilians in harm's way. They take supplies away from humanitarian aid for civilians and keep it for themselves. They want the civilians here. They're blocking civilians who are trying to leave. So Israel, the U.S., and a lot of people in the region are trying to figure out how can we, deal with the threat from Hamas and protect civilians. They're trying to open up humanitarian corridors. Certainly the one in Egypt is being talked about. They're still hopeful that they could potentially have one into Israel. But how can we do that safely? And what will Hamas do to block it? Look, I mean, and I know this is an incredibly emotional issue. People are suffering horribly on both sides of this fight. But there's one thing I hope people will keep in mind. Hamas literally does not care about human rights or civilians or about protecting life. Israel at least cares. They don't always do everything we would like them to do, but they are fighting a determined enemy, and an enemy that's determined to wipe Israel off the face of the map. It's a very difficult situation, but I think what's happening is people are trying to wrestle with that conflict. How do you stop Hamas while minimizing the incredible humanitarian catastrophe that's going on in Gaza right now?
And I guess what are your thoughts on the second aircraft carrier being sent to the region, I suppose, to deter folks like Hezbollah and Iran, I guess, presumably, from sticking their fingers in this? Should they take this as a serious threat of the use of force by the United States?
Yes, absolutely. That's the second big thing that's going on, is to try to stop the conflict from spreading. As has been well reported, there is concern about what Hezbollah may do from Lebanon, and there is concern about what Iran might unleash in terms of other militia groups that they have in places like Syria and Iraq. And in some cases, those groups could threaten U.S. military personnel. We have troops in Syria and in Iraq. If they are targeted by Iran, we will absolutely defend them. And it's all part of the effort to deter this conflict from spreading.
And the Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, promised today that the Rafah crossing between Gaza and Egypt will be open. What do you know about why this is becoming a problem? American citizens in Gaza say they're still stranded at the border. What's being done to get them out, and what is going on with this crossing? Is this the Egyptians? Is this Hamas? What's happening?
Well, I think it's a number of different groups. Hamas is, as I said, trying to prevent people from leaving. That, helps, slow down the process. And then, both Israel and Egypt want to make sure that their security is protected within this corridor. In Israel's case, they're worried about weapons and supplies getting in to strengthen Hamas within Gaza. Egypt is worried about, Hamas militants or other extremists coming out of Gaza and into Egypt. And, I think both Egypt and Israel are aware of the fact that they're going to have to take some degree of risk. There's no guarantee that if you open up this corridor that either of those bad things that I just outlined might not happen to Egypt and Israel. But it's a risk they're going to have to take if we're going to contain the humanitarian crisis that the people in Gaza are facing right now.
All right. Congressman Adam Smith, thanks very much for your time. A lot to keep our eyes on this evening. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Jim.
All right. And coming up next, a closer look at the deteriorating conditions in Gaza as tens of thousands of Palestinians try to flee, possibly a larger number than that. Our special coverage continues. Stay with us.
Once retired, Marcus decided, I will never again work for another man or woman. I abandoned my corporate phone plan, and I'll get a new plan with Consumer Cellular for up to half the cost.
Let's go, birds.
When freedom calls, we're here to answer.
There's challenges, and I love overcoming challenges.
When Better Money Habits content first started coming out, it expanded what I could do. For Special Olympics athletes with developmental needs.
Thousands of Bank of America employees like Scott spend countless hours volunteering to teach people how to reach their financial goals.
It felt good. It felt like I could take on the whole world.
What would you like the power to do?
Feeling sluggish or weighed down could be a sign that your digestive system isn't at its best. Metamucil gummies make it easy to get the fiber you need, promoting your digestive health for a better you. Metamucil gummies, the easy way to get your daily fiber.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure with 27 vitamins and minerals, nutrients for immune health, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
Honey. NyQuil Severe Honey. Powerful cold and flu relief with a dreamy honey taste. NyQuil Honey. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever, honeylicious, best leave with a cold medicine.
Whether you want a quick snack or a perfectly sized portion, Bob Evans 2-count single-serve cups has you covered. Heat up a helping of creamy mashed potatoes or gooey mac and cheese and enjoy. Bring home the goodness of Bob Evans today.
Got the cabin for 3 days, gonna be sweet! What? I'm 12 hours short.
Have a fun weekend.
Was that necessary?
No. Neither is a blown weekend. With Paycom, employees do their own payroll, so you can fix problems before they become problems. Get Paycom and make the unnecessary unnecessary. See you down the line.
Put your front row. Let your tongue shout.
Are you kidding me?
5, 4, 3, 2, I let one go.
I lived with schizophrenia since age 20, and I found it very difficult throughout the years to find a meaningful career. Make a Change Canada helped me recognize the options I had with the Any Career Services, including website and computer training. Now, I'm a mental illness Islamic motivational speaker.
You can help more people like Hakeem realize their full potential. To donate, visit MakeAChangeCanada.com. Make a Change Canada is an accredited Canadian charitable organization.
The Navy League of Canada is welcoming new cadets to join our youth program for 9 to 12-year-olds. Navy League cadets discover the thrill of the sea and the joy of lifelong friendships. Develop leadership skills, discipline, and resilience that will shape their future. Visit our website or call us today to learn about the exciting journey of Navy League cadets and the oceans of opportunities. Ask a parent before going online. The Navy League of Canada, empowering the leaders of tomorrow.
One whole story, one whole hour. World's best journalists dig deeper.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, tonight at 10 on CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by InventHelp. Call 1-800-710-0020.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. They can help you get started with your idea.
Call now. 800-710-0020.
Breaking news out of Gaza right now. Civilians are rushing toward the southern border after they were given another safe window to move this morning.
Yeah, we're seeing a strong flow of people going south, which is actually a good thing.
Gaza is facing a full-blown humanitarian crisis as Israel says it is gearing up for what they clearly call the next stage of what already is, and we have all seen, a war with Hamas. This includes widespread airstrikes, significant ground operations could be added within Gaza in the next stage. Here's CNN's Scott McLean.
This is the frantic scene outside a hospital in the city of Deir al-Balah. Constant wail of sirens and a steady stream of children carried desperately inside. Some bandaged, some seeming alert, others not moving at all.
Is this a target? Is this a real target for Israel? This Dublin?
On Sunday, people in that same city gathered to pray over bodies, wrapped in white and loaded onto a flatbed truck. Deir al-Balah, located south of the evacuation line declared by Israel and Gaza, was hit again on Sunday. Afterwards, heavy machines shift the slabs of concrete, hoping, perhaps in vain, to find survivors.
They're all women, all children.
Across Gaza, Israel says it hit more than 100 military targets overnight and more on Sunday. In the aftermath of each, people rushed to frantically find victims, never far from danger. This video from Gaza City shows the sheer chaos as distraught men, women, and children try to figure out what to do and where to go next.
It is, as you can see, destruction. Destruction. They are destroying us.
Even hospitals like this children's hospital have been told to evacuate from northern Gaza. But with newborn babies and children on ventilators, doctors say they can't.
Where will these children go? They're on ventilators, and it's not possible to move them.
The World Health Organization said it strongly condemns Israel's repeated orders for the evacuation of 22 hospitals treating more than 2,000 inpatients in northern Gaza, saying forcing the evacuation of patients south could be tantamount to a death sentence. Across Gaza, aid groups say that food and fuel are running desperately low. The UN says most people already lack access to water. Foreign aid is being sent by the plane load and the truckload to Egypt in hopes of getting it into Gaza. But Egypt and Palestinians on the ground say the roads near the border are too badly damaged from airstrikes for trucks to pass. On Sunday, CNN asked the IDF whether it was coordinating with aid groups to ensure that supplies get in.
The IDF and the defense industry are engaged with the international community to try and facilitate various different things. You know, I think we need to leave. I speak on behalf of the IDF, so we are deeply involved in the combat. We are the warriors. We need to leave the diplomacy for the diplomats.
In just 8 days, the death toll in Gaza has already surpassed the number of people killed in the 2014 conflict, which lasted 51 days. And with an Israeli ground invasion looming and supplies running low, there is little hope that things will soon get better for the people of Gaza. Scott McLean, CNN.
All right, Scott McLean joining us there. And those pictures are heartbreaking, Jim. You know, no matter how you look at this, some of those scenes are impossible not to touch you.
Absolutely. When that doctor was saying just a few moments ago, Aaron, that we have children on ventilators, how do we move them? If there's an incursion that's happening, it's just absolutely devastating. And the footage of all that rubble, it is just heartbreaking to watch. Aaron, thanks so much. And joining me now is Ben Wiedemann, who is on the ground in South Lebanon. But Ben, you've spent years reporting on what's going on inside Gaza, and we were just watching Scott McLean's piece a few moments ago. And they're talking, there are doctors and hospitals saying, we can't shut down these hospitals and move these kids. They're on ventilators. That is, I guess, the level of desperation that they're at right now, and it's just going to get worse as time goes on once this incursion happens.
Yeah, Jim, keep in mind, as Scott mentioned in that report, that the number of dead so far, just a week into this conflict, is more than died in the 2014 war, which I covered. And that war also involved an Israeli ground incursion into Gaza. So if this is the fatality, the death toll at this point, I don't even want to imagine what the death toll is going to be when Israeli troops come in. Now, the UN says that around 600,000 people have left the northern part of Gaza to the south. That leaves about 500,000 people still in Gaza, many of them unable to move because of illness, or they don't have the wherewithal to actually get to the southern part of Gaza. So they are going to be in the city, in Gaza City, which we assume is going to be the epicenter of Israel's efforts if and when, I think just when, it invades Gaza. And of course, for instance, Gaza City is composed of a lot of things. Some of it's sort of modern neighborhoods, now perhaps in rubble. Others are like the Shati refugee camp, which is right on the beach, on the sea. And that refugee camp has alleys that are perhaps 1.5 meters wide. This is the poorest people in the most compact, the most densely populated part of Gaza. And of course, that's also where many of Hamas's leadership are. So you can imagine the death toll when Israeli troops enter that area. Not only death toll among Palestinians, there's going to be a lot of resistance by the Palestinians as well. So I think we are looking at, when sort of the dust settles in the south, when somehow the American citizens get out and perhaps some of the supplies get in, but when this invasion comes, it's going to be a bloodbath. Jim.
Yeah, absolutely. And it already is in so many ways. Ben Wiedemann in southern Lebanon for us. Ben, thank you very much. For more information about how you can help humanitarian efforts in Israel and Gaza, go to cnn.com/impact or use your mobile device to scan the QR code on your screen right now. Just ahead, we'll speak live with a spokesperson for the Israeli Defense Forces who will be joining Aaron in just a few moments as Israel prepares for what it calls the next stages of the war. Our special coverage continues in just a moment.
Moderate to severe eczema still disrupts my skin. Despite treatment, it disrupts my skin with itch. It disrupts my skin with rash. But now, I can disrupt eczema with Rinvoq. Rinvoq is not a steroid, topical, or injection. It's one pill once a day. Many taking Rinvoq saw clear or almost clear skin, while some saw up to 100% clear skin. And they felt dramatic and fast itch relief, some as early as 2 days. That's Rinvoq Relief.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers, including lymphoma and skin cancer. Death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Disrupt the itch and rash of eczema. Talk to your doctor about Rinvoq.
Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Choosing a treatment for your chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more, can be overwhelming. So ask your doctor about Botox. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine before they even start. It's the #1 prescribed branded chronic migraine treatment. So far, more than 5 million Botox treatments have been given to over 850,000 chronic migraine patients.
Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
In a survey, 92% of current users said they wish they talked to their doctor and started Botox sooner. So ask your doctor if Botox is right for you. Learn how AbbVie could help you save on Botox.
Sure, you can get data everywhere, but do you have to use it all the time? That's not really you. With TracFone, you can get great coverage all on nationwide 5G for a lot less. Plans start at $15 a month, no contract. TracFone.
Verizon Small Business Days are coming from October 16th to the 22nd. Now is the time to partner with our experts. Get started today with Verizon Business. It's your business. It's your Verizon.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein.
Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein. 30 grams protein, 1 gram sugar, 25 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients for immune health.
There it is. That feeling you get when you can do more with less asthma. It starts with Dupixent. Dupixent is not for sudden breathing problems. It's an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma and can help improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks. Dupixent helps prevent asthma attacks and can even reduce or eliminate oral steroids. Can you picture it? Dupixent can cause allergic reactions that can be severe. Get help right away if you have rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor about new or worsening joint aches and pain or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Who knows what you can do when you do more with less asthma? Ask your asthma specialist about Dupixent.
When every second counts, ADT self-setup with video verification helps police respond faster, so you get help sooner. You can even request help with just a tap.
We have a verified alarm.
All clear, all clear.
So you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
Welcome back to our special coverage of Israel at war. You're looking at live pictures right now of Gaza. Again, eerily quiet at 12:39 a.m. local time, and I want to bring back my colleague Aaron Burnett to talk about what may be coming next. Aaron, this looks very similar to what we saw 24 hours ago, and I suppose this entire region is just on the edge of its seat at this point. And I wonder if the question has to be raised, how much longer can the Israelis wait if they're going to go through something like this? Because obviously, as images start flooding into people's living rooms around the world of what is now taking place in Gaza, those images we just saw a few moments ago from Scott McLean, we talked about it with Ben Wiedemann. I mean, obviously, this is going to become a much more complicated proposition for the Israelis as this goes on.
It certainly is, and you're already in a situation where Israel says it's turning the water back on to Gaza, and Hamas says they're not, and Israel says Hamas is firing on them and not allowing them to do it. And when you're in a situation where that's the conversation you're having, that's not the situation they want to be in, right? Just to say the obvious. But when you talk about the timing, Jim, last night there was an incredible storm here. Your weather would have said it was clear. It was a monsoon. I mean, our tents were blowing. It was extremely severe thunderstorms. I mention it because the weather forecast right now where we are is for similar storms really over the evening hours now all the way through tomorrow. Very, very heavy storms that the Meteorological Service says, could impact aircraft as well as marine vessels. So things like that, when all of a sudden you're talking about a ground invasion and 360,000 troops on the Gaza border matter. And by the way, the forecast is for half an inch or maybe a little bit more of rain around Gaza. A lot of that is desert. So these sorts of things all of a sudden may start to matter. But today, Jim, it was 250 targets in Gaza. The IDF says that they struck, and they do say they took out another Hamas commander. So they have said several of those have been taken out in the past few days. And these, of course, are in the onslaught of strikes. I mean, 250 in a day, right?
Yeah.
That they have been carrying on before the technical ground invasion, if there is one, even starts.
Yeah, I mean, the ground incursion hasn't started, but the strikes continue. These airstrikes, and then they're devastating, continue. We were looking at that footage a short time ago from Scott McLean. It looks like an earthquake struck there in Gaza. I mean, it's just devastating what's taken place.
Yeah, it is absolutely devastating, and there's only going to be more of it because, you talk about, again, convoys being it, how many people are being moved. A lot of people are moving, but you got 1.1 million people. So you could have a lot. You could have hundreds of thousands of people, and still, it's the vast minority of people moving, right? I mean, what we're about to see is going to be hard to watch.
Absolutely. Aaron, thanks so much. We're going to keep checking back with you. You've got a lot to bring to the program over the coming hours. But first I want to go to Priscilla Alvarez. She's over at the White House for us. As the Biden administration is informing the public that the death toll number of Americans who have died is now up to 30 since the attack carried out by Hamas. But Priscilla, what's the latest over there?
Well, the latest over here is that talks are very much ongoing and diplomacy is ongoing, as evidenced by Secretary of State Antony Blinken's visit throughout the region and talking to his counterparts. But those conversations are also happening here at the White House. Just yesterday, President Biden spoke with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and we're now learning that in that call, the Prime Minister invited President Biden to come to Israel. Now, and the two sides are discussing that possibility. Now, it's not clear how active these discussions are or when they may happen. And when asked by CNN, the White House said that they have no new travel to announce. But all this to say, Jen, that this diplomacy is very much ongoing as the focus has been from the administration not to have this conflict widen or spread any further. And there are a number of pressing issues that Blinken and Biden will be working through the next few days.
All right. And Priscilla, as you and I both know, covering the White House, I covered it a little while ago, but they're not going to, the folks over at the White House are not going to confirm the president's travel and his movements and so on. So the fact that the Prime Minister is inviting the president over there, I think definitely raises the very real prospect that we may see the president heading over there when it's safe, when they feel like they can do it. We saw the president doing that, visiting Ukraine as that war has been going on there. So that's a very interesting development. Priscilla Alvarez over at the White House. Thank you very much. More on the breaking news when we come back. Be right back.
Pano AI chooses T-Mobile for Business for 5G solutions because T-Mobile helps Pano AI innovate so they can stop the spread of wildfires. Now's the time to see what America's largest 5G network can do for your business.
If we want a more viable future for our kids, we need to find more sustainable ways of doing things. America's plastic makers are investing billions of dollars in new technologies and creating plastic products that are more recyclable, durable, and dependable. Our goal is a cleaner, healthier planet for generations to come. For a better tomorrow, we're focused on making plastics better today. Hey, human, what if you could accomplish something instead of endlessly following up? How about if you collaborated with other humans in other departments? What if making a project template was quicker than putting on work pants? What if you could keep up with projects without chasing other humans down? What if how humans work actually worked for humans? Operate at peak human. Smart sheet.
Unnecessary action here.
Missing punches.
Unnecessary.
Check reversals.
Unnecessary.
Timesheet correction.
Unnecessary.
Unentered sick time. Unnecessary. Go!
Unnecessary.
Go! Unnecessary. When you can take this phone, you'll be ready. Make the unnecessary unnecessary. Let your employees do their own payroll.
Let me be direct. You're watching football wrong. What do you call a guy in face paint that can't get the game? A clown.
Sorry, what app was it again? No, just give me a second.
Amateurs.
Oh, sorry, everybody.
DirecTV Sports Central gives you access to every game. So you never have to compromise on game day.
Was that necessary?
I was just illustrating a point.
Visit DirecTV.com for up to a $400 reward card.
Okay.
Mornings. Cough? Congestion?
I'm feeling better. All in one and done with new Mucinex Kickstart. Better now.
Mucinex Kickstart gives all-in-one and done relief with a morning jolt of instant cooling sensation. It's comeback season.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking. At 88 years old, we still see the world with the wonder of new eyes, helping you discover untapped possibilities, and relentlessly working with you to make them real. Old school grit, new world ideas, Morgan Stanley.
Tonight, Anderson Cooper is on the ground in Israel at the site where tragedy struck, meeting with survivors and family members of the missing.
Do you believe she may still be alive?
I still have hope.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tonight at 10.
HomeGlow just cleaned my entire house for $19. No, seriously, $19. They showed up right on time and did my dishes, my laundry, they even cleaned my windows. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19. I love using HomeGlow, and I think you will too.
I can feel the winds of change.
We're being flooded with false information. But together, we can help protect our communities before it's too late. Let's care before we share.
When Lila was ready to sell her ring, she sent it to Worthy, where they took care of everything and auctioned it on her terms. Then, Worthy sent Lila her money. You're worthy of more. Get started at worthy.com.
I'm Erin Burnett in Tel Aviv, and this is CNN. Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus of the Israeli Defense Forces joins me now. I'm here in Tel Aviv on this Sunday night, and here now it is officially Monday morning. And Colonel, I appreciate your time very much. I want to ask you about a couple of the new developments this hour, early in the morning here, where you and I both are. We understand that you had about 250 strikes on Gaza today. I want to ask you about those, but specifically about one of them, the commander of the Hamas Southern District, you say was killed. How many Hamas commanders have you killed in the military operation so far?
Thank you for having me. We are hunting Hamas commandos. Everybody from the butcher of Khan Yunis, Yahya Sinwar, the political leader, and everybody down from him are dead men walking, and they will receive their day of justice for the attack that they launched against Israel. We've been able to kill quite a few. We've been able to kill quite a few Hamas commanders, some of them senior, some of them tactical commanders, and that is a priority in our targeting campaign as we speak.
When you look at the situation of and I know you and I have spoken about how you've been trying to use intelligence to find out exactly the name of every Hamas member and commander who was involved in the attacks on Israel. Do you know how many of them you have been able to kill, even as a general sense? Have you gotten half of them? Have you gotten a quarter of them? Or are you truly not sure?
No, there are many, many more left. We've killed, I think, around 10 senior. That's a ballpark figure. And there are many, many more left. What makes it difficult is the fact that they're hiding underground. They're hiding in tunnels that they've built underneath Gaza, which the civilians are not allowed to use. That's where Hamas is hiding. And that is also why the next stage of military activities I think we'll find a better solution to the fact that they're hiding underground.
Colonel, could you tell us what you understand about the hostage situation right now? I know that you and your colleagues have told me that at least the belief was that they were being held underground as well in scattered locations. Do you know where any of them are? Do you know if any of them for sure? Can you say if they're all alive or if you know some of them are dead? Do you know?
The only thing I can say about this very sensitive topic is that we presume that some of them either were not taken alive or perhaps died on the way. But it is very sensitive and most things are best left unsaid, I would say. I can only say and reiterate that our purpose is and our priority is to bring them back home.
I want to ask you about where we are right now. You've been talking about the next stages, 250 strikes on Gaza today, as you pointed out, right? So this has been ongoing, but this next stage, we've been told to expect at any moment, right? And the weather forecast tonight is for severe storms. You and I both saw the storm here last night. That was severe, and there could be many more like that over the next day, according to the forecast. Does that impact at all Israel's decision of when to go in?
Weather does. Weather is a factor, and when you conduct military operations, you take into account a multitude of factors. Weather is one of them, and we also take into account the state of readiness, our level of supplies, the access to good intelligence and about the enemy, their locations, our capacity, the enemy's capacity, and of course also the much spoken about humanitarian situation. So everything is taken into consideration when we choose our timing. Of course, international diplomacy as well.
On the humanitarian situation, I know there was a lot of stress about the water and the water being turned on. Now we're hearing from inside Gaza that, well, whether even if Israel turns the water on because Israel stopped the power, the water can't be distributed, so the power needs to go back on. Is that going to happen?
I don't know what's going to happen and when it's going to happen. What I can say is that we do know that Hamas has stockpiles of fuel that they're saving for their military activities to run their command centers and to generate electricity for themselves, for their military purposes. And it's a clear indication of their priorities that they're not using that fuel in order to, for instance, supply water to Gaza. Important to emphasize, even before the war started, Israel supplied only about 9% of the water in Gaza. The rest was produced by pumping water from the ground. So electricity is important, and Hamas still has an ability to generate electricity, but they prioritize differently, and they prefer to fight against Israel instead of providing water to their civilians.
Colonel Conricus, thank you very much. I appreciate your time. And our coverage continues with more breaking news right after this break.
I served in the Army for 11 years and deployed overseas 3 times. I understand the price of freedom, and I'm aware of the threats we face from our foreign adversaries. Countries like China, Russia, and Iran believe in oppression and censorship, and they want to dominate and use tomorrow's technologies against America. If you value free expression and an open internet, join me in sending a message to Congress. It's time to strengthen, not weaken, American technology.
Sure, you can get data everywhere, but you have to use it all the time. That's not really you. With TracFone, you can get great coverage all on nationwide 5G for a lot less. Plans start at $15 a month, no contract. TracFone.
ADT Self-Setup, featuring Google Nest products. Now you can easily install your system that's backed by ADT's 24/7 monitoring with no long-term contracts. So you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
Dig into the gooey flavor of Bob Evans Mac and Cheese 2-count single-serve cups. Each serving of tender macaroni is smothered in grilled cheese. Just heat it up for a great snack or after-school treat and bring home the goodness of Bob Evans today.
I'm Walt. I have relapsing MS and a lot going on.
That's why my doctor and I chose Kesimpta.
Kesimpta is different. It's the only B-cell treatment for RMS you can take at home, once a month. Kesimpta was proven superior at reducing the rate of relapses, active lesions, and slowing disability progression versus Aubagio.
For me, a once-a-month treatment just works for my schedule.
Don't take Kesimpta if you have hepatitis B, and tell your doctor if you have had it, as it could come back. Kesimpta can cause serious side effects, including infections. While no cases of PML were reported in RMS clinical trials, it could happen. Tell your doctor if you have or plan to have vaccines, or if you are or plan to become pregnant. Kesimpta may cause a decrease in some types of antibodies. The most common side effects are upper respiratory tract infection, headache, and injection reactions.
When I'm ready, I'll spend less than 1 minute a month taking Kesimpta. How I'll spend the rest of my time is up to me.
Ask your doctor about treating RMS with Kesimpta.
Explore the world the Viking way. From the quiet comfort of elegant small ships with no children and no casinos. We actually have reinvented ocean voyages, designing all-inclusive experiences for the thinking person. Viking, voted world's best by both Travel and Leisure and Condé Nast Traveler. Learn more at Viking.com.
Dozens of rockets coming in here. Those interceptions right above us.
We have been hearing repeated exchanges of gunfire.
You can see the scale of the destruction.
If you know anything about what they do to people in Gaza, that is worse than death.
My children and grandchildren experienced a living hell. How difficult is this fight going to be on the ground?
We have no other place to go.
Breaking news coverage continues live from Israel.
Join me on my perfect feel-good vacation adventure in Penticton, BC.
Well, that might leave a mark.
And I did it all fuel-free. Almost. Wow, this is gorgeous.
Guys, how frustrating is it to find a great pair of jeans? Too tight here, too loose there, too long there? Standard jeans use just 2 measurements, and Tailor Custom Jeans use 7 different measurements to give you the perfect fit. Your phone can measure you right now. Download the M-Tailor app on iOS or Android. Choose from hundreds of styles. M-Tailor measures you digitally and is 20% more accurate than a professional tailor. With free shipping and a money-back guarantee, get your new favorite pair of jeans today. M-Tailor, available on the Apple App Store or Android.
The Lead with Jake Tapper, CNN, tomorrow 4.
Good evening, I'm Jim Acosta in Washington with our continuing coverage of Israel at war. There are new updates from the battlefield at this hour. Israeli Defense Forces now claim they have killed a Hamas commander amid a barrage of 250 strikes in Gaza today. It comes 8 days after Hamas terrorists brutally slaughtered and kidnapped hundreds of innocent Israeli citizens. The death toll from those attacks has now grown to include 30 Americans among the more than 1,400 killed. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has invited President Biden to visit Israel as Israeli forces prepare for a ground offensive. And I'm joined now by my colleague Aaron Burnett live in Tel Aviv for us. Aaron, what's the situation on your end right now?
Well, Jim, obviously you are now here, just after 1 o'clock in the morning in Israel, and it is clear skies behind me. We've been talking a bit about the forecast for some extremely violent thunderstorms that could impact any possible plans. Also, any kind of heavy rainfall, obviously incredibly disruptive when you talk about the terrain in Gaza and along that border where 350,000 or so Israeli troops are gathered right now. You mentioned 250 airstrikes as we're looking at Gaza on our screens. Those airstrikes just today, and they say another Hamas senior commander was killed in those strikes today. The IDF spokesperson who just joined us, Jim, obviously saying that they've killed about 10 senior Hamas members thus far since the beginning of this war, but that there are many more to come, still calling them dead man walking, which I think reflects still the sense of revenge and quiet rage, which is so palpable in this country, where things are essentially still at a standstill while they're waiting for something to happen. And of course, the U.S. Secretary of State will be coming into the country again to meet with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu tomorrow. we all, of course, watch and await. The whole world does. And I want to bring in our chief international correspondent, Clarissa Ward, into this conversation as well. Clarissa, I know you are in Ashkelon, just north of that Gaza border. And what are you seeing tonight? I mean, we've been watching, and the buildup is so incredible and so powerful, and yet still we wait.
Still we wait, Aaron. We have been hearing jets overhead, and we have been talking to people inside Gaza where the situation appears to be rapidly spiraling out of control into what one UN commissioner called an unprecedented humanitarian catastrophe. We spoke to a 22-year-old dentistry student. She lives in the northern part of Gaza. That is the area that Israeli forces have asked to be evacuated. She said that she and her family have not been able to leave their home yet because they don't have anywhere to go. They're concerned about the fact that there is no place in the south that has electricity, that has water. I should say that Israeli forces have said that they have turned the water back on in southern Gaza, but so far it's been very difficult to get a picture of whether or not that is happening, with one group in Gaza saying that basically because there's no electricity to power the pump, it's not clear that even if the water has been turned on, that water will be coming out anytime soon. So clearly a situation which is becoming untenable for the people of Gaza. There's a lot of fear, there's a lot of chaos, there's a lot of confusion. We heard our own Jake Tapper spoke earlier with the Israeli ambassador to the U.S., who said that they are trying to help facilitate the creation of a kind of large humanitarian zone that could potentially offer some refuge to, in his words, hundreds of thousands of people. But for a number of reasons, it's clear that that hasn't happened yet. It's being complicated by the fact that the Rafah border crossing with Egypt has not been opened yet, even to let in that desperately, desperately needed aid, Aaron.
And Clarissa, on that front, what needs to happen for aid to get in and out? And when you think about those borders, obviously controlled by Egypt and Israel, the vast majority of it by Israel. So for that aid to come in, what role does Israel play? They've made it clear they're not going to send aid themselves, but they said they won't stop anybody else from doing it, except for, of course, they do control the means of entrance.
They do, and that's why I think you're seeing these impassioned pleas coming from the UN. The UN Secretary General saying, we're on the edge of the abyss here in the Middle East. He called on Hamas to immediately release those hostages, and he called on Israel to immediately allow desperately needed aid, electricity, water, to get into Gaza. We heard a little bit earlier from the Commissioner for the UN Agency of Relief and Works. He said the world has lost its humanity. He said that 60% of Gazans, I don't know if you can hear the jets again overhead, 60% of Gazans are completely dependent on food aid, and they have not been able to get in food, water, medicine, electricity, nothing for 8 days now. So the stocks have run out. They can easily be replenished, according to the UN, within a matter of hours. There are lots of stockpiles in multiple countries nearby. But there has to be some commitment to facilitate sort of free and unfettered access to allow that aid to enter. On the Egyptian side, this has been the focus of really intense diplomatic efforts. We saw Secretary of State Blinken in Cairo today, meeting with the Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. Sisi said that he thinks that Israel has gone beyond the point of its right to self-defense, that Israel is basically issuing collective punishment on the people of Gaza. What he didn't say, though, is what exactly it will take for Egypt to allow some of that aid to start coming in through that Rafah border crossing. For the Egyptians, this is a complicated prospect because Rafah borders with the Sinai Peninsula. It's a heavily militarized zone. Egypt already has many challenges in terms of poverty, and they don't want to see a huge stream of humanity pouring into the desert who they cannot afford or really cope
with taking care of. So that's, I guess, why this idea of creating a humanitarian zone within southern Gaza itself has come up. But again, hugely problematic in terms of the logistics. So I do think that we're seeing a real ratcheting up in the pressure on Israel, on Egypt, on various actors who support Israel to put an end to this unmitigated suffering and to ensure, and we're hearing people like Blinken using this language now as well, that, that the correct humanitarian international law is abided by, because the situation in Gaza right now is only intensifying. I also think it's worth reminding our viewers, Aaron, when you talk to people in northern Gaza, there's a reluctance to leave their homes for a number of reasons. First of all, we know that Hamas has been telling people not to leave their homes, right? That hasn't helped. Secondly, there's been a huge amount of fear about attacks or bombs along the route to go south. The IDF has said that they had nothing to do with that, but it only fuels people's fears. But the girl who I spoke to, the 22-year-old dentistry student, she also talked about this broader reluctance of many Palestinians to leave their homes because they're fearful that they won't be allowed to come back. They're fearful that this is going to be another Nakba, as the Palestinians call it, meaning the catastrophe, referring to 1948 when 700,000 Palestinians were forced to leave their homes. So all of this kind of combines to create a kind of paralysis, and for those who do leave their homes, a kind of chaos as they try to find refuge. And all of these UN centers are, by their own accounts, Aaron, just completely overwhelmed.
Completely overwhelmed, as you point out, there are refugee camps in Egypt, which of course there are for other countries in Africa. These things become permanent. I mean, just ask Jordan. Refugee camp wouldn't be the word they would use anymore, right? I mean, these are permanent locations, so you can see why that fear is so palpable in addition to the historical context that you give to it. Clarissa, today here in Tel Aviv, we had continually heard explosions in Gaza. Honestly, a little bit less of that, but there were more incoming rockets than there have been any other day. And frankly, in a couple of instances, there were no siren warnings at all. And then rockets just landed, which is a bit unexpected given the Iron Dome system. I'm curious what your experience was in Ashkelon today, right along that Gaza border.
Yeah, it's interesting you should mention that, Aaron. We did have several barrages of rockets, and there were at least 2 instances that I can remember where there was no siren, there was no red alert, and we just suddenly heard explosions in the sky. I think the other significant thing that has happened today that, potentially does not portend well for the future of this conflict is increased activity back and forth between southern Lebanon and Israeli forces in the north of the country. The fear has been from the get-go that a second front could open in this war, that Hezbollah could get involved in this war, which would dramatically up the ante and dramatically also, I would think, up the number of casualties that we're seeing. The UN has said that their peacekeeping force, UNIFIL, in southern Lebanon, that their headquarters were hit. Nobody was injured. About 9 instances, I believe, of rockets being reported. But all of this, again, just sort of fanning the flames of these tensions and leading to very real fears that this conflict could escalate even further, Aaron.
Clarissa, thank you very much. In Ashkelon, south of where we are tonight. Thank you, Clarissa. And our special coverage continues after a very short break.
Introducing Finish Ultimate, engineered for the toughest conditions. Dry, burnt-out stains, old dishwashers, very hard water. New Finish Ultimate with Cycle Sync technology helps deliver the ultimate clean.
Realtor.com's Real View maps show you precise wildfire, flood, and noise ratings on every home listing.
Don't all apps do that?
Not really. Trust the #1 app real estate professionals trust. Download the Realtor.com app today.
At Granger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way. Offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional grade products. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Even the most chill of parents know when it's time to go into protect mode. Nothing kills more viruses on more surfaces than Lysol disinfectant spray.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro. Sean.
You mean this one? The one with titanium?
No way I could trade this busted up thing for one.
Maybe stealing wishes from the birthday boy's not your best plan. Switch to Verizon and trade in any iPhone and get the new iPhone 15 Pro on them.
What?
Yep, and on an amazing network.
And I don't have to ruin any more birthday parties.
Yeah, that ship has sailed. Let's go get you that iPhone. Here we go. Come on now.
It's your last chance to trade in any iPhone for a new iPhone 15 Pro on us, only on Verizon.
My name is Josh Sanaga, and I'm the owner at East Lawn Veterinary Boutique Hospital. I was 5-6 years of age, and I knew I was going to be a vet. Once Alexandra called me to let me know that Bank of America had approved my loan, it was important to me.
We not only just provide the financing piece, we do everything that we can to surround them with the right people.
All you need is a perfect, amazing team that will guide you through the right steps to be successful, and that's what Bank of America was for me.
Your shipping manager left to find themselves, leaving you lost. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
ADT Self-Setup, featuring Google Nest products. Now you can easily install your system that's backed by ADT's 24/7 monitoring with no long-term contracts. So you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
5, 4, 3, 2, I let one go.
Are you not entertained? He just brought the house down. What a play! This is March.
Put your front row. Let your tongue show.
Are you kidding me?
5, 4, 3, 2, I let one go.
With more than a dozen Americans unaccounted for following the Hamas attack in Israel, the Biden administration now says it knows there are Americans being held hostage by Hamas. We're joined now by CNN Jerusalem correspondent Scarry. She's here in studio with us. Great to see you in person. Always see you over the live shots, so great to have you here as well. One of the things that we saw being discussed today, and this was asked of numerous American officials, is whether or not the U.S. would commit to using troops in some way to free these American hostages. That is a dicey proposition.
It would be very dicey, and that could set the region off on a totally different path than where they are now. And I don't think that we will necessarily see American boots on the ground. Now listen, the Israeli and the American militaries have an incredibly close relationship. I always hear Israeli officials talk about how the Americans are their brothers in arms. I was on a USS carrier ship just a few months ago for the largest joint exercise between the two armies with a clear message towards Iran and towards its proxies in the region about be careful with what you do. But again, I don't think we will quite yet see a full American boots on the ground. We're seeing lots of support, munitions. We have those carrier ships standing off in the Mediterranean Sea. But John Kirby himself spoke earlier about this, and we can listen to what he had to say, but I don't think we'll see those boots on the ground in the coming days.
There's no plans or intentions to put U.S. troops on the ground to fight in this fight between Israel and Hamas. We are actively trying to find out exactly where they are. I mean, Shannon, we don't even know how many exactly. We saw a small handful we know. There could be more than we know. What I won't do is rule anything in or out when it comes to getting our hostages home. We're working on this literally by the hour.
Now, we do know that there is an American federal hostage, team in Israel to try and help them. But it seems like right now the Americans are letting the Israelis take the lead, even though some of these hostages do have American citizenship.
And Hadass, you just left Israel with your family. You're going to be having a baby soon, so congratulations on that.
Thank you.
You spent some time in Israel. What was life like there when you were leaving? It must have been surreal to leave just as all of this is happening.
Yeah, listen, I've never seen Israel like this, and nobody I know who has been living in Israel, for decades has ever seen Israel like this. This is why people are comparing it to Israel's 9/11, because even for the Yom Kippur War 50 years ago, which was this surprise attack by the armies, most of the casualties were soldiers. This is civilians. And Israelis are seeing horrors on their screens day by day that we can't even discuss right here because they're so terrible. What happened to these children, to these elderly, to these families. This is the largest massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. And that's why we're seeing rhetoric I have never seen before from any Israeli official, from the military, even from, the more liberal left wing. They want essentially to decimate Hamas. They want to decimate Hamas off the face of the planet. And that's why I think we are maybe unprepared for what we might see happening in Gaza in the next few days. It's not a question of if there will be a ground incursion, it's a question of when and what exactly it will look like.
Absolutely, and it's clear, and I think the point that you make makes it perfectly clear that people feel this in Israel deep down in their bones.
It's a small country. If you just look at the
friends there, and they're saying the same thing that you're saying. Yeah.
If you just look at the percentage of people who were killed, and the percentage of people who have been called out for reserve duty, there's not a single person, Israeli citizen there, who has not been directly affected either by somebody killed, taken hostage, or has been called out for reserves right now.
All right, Hadas, glad you're safe, glad your family's safe. Best of luck to you. Thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Joining me now to talk about this further is Barak Ravid. He's a foreign policy director for Axios. Barak, really appreciate you coming on and talking about this. Just to pick up on what I was talking about with Hadas a few moments ago, we're all watching and waiting to see what happens next, and we've been showing these live pictures of Gaza, the images this evening, with the exception of maybe a few flashes that we've seen here or there, about the same as what we saw last night. But as Hadas was saying, this is not a matter of if, this is a matter of when. And your sense of it as to what she was saying, that Americans and people around the world might be somewhat unprepared for the level of wartime violence that we're about to see unfold.
Yeah, I think that Israel found itself in the situation that on the one hand, for years Israel went on all sorts of small operations in Gaza because it didn't want to go all the way. It didn't want to topple Hamas. It never said that the aim is to dismantle the organization. And now it understands that on the one hand, if it goes for such an operation, then there are going to be a lot of casualties, both on the Israeli side, obviously, but also on the Palestinian side, that will create a lot of international anger and criticism. On the other hand, if Israel doesn't go on such an operation, first, Israeli public opinion is going to go nuts. That's for sure. It's going to be huge pressure on the government. There's already huge pressure on the government. But more important than that, other countries in the region, Iran, Hezbollah, other Israeli adversaries and enemies, will look at it and say, oh, the Israelis are weak, so now it's our time to try and do it also. So this is why, at the end of the day, the Israeli government doesn't really have any other option but to go in.
And just a few moments ago, we mentioned that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has invited President Biden to visit Israel soon. No timetable, obviously, when that might happen, and obviously White House officials are not going to get into that kind of timing in terms of travel of the president. But what's your sense of it, the importance of that Netanyahu would invite the U.S. president to Israel?
First, I think that, at least from what I hear from a U.S. official, this visit is being seriously considered, even though there's no final decision. I would not be surprised at all if we'll see President Biden in Israel on Friday, ahead of a possible international conference in Egypt on Saturday, international conference regarding Gaza. President Sisi invited Biden today to come to this conference. The White House is considering this too, and at least from what I think and what I see and what I hear, there's a very high chance that Biden will go to Israel and to Egypt later this week.
And, we were just talking with Hadas about the prospect of American boots on the ground in Gaza in some capacity, special forces, I suppose, in some kind of rescue mission for Americans held hostage. We were speaking with Democratic Congressman Adam Smith in the previous hour, and he said if there was an actionable plan, he thinks that the special forces would go in there and do that. What is your sense of it, though? Is that a real possibility, or do you get the sense that the administration is just sort of keeping its options open and using that sort of language that we hear from time to time?
There's a hard truth that needs to be told here. There is not going to be a rescue operation. I do not see that. rescue operation. It's not in the cards in any way. U.S. doesn't really have intelligence about Gaza. It doesn't know the terrain. It's not, it has no ability to do such a thing. The Israeli military for years had a soldier called Gilad Shalit in Hamas captivity for 5 years. The Israelis did not have enough intelligence to try and get one soldier out. And now you're talking about more than 150 people. So I just don't see that. And I'll tell you even more, another hard truth. I don't think that getting the hostages out is the top priority of the Israeli government right now. The top priority is to dismantle Hamas. And it's something that is not easy to hear, but I think that's the truth at the moment.
And just very quickly, finally, Barak, is there a reason why, or do you have any sense as to why this is not already underway? This ground incursion that has been foreshadowed by the Israelis? Because, I mean, why tell everybody this is about to happen and then have the whole world wait 48, 72 hours?
So first, I think that when the Israelis announced that Palestinians should evacuate to the southern Gaza Strip in 24 hours, then I think it was obvious that there will be a lot of international criticism because you cannot evacuate million people in 24 hours. So I think the Israelis understood that and said, okay, no rush. That's first. Second, what I hear from Israeli officials that, the weather conditions right now are also problematic for such an operation because you need air cover and there are a lot of clouds above Gaza. And third, Israelis are in no rush. It's better to prepare for another day, another 2 days, another week, and know what you're going into.
All right, Barak Ravid, thank you very much. Really appreciate great insights, as always. Just how dire is the situation right now inside of Gaza? Director General of the Palestinian Red Crescent Society joins my colleague Aaron Burnett next. Stay with us. You're live in the scene industry.
At Consumer Cellular, we offer amazing 5G coverage, backed up by incredible customer service. But that wouldn't mean much without super low prices. You already know we're up to half as much as the largest carriers. But guess what? AARP members can save even more. Yahoo!
Switch to Consumer Cellular now and get unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at only $20 a month.
Can we get real clear about life with psoriasis?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Is your treatment leaving you with uncontrolled symptoms? Like the cover-it-ups and brush-it-offs?
Enough with good enough.
Don't stay hiding or hurting. When your lotions and creams don't do enough to help treat the inflammation beneath the skin causing plaques and pain, it's time to get real about psoriasis so your dermatologist can help you get clear. Make the appointment and ask about Real Clear Skin.
How you feel can be affected by the bacteria in your gut. Try New Align Probiotic Bloating Relief plus Food Digestion. It contains a probiotic to help relieve occasional bloating plus vitamin B12 to aid digestion. Try Align Probiotic.
Indulge in the creamy flavor of Bob Evans mashed potatoes 2-count single-serve cups. 2 individual servings of potatoes, milk, and butter. For a homemade taste you'll love. Ready in minutes. Bring home the perfectly sized comfort of Bob Evans today.
You should Angie that.
Angie what?
Angie that. It means connecting with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well, so you can focus on the important stuff. It means seeing millions of ratings and reviews, so you can feel confident. It means comparing quotes or booking at an upfront price, so you can choose the best price for you. Because we want everyone to get the most out of their homes. Get started today at Angie.com.
How do I do it all? With a little help. And to support my family's immune health, I choose Airborne. It has an unbeatable amount of vitamin C, plus a unique blend of immune-focused ingredients to turn up our immune support. Airborne. Turn up your immune support.
Being a journalist is the best job in the world. Asking challenging questions of the folks who run the world.
Is Ukraine going to win this war?
Yes, of course. You ready?
The Lead with Jake Tapper, CNN, tomorrow at 4.
Stop! I am a good zombie!
This October,
Trick or treat!
spirits come home to rest all month long.
This place is really haunted.
What a weird mystery.
With Hollow
frustrating is it to find a great pair of jeans? Too tight here, too loose there, too long there? Standard jeans use just 2 measurements, and Tailor Custom Jeans use 7 different measurements to give you the perfect fit. Your phone can measure you right now. Download the M-Tailor app on iOS or Android. Choose from hundreds of styles. M-Tailor measures you digitally and is 20% more accurate than a professional tailor. With free shipping and a money-back guarantee, get your new favorite pair of jeans today. M-Tailor, available on the Apple App Store or Android.
One whole story, one whole hour. World's best journalists dig deeper.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tonight at 10 on CNN.
Humanitarian crisis in Gaza is getting worse and worse, and people are suffering there. Aid organizations say water and fuel supplies are running dangerously low, even though theoretically the water was turned back on. They say there's not enough power to actually distribute it. Trucks of supplies are stuck in Egypt, unable to pass through the border to Gaza. Gaza has not been able to receive any humanitarian aid since the conflict began. It, of course, is an area completely reliant upon such aid, even without the current conflict. It comes as the Israeli military says it struck more than 100 military targets in Gaza last night, 250 today. They say they struck.
We were running and found the house on fire and charred. There were people alive and we rescued them quickly, but there were people still under the rubble. Until now, there are 3 families under this house.
God willing, they are all in heaven. All my family will be in heaven. They gave their life for Jerusalem, for Palestine, for Palestine. They were all women, all children, children, children.
Gaza's Ministry of Health says Israeli airstrikes have killed at least 2,600 people and injured almost 10,000 more since the conflict began over a week ago. And obviously it's hard to know what the real numbers are, but the numbers are high. That is clear from the strikes we've seen. Joining me now from Ramallah is the Director General of the Palestinian Red Crescent Society, Marwan Jilani, obviously joining us from the West Bank. And Marwan, first, I want to get your reaction to the humanitarian crisis unfolding over on this side in Gaza. How bad is this going to get, do you think?
It's already quite bad. It's horrendous. Before going on air, I was chatting with our colleagues in Gaza City who are staying at Al-Quds Hospital. They are telling me there is a bombardment every 5 minutes around the hospital, which is not only hosting patients and our teams, but there is about 2,000 to 3,000 people who have fled and are staying at the hospital. Smoke and dust from that bombing is getting into the hospital. Yesterday, our colleagues told us that they are running out of food. We managed to get some bread from Khan Yunis in the south to Gaza City. Food and water is running out, medicine, and obviously fuel. We have been saying that we only have fuel for a few days. Today, I can say that we only have fuel maybe for tomorrow and after tomorrow. And you know, without fuel, the hospitals will not function.
Right. Obviously, can't even run a generator. So you're saying tomorrow or perhaps the day after. Marwan, of course, I'm not going to speak to that specific hospital, but as you know, Israel says that there is an extensive network of tunnels underneath Gaza, and that Hamas militants put those tunnels and their arms and arsenals and headquarters underneath civilian targets like hospitals, like schools. What do you say to that, and the horrific possibility that puts out there?
Look, we are a humanitarian organization. We care, and our mission is to serve humanity and to provide the humanitarian assistance and medical attention to those people who are wounded and who are sick. We are seeing every minute that passes by, more civilian people are killed. Children, women, and elderly people, normal civilian people who have sought refuge. You know, this evening we had a call with one of our colleagues who fled, as was told, who evacuated to the south in Rafah. He was worried. He said, my wife didn't come back home. I'm going to go out and look for her. A couple of hours later, he comes back to us and he says, my son has been killed and my wife is critically injured. These are people, these are civilians. Every minute that passes, there are more lives lost. And we appeal to the humanity of the world. We still believe in humanity. Nothing justifies this tragedy, the killing of civilians on both sides.
There, we understand trucks of aid stranded at that Rafah border, Marwan, the Gaza-Egypt border. What do you say to Egypt? Egypt, of course, controls that border. It's a complicated situation. But what do you say to the Egyptian president, al-Sisi?
Well, let me be very clear here. Israel is the occupying power under international law, and this is also the statement from the International Committee of the Red Cross. Under international law, Israel has the responsibility to protect and care for civilians that are under its control. Then I think all countries around have sent aid. They are waiting for the border to open. But as I said, this evening, our colleague was killed in Rafah, near the border. Convoys of people who were fleeing to the south were killed and targeted. The Rafah border was bombarded a couple of days ago itself. So I think in order for aid to get in, we need a ceasefire. We need the cessation of hostilities. And that is critical for aid to come in from Egypt, from Israel, and we understand that Israel is also ready and has access through the southern border to allow for trucks to get in. We have trucks ready to go from the West Bank to Gaza, and this needs Israel permission.
Yes, of course, to pass from the West Bank to Gaza through Israel itself. Marwan, is this the worst humanitarian situation you've seen in Gaza?
Believe me, it is far worse than anything we have seen. We've been throughout this conflict. Unfortunately, we've seen many wars, many escalation of violence and hostilities, but we've never seen in a couple of days a couple of thousand people are killed. The vast destruction throughout Gaza is immense. We've never seen something like this. We have went through wars. 2008, 9, 2011, 14, 21, 22, but this is unprecedented.
Marwan Jalani, thank you very much. We appreciate your time and your perspective. And the real question, of course, in the context of all of this and the complications and all those tunnels underground, it's civilian installations. That's been the point for Hamas. What will a ground invasion of Gaza actually look like? And what dangers could civilians and Israel face? That's next as CNN's special coverage continues.
MLB chooses T-Mobile for Business for 5G solutions to not only enhance the fan experience, but to advance how the game is played. Now's the time to see what America's largest 5G network can do for your business.
Your best defense against erosion and cavities is strong enamel. Nothing beats it. New Pro Enamel Active Shield actively shields the enamel to defend against erosion and cavities. I think that this product is a game changer for my patients. It really works.
Airwick's limited edition fragrances are infused with natural essential oils for authentic seasonal scents that fill your home with warmth and cheer.
When you need to prepare for unpredictable adventures, you need WeatherTech. Laser measured floor liners, front and rear. Seat protector to save the seats.
They're all yours.
We're here. Hey, I knew you were coming, so I WeatherTech the car.
Can we get ice cream?
We can now.
Kid-proof your vehicle with American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
I have moderate to severe Crohn's disease. Now there's Scarry. significant symptom relief with Scarry, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Scarry is the first and only IL-23 inhibitor for Crohn's that can deliver both clinical remission and endoscopic improvement. The majority of people on Scarry achieve long-lasting remission at 1 year.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to. Liver problems may occur in Crohn's disease.
Ask your gastroenterologist how you can take control of your Crohn's with Scarry. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Are you not entertained?
5, 4, 3, 2, I let one go. Everybody's talking about berberine, and it really does work. So you need to try Doctor's Preferred Gluco Gold. This all-in-one formula contains the full research dose of berberine that helps keep your blood sugar in the normal range, plus 3 other powerful ingredients. It's made a great difference in my life. Gluco Gold is flying off shelves nationwide, but now's your chance to try a complimentary bottle by texting BUSY to 231231.
It keeps my sugar levels right where I want it.
Gluco Gold will help you maintain healthy blood sugar levels, while it supports healthy cholesterol and insulin sensitivity guaranteed. Take the first step to making sure your next checkup is better than your last, and hearing those 3 wonderful words: blood sugar normal. You can only get your complimentary bottle by texting BUSY to 231231. Plus, text right now and you'll receive a bottle of vitamin D3 immune support absolutely free.
Doctors Preferred. Better science, better results.
I'm Lauren Fox on Capitol Hill, and this is CNN.
Israeli armored vehicles are now staging near the border with Gaza in anticipation of what Israel calls significant ground operations. The Israeli Defense Forces are urging civilians in Gaza to evacuate their homes and head south ahead of a potential ground operation against Hamas. But the dense urban setting and growing humanitarian crisis in the Gaza Strip may pose greater challenges for any operation. And joining me now to talk about this, retired Major John Spencer. He's the chair of the Urban Warfare Studies at the Madison Policy Forum. Major, he's also the author of the book Connected Soldiers. Major, you know, we've been looking at the same live images of Gaza over the last couple of days. It is eerily quiet there. There are a lot of, expectations that this might get going. Is it possible, because of the intricacies, because of the dangers, because of how things can just go sideways in an urban combat type of situation? A lot of comparisons have been made to Fallujah in Iraq during the Iraq War, that the Israelis perhaps have slowed things down a little bit, and they're just taking extra care and putting together their battle plans. What do you think?
Well, I think they've been planning for the contingency of this operation for years. So I think that's the big difference from our operations in Iraq and other places where they're limited. Even in the second battle of Fallujah, we had 6 months to prepare. I think Israel has been preparing for this contingency, although nobody wanted it to happen for years. And I think the better comparison is the 2017 Battle of Mosul against ISIS, where 100,000 Iraqi security forces, not as trained as the IDF, but it, 9 months, destroyed most of the city, 10,000 civilian casualties. Once that close fight happens, and I think this is what we're potentially could see. I know there's been 250 targets executed today against Hamas military targets, but in order to enter and clear the urban areas, the stated Israeli mission to remove that Hamas military capability, that bombing will go to thousands of rounds per day in order to support the close fight that would have to happen.
Right, and Major, as we're all waiting for this ground incursion to get started, it is worth reminding folks we have seen a massive amount of destruction inside Gaza from those strikes. That has already taken place. We're already seeing the repercussions of that. But once this gets going, you have the presence of hospital patients. We saw some of this in a report from our Scott McLean earlier. There were doctors talking about how there are kids on ventilators. How are we supposed to move the kids? When you have hospital patients, you have potential hostages in an area, foreign nationals, obviously, who can't get out of Gaza. How does all of that complicate this situation and that operation for the Israeli Defense Forces?
Yeah, it absolutely increases the complication of what targets you can and can't engage, protected populations, protected sites. But the problem is that both sides have the legal obligation to do everything feasible to protect civilian life. It's not to say that if the hospital stays open that it's going to be destroyed. I mean, that's just not true. You can execute even the highest intensity, and we saw this in the Battle of Mosul, fights. And there was actually a major battle over the hospital in which the Iraqi security forces had to use white phosphorus, which became international media attention, to cover the movement of a battalion attack where ISIS was using the hospital as one of their refuges. It is possible, but it increases the risk to much more civilian casualties if they stay in the environment when this battle actually starts. I mean, it has started. We're in the early phases of it.
Yeah. And Hamas is going to use civilians as human shields. I mean, that is part of the reason why they said they didn't want people leaving the northern part of Gaza. And adding to that complexity, you also have this extensive tunnel system around Gaza. That's going to be a problem as well, I imagine.
Absolutely. That's actually what we're seeing, to me, as a student of all major urban battles of history, isn't ahistorical. This is, as you said, we've seen this before. But the levels of preparation, the decades of tunnels underneath Gaza City and others, it's not just connecting a house to here, but I mean they go deep and deep into the earth, and there's bunkers, and there's civilians, and there's hostages. This significantly increases the difficulty, the combat in hell for anybody going in there.
And just finally, Major, I mean, would you advise the Israelis at this point to conduct the large-scale operation that everybody is anticipating, given all of the problems that can arise with an urban combat environment? Might they get bogged down? Is that a concern that they need to be mindful of and plan for?
So I've spent a lot of time actually touring all militaries around the world studying how they approach urban warfare. I don't offer advice. I learn from them. I do training. And one of the biggest forces in the world who's prepared for entering a contested environment like this is the IDF. But of course, there is no bloodless war. They'll take a lot of casualties, and I think they know that.
All right, Major John Spencer, thank you very much for your time and expertise. We appreciate it. In the meantime, it's been 8 days since an Israeli woman told her son she was heading to a safe room when the Hamas attack started. She has not been heard from since. We'll talk to her son when our special coverage continues in just a moment. Stay with us.
It's true. Contacts are great until they get dry. So we created new BioTrue Hydration Boost for contacts for a boost of moisture that lasts up to 8 hours. So all kinds of contacts can stay comfortable throughout the day. And it's preservative-free. Stay BioTrue to your eyes.
The first time you made a sale online with GoDaddy was also the first time you heard of a town named Dinosaur, Colorado.
Just got an order from Dinosaur, Colorado.
Start an easy-to-build, powerful website for free with a partner that always puts you first. Start for free at GoDaddy.com.
Hi, I'm Stacy, and I've lost 60 pounds on Golo. This belt I used to wear way down at the first and second notch. It's the only thing I've kept from before losing weight, and I'm keeping this because I'm never going back.
When you've tried everything.
I was getting chemical pills, bleaching cream.
This is melasma. I'm trying to get rid of it. I've tried everything.
Introducing Muesli Face RX. Prescription skincare delivered straight to your door. The spot cream is 10 times more potent than over-the-counter and prescription alternatives, so you'll finally see a difference.
My skin looks amazing.
It's amazing.
I'm a loyal customer forever.
See for yourself at muesli.com/TV.
Just always thought dog food is dog food. Didn't really piece together that dogs eat food. As soon as we brought the farmer's dog in, her skin was better, she was more active. If I can invest in her health and be proactive, I think it's worth it.
Visit betterforthem.com.
New only from SimpliSafe, 24/7 lifeguard protection. This exclusive technology allows SimpliSafe agents to help stop crime in real time.
Stop. Police are on their way.
For instant intruder deterrence and faster police response, there's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Sure, you can get data everywhere, but you have to use it all the time. That's not really you. With TracFone, you can get great coverage all on nationwide 5G for a lot less. Plans start at $15 a month, no contract. TracFone.
Introducing Senecot Laxative Gummies.
I'm the easy way to relieve occasional constipation overnight.
Just take before bed, and the next morning,
It's showtime! And I've got mixed berry flavor.
Senecot Laxative Gummies.
Easy relief, the gummy way.
It's easy to get lost in investment research. Introducing JP Morgan Personal Advisors.
Hey, David.
Connect with an advisor to create your personalized plan.
Let's find the right investments for your goals.
Okay, great.
JP Morgan Wealth Management.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tonight at 10 on CNN.
The root cause of joint soreness and stiffness with a unique combination of 5 key natural ingredients. Key ingredients backed by 5 clinical studies.
I love this product. I'm telling you it works.
Instaflex Advanced is the #1 selling joint brand at GNC, but you can only get your complimentary sample by texting LOVE to 321321. Plus, text now, and we'll include a tube of Instaflex pain cream for fast-acting relief absolutely free. Text LOVE to 321321 today.
I'm Warren Lieberman at the Pentagon, and this is CNN.
Breaking news, this just into CNN for the first time since the terror attack last Saturday in Israel. The president of the Palestinian Authority, President Mahmoud Abbas, is condemning the deadly Hamas attack in Israel. Abbas says Hamas's actions do not, quote, represent the Palestinian people, end quote. His comments were made in a phone call with the president of Venezuela. We'll have more on all of this in just a few moments, so stay with us on that. In the meantime, the mother of Noam Sagi was kidnapped from Nir Oz kibbutz when Hamas invaded Israel 8 days ago. They were supposed to celebrate her 75th birthday together in London, but she called him saying she was headed to her safe room. That is the last time that he heard from her, and Noam Sagi joins us now. I just want to offer my thoughts to you. I can't imagine what you and your family are going through right now. I really appreciate you joining us to talk about this. Have you heard any new information since you last heard from your mother? What can you tell us?
First, thank you, Jim, for inviting me. I think all the details you presented are correct, and we didn't heard since. So that was the last time we heard was that 7th of October on that Saturday morning. Yeah, that's it.
And what do you know right now? Just that she's gone, she's missing.
That's it. That's it. As much as we know, we can speculate. We can. So what happened was that we know for sure that she was very distressed because she saw people outside of her house. She went into the safe room. This is a safe room that in the kibbutz everybody have, which is designed to protect them from shelling. And she went in. You can't lock these safe rooms. So in reality, she was probably fighting, holding a door handle. Some people held that handle for 8 hours. But she's, as you said, nearly 75. Supposed to be here to celebrate her 75th birthday, and she probably was fighting 3-4 men. So she didn't really stand a chance if that was the case.
And you don't even know if she's alive at this point.
No. So when the army arrived at 6 o'clock Israel time, and they went into her house with a medical team, it was only bloodstains there. She was not there. We know she is not on the dead list. She is not on the injured list, and she is not on the rescued list. That's all we know.
I'm just so terribly sorry. Noam, what do you want us to know about your mother?
I think, it's a week now, and still it's hard to believe what really happened. I think it's a real weakness, because you cannot imagine humanity anywhere capable of doing what really happened in the kibbutz. So to answer your question, what I want is to recognize that what we need to do now, with immediate effect and with any hesitation, is to open humanitarian corridor to release immediately all the under 18s and over 65, according to the international law and the human code. They cannot be part of this. They just cannot be part of that in a world where we accept that we all share, that anyone's values of life is not more important than others. It is just absolutely unimaginable that kids, 9-month-old babies and kids, and elderly, frail, taken on their mobility scooters, some of them with cancer, some of them with Parkinson. It's the longest trip they had to take for a long time, all the way past the border and into Gaza. They need to be out now. Not because they're Israelis or Jewish, or not because they're anything. It's because we're human. And as humans, that is the basic code of conduct that we expect from anyone on this planet. There's some things you don't do, and if you do them, you cannot be part of what is going on here. So I want to use the platform. I want you and I want everyone to look inside themselves and check in with themselves. Where are they stand? When people celebrate this, they celebrate the pain that these guys try to inflict on me and my family.
What would you like to see happen next? No,
I want to see a humanitarian corridor now, and I want to see the release of all the hostages, of course, now, immediately, without any conditions.
Well, if we
we're talking about humanitarian crisis. We're talking about everything that has happened. And I'm telling you, I grew up in this area, and when I grew up there, we used to go to the beach, through Gaza into El Arish in Egypt. In the 70s, it was peaceful. It was nice. It can be like that. I don't think the people of Gaza wants that. I don't think the Palestinian people in Gaza needs that. They are being played. The media being played. The students in universities being played. All the people who go to the streets now and protest being played. This is part of the plan. They planned this for so long. For so long. Do you think the plan finished when they left Israel with old people and young kids? The plan goes much bigger than that and wider than that. This is all part of a very big plan. It's not taking the Gazans into the most important of what life that they need to protect.
Yeah.
And it's not taking the Israelis, of course. So I like to see civilians, people, in the heart and the center of every action that happened now.
Well, Noam, we really appreciate your time and sharing the story of your mother. If we can show her a picture one more time, just in case there's any chance whatsoever that somebody has seen her and can communicate with Israeli authorities and with yourself about her whereabouts.
Listen, my mom had a hip operation not long ago. She is not going around, looking for any. I would be very surprised if I hear from any of your viewers any information about her. I really wish. I was very, very happy if that would be the case. She is not on a tree and she is not wandering about. For sure.
No, I understand. I understand. Noam, we really appreciate your time and sharing your mother's story and getting these pictures out there. I hope and pray that you get a positive conclusion to all of this, that she comes home.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. I appreciate that, Jim. Thank you very much. I really want to say these people, this community, marginalized in Israel for their tenacity around what they still believe that peace is possible. Some of them would be okay dying for peace. For sure, they won't be okay dying for war.
Thank you, Noam.
I'm calling anyone with heart to do anything they can to demand humanity to stand up for moral code, and these people need to be released now. And
100%.
thank you, Jim. I'm taking.
No. My heart goes out to you. Our hearts go out to you. I hope you find some peace. I hope she comes home. We really appreciate your time. We'll be praying for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll be right back.
Mac and cheese lovers rejoice. Dive into the melty, gooey goodness of Bob Evans mac and cheese. Tender macaroni smothered in real cheese. Ready in just minutes with the delicious taste Bob Evans is known for. Bring home the warm, gooey goodness of mac and cheese today.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure with 27 vitamins and minerals, nutrients for immune health, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro. Sean.
You mean this one, the one with titanium? Switch to Verizon, you can trade in any iPhone and get the new iPhone 15 Pro on them.
It's your last chance to trade in any iPhone for a new iPhone 15 Pro on us, only on Verizon.
Type 2 diabetes? Discover the Ozempic Tri-Zone. Ozempic!
I got the power of 3. I lowered my A1C, CV risk, and lost some weight.
In studies, the majority of people reached an A1C under 7 and maintained it.
I'm under 7.
Ozempic lowers the risk of major cardiovascular events such as stroke, heart attack, or death in adults also with known heart disease.
I'm lowering my risk.
Adults lost up to 14 pounds.
I lost some weight.
Ozempic isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take Ozempic if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or if allergic to it. Stop Ozempic and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Gallbladder problems may occur. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Ozempic with a sulfonylurea or insulin may increase low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems. Living with type 2 diabetes?
Ask about the power of 3 with Ozempic.
He grew up a middle-class kid in a middle-class town. And while Joe Biden's traveled far and wide, Scranton, Pennsylvania has never left him. He knows what life is like for working people and knows middle-class life is too expensive right now. That's why he's passing laws to lower costs, capping insulin at $35 a month for seniors, giving Medicare the power to negotiate with drug companies for lower prices, lowering health insurance premiums for millions, and investing in American-made clean energy to lower power costs for families. For Joe Biden, it's about restoring the sense of security working people deserve. That simple promise, that peace of mind. He's determined to get it back because of where he's from and who he is.
I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
Dozens of rockets coming in here. Those interceptions right above us.
We have been hearing repeated exchanges of gunfire.
You can see the scale of the destruction.
If you know anything about what they do to people in Gaza, that is worse than death.
My children and grandchildren experienced a living hell. How difficult is this fight going to be on the ground?
We have no other place to go.
Breaking news coverage continues live from Israel.
Closed captioning brought to you by InventHelp. Call 1-800-710-0020.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. They can help you get started with your idea.
Call now. 800-710-0020. You rely
Live in the CNN newsroom, I'm Jim Acosta in Washington. Good evening. We begin with breaking news. For the first time since that barbaric terror attack in Israel, the president of the Palestinian Authority is condemning the killing, saying, quote, "The actions of Hamas do not represent the Palestinian people." In the meantime, the death toll has now risen to over 1,400, including 30 Americans. Sources now tell CNN that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has invited President Biden to visit, even as Israeli forces prepare for a massive ground offensive. At this hour, troops continue their suffocating blockade of the Gaza Strip. Israeli Defense Forces say they have killed one Hamas commander today, amid a barrage of some 250 strikes across Gaza. You can see much of the rubble there.
We are hunting Hamas commanders. Everybody from the butcher of Khan Yunis, Yahya Sinwar, the political leader, and everybody down from him are dead men walking. We've been able to kill quite a few Hamas commanders, some of them senior, some of them tactical commanders, and that is a priority in our targeting campaign as we speak.
Let's go straight to my colleague Aaron Burnett, live on the ground in Tel Aviv. Aaron, here we are, another night waiting to see if this widely expected ground incursion begins. It's 2:02 a.m. where you are, and I know you're watching it and waiting as this entire region is just on the edge of its seat right now. What's the latest?
Absolutely on the edge of its seat, on the precipice, Jim. And you know, we should say many have expected that when Israel begins its anticipated ground offensive, it would do so in the darkness, because Israel has a great advantage of its Merkava tanks that we have seen so many of in this buildup along the border. Have sort of a little window, Jim, where you look out. It's sort of, I would say, like a blue reflective that you might see in sunglasses that some people have. It looks like that from the outside, but it gives them excellent night vision. So they have an incredible advantage when it comes to night fighting. So there have been many who have expected that such an assault would begin in the evening. Obviously, it is still quiet here tonight. And in fact, in these past few hours, quieter than it has been. We've become very accustomed to the thud of explosions in Gaza, here in Tel Aviv, and not hearing so many. But I will say, we have heard more incoming rocket fire into Tel Aviv in these past 10 hours or so, maybe 6 hours, and some of those without accompanying sirens, which interestingly enough, our Clarissa Ward also said she'd experienced to the south of here in Ashkelon. And I want to turn now to Nick Robertson. He is even further south, just a mile east of the Israeli border with Gaza in Sderot, where you have been from the very beginning in, of course, what is now that buffer and militarized zone. So, Nick, what are you seeing there at 2 o'clock in the morning here?
Yeah, it feels quiet. It feels quieter than previous evenings, although we have had some big flashes and booms of the occasional missile strike going into the north of Gaza. There was an incoming volley of rockets from Hamas in Gaza over here, intercepted by Iron Dome a couple of hours ago. That was the only volley we've had this evening, but it just shows, even despite the heavy artillery, the heavy missile strikes going into Gaza, that Hamas, Islamic Jihad, other groups still have some capacity to fire back, so they are still there. And the military incursion that seems to be getting ready and being built up in this sort of buffer militarized border area at the moment, we've been down to watch some of their training, and it does seem as if they're getting closer to being ready. But there's a big if, there's no decision taken, and there's a big question mark for them about how they fight Hamas when Hamas may be hiding behind civilians. And this isn't a new problem. They faced this back in 2014. Close to Gaza, preparations underway for a much anticipated ground offensive. Troops from different units training together. There is an urgency here. They have to be ready fast. Right now, this is a rehearsal. If and when there's an incursion, these troops could be at the front of it. Tanks, or for this practice, model ones right now, followed by infantry and combat engineers. A combined force spearheading an incursion. If they do, Major Offit will be near the front.
We expect to go to war. We expect to destroy the terrorist organization Hamas, kill its government, and kill every last terrorist. That's what we plan to do, and that's how it will be.
The last time the IDF went into Gaza targeting Hamas's leaders was 2014. Ariel Bernstein was 21 in the Special Forces, one of the first to cross the border.
You're just afraid that there's something waiting for you at every corner.
But his experiences then have left him questioning the tactics today. Back then, he says, the IDF wants civilians to leave, and Hamas told them to stay, just as is happening now. But some had stayed. His orders, he says, assume the civilians had left.
So whoever you see is basically engaged in fighting or is involved in fighting, and therefore we call it engaging with fire with any home you enter, with any kind of shape of a person that you see from afar.
In many ways, Israel's actions are playing out just as they have in the past. 2021 gun positions freshly dug, back in use. And in Gaza, the civilian death toll, according to Palestinian health officials, already higher than in 2014. And like then, Israel is already facing huge international pressure to avoid more civilian casualties.
What we are doing is saying privately what we've said publicly, which is that all military operations should be conducted consistent with the law of war, that civilians should be protected.
The problem the IDF says it faces, just like 2014, Hamas will be hiding among civilians.
The whole situation we're talking about with Gazan civilians forcibly embedded is another element of Hamas. Hamas has to be fully defeated.
So the responsibility is on them and not you?
The responsibility is on Hamas for their own civilians. Our responsibility is to eliminate Hamas's capabilities completely.
Major Ofek, pausing during training in a mocked-up Palestinian town, says they don't hurt innocents, only terrorists, but admits if he is sent into Gaza, avoiding civilian deaths won't be easy. Do you think it's possible, though, to fight Hamas without civilians getting injured?
We're concerned with overthrowing the Hamas regime and killing the terrorists who are currently in Gaza. If it will be difficult, it will be difficult, not easy.
Outside the camp gates, as Israel's military ponder their next move, troops are saying their fond farewells. And I think all those troops we saw today, they feel that they've got a mission to do. They feel that they need to go in there after Hamas. But for many of them, they know that this could be a life-changing experience. They'll experience things, they'll see things they'll never forget. And that was certainly the experience of the former IDF soldier that we interviewed. He said he came away with memories that he cannot erase from his mind, and also lost friends along the way.
Yes, Nick, so much loss, and so many of them, when they go in those kibbutzes, as they've been saying, it sears the eyes. Thank you very much, Nick Robertson. And Jim, back to you.
Just an incredible report from our colleague Nick Robertson there. In the meantime, joining me now is Ben Wiedemann, who is on the ground in southern Lebanon. Ben, some news to get to you on and get your reaction to. 8 days after this terror attack, we're learning that the president of the Palestinian Authority is now condemning Hamas for what happened. What do you make of that? What's the significance of that?
Well, first of all, Jim, let's look at the context within which he made that speech, that statement. It wasn't a speech, it wasn't a message to the United States or to Israel. It came in the form of a report on Wafa, the Palestinian news agency, about a phone call he had with Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela. In that phone call, he said that the actions of Hamas do not represent the Palestinian people. He went on to call for the end of attacks on civilians, but he also said the so-called Israeli aggression on Gaza has to end. So yes, this comes in a rather backhanded form of condemnation of the Hamas attack, and rather late in the day, considering how much has happened since the 7th of October. Sorry, it's starting to rain very heavily here in southern Lebanon. But we should keep in mind that Mahmoud Abbas, he's 87 years old. He's very unpopular among Palestinians because it's felt he's completely out of touch. He's at the head of the Palestinian Authority that's considered to be very corrupt, very inefficient, and hasn't really achieved much for the Palestinian people. So he's walking a fine line between pressure from Europe and the United States to come out and strongly condemn the Hamas attack, and at the same time his people are increasingly angry over the fact that so many civilians are being killed in Gaza itself. Jim?
Absolutely. All right, Ben Wiedemann, thank you very much for those insights. Really appreciate it. Still to come, Israel is preparing for what it calls the next stages of its war on Hamas, what that could look like, and what this means as the conflict escalates. It's sure to do that in the coming days, perhaps the coming hours. We'll see. Our special coverage continues right after the break.
This is your season to smile, to gather together and discover the moments that matter, to jump into the fun and join in the celebration. To help get you ready, your Aspen Dental team is celebrating 25 years of affordable care with an epic anniversary savings event. Right now, new patients without insurance get a free full exam and x-rays. Plus, everyone can get 20% off their treatment plan. But hurry, because while the season won't last, the memories you make together will. Aspen Dental. Book today.
It'll be an opportunity to travel the world and shoot all these amazing scenes.
We can shoot the whole thing in Turkey.
You see, Turkey has it all.
With the Freestyle Libre 2 system, know your glucose level and where it's headed without finger sticks. Manage your diabetes with more confidence and lower your A1C. It's covered by Medicare for those who qualify. Ask your doctor about the Freestyle Libre 2 system.
It's not just designed to look good. It's built to command attention. It's not just a comfortable interior. It's a quiet refuge. They're not just headlights. They light the way forward. The new fully electric Audi Q8 e-tron models.
I have moderate to severe Crohn's disease. Now there's Scarry. Feel significant symptom relief with Scarry, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Scarry is the first and only IL-23 inhibitor for Crohn's that can deliver both clinical remission and endoscopic improvement. The majority of people on Scarry achieve long-lasting remission at 1 year.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to. Liver problems may occur in Crohn's disease.
Ask your gastroenterologist how you can take control of your Crohn's with Scarry. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Dozens of rockets coming in here. Those interceptions right above us.
We have been hearing repeated exchanges of gunfire.
You can see the scale of the destruction.
If you know anything about what they do to people in Gaza, that is worse than death.
My children and grandchildren experienced a living hell. How difficult is this fight going to be on the ground?
We have no other place to go.
Breaking news coverage continues live from Israel.
As Israeli forces continue to gear up for a massive ground invasion into Gaza, the U.S. is moving a second carrier strike group into the area. The presence of two of the U.S. Navy's most powerful warships is meant to send a message to Iran and its proxies: don't get involved. But there's no guarantee U.S. troops won't be deployed in the future. With more than a dozen Americans unaccounted for following the Hamas attack in Israel, the Biden administration is not ruling out the use of military forces to rescue those Americans. I'm joined now by retired Army General Wesley Clark. He's a CNN military analyst and the former NATO Supreme Allied Commander. Also with me is Kim Dozier, a CNN Global Affairs analyst. Kim, we got the news earlier this afternoon that the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, has invited the president to come to Israel soon. What do you make of that? That is a very big gesture from the Prime Minister, who has sometimes been at odds with Democratic administrations from time to time.
I think what it shows is that President Biden's speech embracing the Israeli people and condemning the violence, it was watched widely across Israel, and it really hit home. It's a sign of appreciation for what the United States is doing in terms of sending those carrier groups and sending in ammunition as needed. But I don't think President Biden would, Secret Service would not approve a trip like that at a time like now.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's TBD, no question about it. General Clark, let me ask you about what Kim just mentioned a few moments ago about these two carrier strike groups moving into the region. You know, it is we've been saying this over and over again. This is to send a message to Iran and its proxies and so on. I just can't imagine, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong there, I cannot imagine a scenario where the Iranians would actually get involved in some way because of what it would trigger, what that would ultimately mean. Is that realistic? What do you think?
Oh, I think the odds of their involvement are somewhat low, but I think they're situation dependent. So, for example, if the whole world turns against Israel, if Israel's got 300,000 troops beleaguered and besieged inside Gaza City, if it looks like this is Iran's big chance to unleash Hezbollah with decisive effect, they might go ahead and do it. So you can't rule it out. But they know if they deploy Hezbollah, the world knows it's their trigger, not Hezbollah's decision. And the world also knows, and the Iranians know, that Hezbollah will be destroyed. Whatever damage it does to Israel, it won't recover from this because the Israelis and the Americans will turn on Hezbollah, and that'll be the end of it. It may be brutal, it may take casualties, maybe 6 weeks of fighting, but Hezbollah will have been expended, and with that will go Iran's major effort for hegemony on the Mediterranean coast and in Lebanon. And there's plenty of enemies of Hezbollah that will take advantage of a U.S.-Israeli destruction of Hezbollah, believe me.
Yeah. And Kimberly, what about this news that just came in the last hour or so that the Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas has now voiced his condemnation for what Hamas carried out in those attacks on Israel? Ben Wiedemann was pointing out a few moments ago, perhaps you listened to his live shot, where he said, you know, this wasn't said in some sort of speech or official statement. This was made in a phone call with the Venezuelans, of all folks. What do you think about all this?
Yeah, a readout of the phone call, and I'd love to hear what Ben and his producers, since Ben speaks Arabic, think of the original version of this, because I looked up the latest English language version on the WAFA site, and it's much more circumspect. Abbas does, as he did a couple of days ago, condemns violence on both sides and states, according to this readout, that the PLO, that his organization, the Palestinian Authority, is the sole representative of the Palestinian people, but it doesn't mention anyone else. So I can see why, depending on how you read it, you might read it as a condemnation of Hamas, but nowhere in the version that I was able to find does he outright attack Hamas, which would be a dangerous thing to do, because Hamas right now is riding high in terms of popularity in many parts of the Palestinian world and many parts of the Arab world.
And General Clark, any sense, any thoughts on your part as to why we have not seen Israel launch this ground incursion? Why that has not happened as of yet?
Well, I think they're collecting intelligence, but also, Jim, this operation's already underway. Hamas told the civilians to stay. Israel has told the civilians to leave. They're leaving. Hamas is resisting their departure. So Israel is already in this operation, and Israel is winning this operation against Hamas. Now, does it go on like this for another 6 hours, 24 hours? We don't know. But right now, the momentum is with Israel and against Hamas. Hamas wanted all those people to stay. It's blown up, put in barricades, it's destroyed transit areas and other things in an effort to fix them in place, and it's losing. So for Israel to hold off another day or two, it's all to the good. They're more ready, they'll get more intel. Also, there's an international understanding that the civilian population is important. Most of these people are not fighters. They're just innocent people that happen to live in Gaza. They happen to be under Hamas control. So it's in Israel's interest to give them enough time to get out of the way. Hamas wants to use them as civilian shields. They don't want to be used as civilian shields, but inevitably in a conflict situation, there are going to be civilian casualties here. So the more that leave, the better. So, you know, there's no rush to get into this fight on the part of Israel. Give it a day, give it 2 days, give it 3 days, build up the diplomatic support internationally, and then go in.
Yeah, perhaps the Israelis are seeing that exodus, and they're thinking, okay, let's give it more time. Our General Clerk, Kim Dozier, thanks to both of you. Really appreciate it. Coming up, our special coverage continues. We'll talk with Fareed Zakaria. That's coming up. He joins me in just a few moments. That's next.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something on the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
Makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm, please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Your solution is at plexidermtrial.com or call the number on your screen.
Bathfitter is a better way to remodel your tub. A custom-made watertight fit and high-quality materials mean a beautiful tub and a great value. Bathfitter, it just fits. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
Tonight, Anderson Cooper is on the ground in Israel at the site where tragedy struck, meeting with survivors and family members of the missing.
Do you believe she may still be alive?
I still have hope.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tonight at 10.
Many delicate ecosystems. When you protect a tiger, you also protect thousands of species and people that rely on the same habitat. Learn how you can make a difference.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. The same way you plan each detail for those moments. Start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
I'm Rafael Romo in Tel Aviv, Israel. This is CNN.
With Israel and Hamas bracing for what could be a devastating war. The world is on edge as fears of a broader Middle East conflict continue to grow. Here to help us make sense of what's happened over the past week and where we go from here is CNN's Fareed Zakaria. He's the host of Fareed Zakaria GPS. Fareed, great to see you. I thought of you earlier, and I wanted to have you on because a lot of Americans, and I'm sure a lot of people around the world, have been just thinking about this over the last 8 days and wondering, how did we get to this point? We've seen this conflict rage on between the Israelis and the Palestinians. It flares up from time to time. There's intense fighting, casualties, loss of life, but nothing like this. How did this happen?
Well, it's a great question, Jim. I would say, the kind of fundamental fact, if I could take a moment to put the historical context, is the United States was the kind of power broker in the Middle East. And the United States, ever since the Iraq War, has been stepping back, right? That was part of the whole idea of pivoting to Asia, getting somewhat less involved in the Middle East. Well, guess what? When the United States steps back, what happens is you create a power vacuum. And all kinds of people try to enter that power vacuum. And the biggest shift became a contest between Saudi Arabia and Iran as to who would fill in that power vacuum. And the way the Saudis tried to do it in cooperation with the Israelis, who also were trying to move in, as well as, by the way, the Turks and the Russians a little bit. But the Saudis tried to ensure that their concerns and interests are taken care of by forging this new alliance between the moderate Gulf Arabs and Israel. That scared the Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas, all these actors that thought they're being marginalized now. And most importantly, the Palestinians, particularly Hamas, felt they were being marginalized because what Bibi Netanyahu was trying to do was essentially ignore the Palestinian issue, make peace with the Arabs, and as a result of that, Hamas and perhaps some of Hamas's sponsors, but certainly Hamas, decided we're going to burn the house down. And this is their way of trying to burn the house down. And so part of what's going on here is that you have had a kind of power vacuum, which all kinds of people have been jockeying for influence, and Hamas is watching all this, and they're playing the card they have, which is the most brutal, sadistic card. But it's their effort to get attention.
No question about it. And we were talking with Hadass Gold, who just left Jerusalem. She was our Jerusalem correspondent there for several years. And she said that, when you talk to Israelis, they view this as, many of them view this as Israel's 9/11. And they feel this deep down in their bones. And I have to think, as we were looking at these images coming out of Gaza earlier today, the intense shelling that has taken place, and those buildings that have been leveled, the hospitals are getting filled with children. Now they feel like the victims in all of this as well. It's hard to see how we just aren't going to get trapped in a quagmire here and a cycle of violence with no end in sight.
That's very well put, because what's happening right now is people's emotions are so inflamed. You start with the Israelis, for whom, yes, this is absolutely a kind of 9/11 for them, made all the more tragic because of the memories of the Holocaust. But as a result of that, one of the things I would urge Israelis to do is learn from the mistakes that the United States made after 9/11. We occasionally reacted and acted through emotion, through fear, through anger. And many times these were not we did not end up with the right policies. We overreacted. We tried to go into Afghanistan and build a whole new democratic nation. We went into Iraq. It's not clear that those were the right answers at the time. So one of the things, Richard Haas was on my program, and he said, one of the lessons surely should be, be careful, be judicious, be discriminating. Don't let the emotions guide you. Bismarck once said, the great 19th century German statesman, a fool learns from his own mistakes. Wise people learn from other people's mistakes. So I would say to the Israelis, it is very much like 9/11, but learn from the mistakes the United States made after 9/11.
And well, from Bismarck to Donald Rumsfeld, if I could make that kind of awkward transition, I heard you mention Donald Rumsfeld and one of his famous expressions from the Iraq War when that was going sideways, which is As we're killing terrorists, are we creating more of them?
Right. As you point out, with what's going on in Gaza right now, there are 2.2 million people in Gaza. We don't know enough about who supports whom, and it's important to remember the median age in Gaza is, I think, 18 or 19. The last election, which Hamas did win with a plurality of votes, but the last election was held 17 years ago. So the median person in Gaza was 1 year old the last time there was an election. These people have we don't know whether they support Hamas, but what we do know is that the easiest way to radicalize them would be through a massive indiscriminate campaign of bombing and things like that. This is something we saw happen in Afghanistan, in Pakistan, and so I would hope that we could recognize, that the Israelis recognize, that justified as they are, it was a brutal, awful terror attack that is inhuman. You don't want to further radicalize the Palestinian population. For people who say, well, they're already radicalized, I think that's not entirely true. Very important, interesting issue you pointed to. Mahmoud Abbas, the head of the Palestinian Authority, finally summoned up the courage to essentially denounce the terror attack and point out that this is not what most Palestinians believe in. It's not what most Palestinians do on a daily basis. But the point is not, I think Israel is justified in its anger, in its shock, and its horror. The question is to be strategic about this. And as you've been pointing out, there is a danger of a wider war. And that really is not in Israel's best interests.
And Fareed, why do you think we are still watching these live pictures over Gaza and it's just eerily quiet? There were a lot of expectations that this was going to start yesterday or possibly tonight, and it sounds as though the Israelis are giving the Palestinians a little bit more time to get out of harm's way. But they're not all going to be gone.
No, they're not going to be gone by a long shot. Look, I think it's mainly because they realized that there would be a terrible humanitarian tragedy. There were too many, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people left in Gaza. It's also, it would backfire, in terms of the optics, in terms of global support. There's no advantage to Israel moving fast at this point. The best thing to do would be to let as many people from Gaza leave. What they're trying to do, as they correctly say, is to root out the infrastructure of terrorism, the infrastructure of Hamas control. That's something, they can do it 3 days from now. It doesn't need to happen today. But if they do it today, the one thing we can be sure is that many, many people who are innocent will die. 50% of the people who live in Gaza are children, right? Remember, the median age is 18 or 19. So these people cannot be held culpable. And the more Israel shows that it is being careful, it is being thoughtful, the more of a contrast it can show, and that contrast is real, between the barbarism of Hamas and what Israel is doing.
Yeah. All right, Fareed Zakaria, great to talk to you as always. Thank you for those insights. We knew you were the perfect person to bring in this evening. Thanks for making time for us.
Thank you, Jim.
All right, thanks. Just ahead, my colleague Aaron Burnett has an interview with Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer in Israel, the moment that prompted his bipartisan Senate delegation to take cover today in a bomb shelter. Aaron has that as well. We'll be right back.
How long have you been tracking the value of our car? Should we sell it?
We hold.
Our low mileage is paying off. You think we should?
Hold.
Already sold the Carvana. Go to Carvana and track your car's value today.
Can we get real clear about life with psoriasis?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Is your treatment leaving you with uncontrolled symptoms? Like the cover-it-ups and brush-it-offs?
Enough with good enough.
Don't stay hiding or hurting. When your lotions and creams don't do enough to help treat the inflammation beneath the skin causing plaques and pain, it's time to get real about psoriasis so your dermatologist can help you get clear. Make the appointment and ask about Real Clear Skin.
And Doug.
And Doug says you can customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. He hits his mark center stage and is crushed by a baby grand piano.
Are you replacing me?
With this guy?
Customize and save with Liberty Bibbity.
He doesn't even have a mustache.
Oh, look, it's Boo Boo. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Why didn't we do this last year?
Before you were preventing migraine with Qulipta? Remember the pain? Cancel plans, the worry?
That was then. And look at me now.
You'll never truly forget migraine, but Qulipta reduces attacks, making 0 migraine days possible. It's the only pill of its kind that blocks CGRP and is approved to prevent migraine of any frequency, to help give you that forget-you-get-migraine feeling.
Don't take if allergic to Qulipta. Most common side effects are nausea, constipation, and sleepiness. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Qulipta, the forget-you-get-migraine medicine.
Hey you, with the small business.
Whoa.
You've got all kinds of bright ideas that your customers need to know about. Constant Contact makes it easy. With everything from managing your social posts and events to email and SMS marketing. Constant Contact delivers all the tools you need to help your business grow. Get started today at ConstantContact.com. Constant Contact, helping the small stand tall.
Our mission here at CNN is that the news comes first. That's the promise of the Situation Room. We work as hard as we can to get the facts.
The Situation Room with Wolf Blitzer, tomorrow at 6 on CNN.
Not all fruit and vegetable supplements are created equal. While many use common produce, Field of Greens uses specific whole fruits and vegetables, each known for their powerful health benefits. Field of Greens is an organic superfood. Each fruit and vegetable support an essential health function. Some support heart, lungs, and kidney health. Others support immune system, energy, and metabolism for healthy weight loss. So how do you know if you should take Field of Greens? If you're stressed out and busy, if you don't always eat right, including too much fast food, and you don't get enough exercise, you need Field of Greens. How will you know if Field of Greens is working? At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. I trust Field of Greens for my health, and you can too.
Get 15% off with promo code BOOST at fieldofgreens.com. That's fieldofgreens.com. Product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Money back terms and conditions apply.
I'm Natasha Chen in Los Angeles, and this is CNN. Today, a bipartisan group of American senators arrived in Tel Aviv as Israel prepares for its ground offensive in Gaza. The senators were led by the Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, and they met with Israel's president. But before that meeting, Schumer says they were forced to rush to a bomb shelter to wait out rockets launched by Hamas. Of course, no one was hurt, thankfully, but we did hear those impact here in Tel Aviv. It is a very real threat for everyone here. I spoke with Senator Schumer earlier today about why he felt the need to travel here. He was, of course, with Senator Romney and others, and what it says about U.S. support for Israel. All right, Leader Schumer, thank you so much for your time. In Tel Aviv tonight, obviously, you've been meetings throughout the day with the Prime Minister Netanyahu and others. What did you learn here?
Well, first, we came with a simple message to the Israeli people. We have your back. We feel your pain, we ache, and America will stick with you in this most difficult time. We had 3 missions. 1, to let Israel know we're for them. 2, to find out what Israel's needs are. And we had extensive discussions of the military, diplomatic, intelligence, and humanitarian needs that Israel had. But third, we wanted to show that this was bipartisan, so I went with 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans.
Senator Cassidy, Senator Romney, yourself, Senator Kelly, right? All?
Yes. And Senator Rosen.
And Senator Rosen.
And in this time of such partisanship, this is one area where the Congress is united. And I believe we're going to pass very soon. We're going to put together a very strong package. We will pass it soon. We're not going to wait for the House. We're hopeful that if we pass a strong package with big bipartisan majorities, it'll put pressure on the House to act one way or another, however the heck they figure it out.
So Secretary Blinken's coming tomorrow, coming back. Right, so no one had known that this is happening. Obviously, he's coming from other places in the Middle East, just met with the Saudi Crown Prince. What is his goal? Do you know? Is he trying to have Netanyahu delay this? Or
no, I think his goal is to try and keep the tripartite negotiations that were going on between Saudi Arabia, Israel, and America on track. Many suspect that Hamas and even Iran did this dastardly, horrible terrorist.
The Palestinian Authority president finally condemned Hamas operation.
a song by Paul Beckman, Polly Rainbow Song, also the new and first leader of humankind in the free world. Ooh, the Palestinian Authority president finally condemned Hamas operation. Yeah. The Palestinian Authority president finally condemns Hamas operation. Yeah, man. Whoa. It's about time. About time, yeah. It's about time, yeah, man.